My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. On the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana express honky tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee, from Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your footsteps. out of this hot mess. You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess. This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. It's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. At 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls till the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see a red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls till the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong.
to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss, but I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I try to hide this feeling from myself, but I'm in love with you, baby. I don't want nobody else. I try to forget you, but you're always on my mind. From the minute I wake up in the morning till I lay my head at night. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss, but I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I can't help but love you, baby. All those times you said it wasn't enough, life apart was just too tough on us now. But you know, babe, I ain't going nowhere, and you can count on me to take you there. 'Cause I can't help but love you. I can't help but love you. Oh, I can't help but love you, boy. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you.
When you come home late at night, I say we gotta talk now, but I have no strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you.
can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break as long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect.
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. 'Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. 'Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change it for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, 'cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh.
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and you won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana silky grass blue. We're the world's best honky-tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to grow. With a country music song playing on your radio. From the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your foxtails. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside. But it left long ago. Now tell me how you're gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get.
只剩最后4个比赛日，今年夏天的 LPL 常规赛就要落下帷幕。那么在季后赛开始前，就让阿南带着大家回顾一下这个夏天我们亲爱的战队们都经历了什么。首先是身披复活甲的 JDG 与 BLG， 他们就是这个夏天的大小王。
我话讲完，谁赞成谁反对。WBG 和 IG， 你们排第几名啊？我们排的都是 No.1、No.2， 你排不进前5，就根本没资格过来握这个手。回家等下赛季。
如果赛季初的首败还能说是 WBG 有备而来，趁着他们伦敦归来大意未闪时，来骗，那又怎么解释上周末输给排名悬殊的 IG？ 我说停停，难道还有高手？当 RNG 重组 TES 换教，谁能想到是 BLG 扛起了全华班的大旗？作为今年 LPL 的最大惊喜，他们外战连克 LCK 冠亚军，内战不遭遇 JDG 则无敌。但在季后赛乃至之后的世界赛 ，BLG 依旧有复仇的机会。LNG 与 TES 组成了本赛季 LPL 的第2梯队。在经历了春天的磨合后 ，TES 已经稳定了许多。只不过曾经稳坐了1年亚军的他们，如今并没有拿到世界赛门票的十足把握。阿南，我已经3年没有看到那个男人在国际赛场上尽力了，还有机会去相信吗？5到10名简直是这个赛季 LPL 的晋西北，6支战队间战绩仅有2胜之差。管你什么御三家、少年团、老年队还是星球之光，你很牛吗？放下你的身段，不能通过。I'm so sorry。哎呀！换掉亚军班底的 WBG， 如今的状态恐怕不禁让粉丝捏一把冷汗。他们亟待解决的问题还有很多。而遥想 OMG 上一次出征世界赛已经是10年之前了。最后说到 EDG， 春季赛的他们还能身披复活甲，来到夏天却连季后赛都进得磕磕绊绊。阵容中仅有的变化是少打5场比赛却拿下全队最多 MVP 的，如同天上降楷模，真是人间好榜样。这个 UZI， 哇，真的是你呀！不过 EDG 春夏反差之大，也让追随乌兹而来的粉丝有一种似曾相识的感觉。毕竟
我回来是为了那些回不来的人。
季后赛即将到来，阿南我这次绝对不会再滑，一定会爆肝更新，让你们爽到爆炸。简单一句话，爽爽爽爽，滑滑滑满天。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into a Friday of Week 7, which means, including today, we have only 4 more days of best of threes, only 12 more best of threes to go before we end up getting the end of our regular split. It is Flan in. I am just Ushin, but I am joined by the absolutely ecstatic Alk Battery as we are bringing you our first series of 3 today. And look, you know, you tweeted about it. You started off a month ago. We started together. This is going to be our last regular season cast together, and you know, it feels right. It feels like a full circle.
Yeah, I mean, look, I only came in on week 3, so it's been, you know, I'm missing on like 2 weeks, but honestly, there are way too many games in the first 2 weeks, so I'm glad you guys were able to hold it down where I had to come in. Yeah, it's been awesome to be here. It's been an amazing opportunity, and hopefully you guys can kind of continue to keep the reins going for playoffs. It doesn't stop. We've still got 4 more days of the regular season, and then there's a small pit break, and then it's straight back into it. There, Worlds and doing all that stuff. These are yesterday's highlights, and honestly, yesterday was a mess of games, man. Like,
It got a little bit funky. The first game for JDG versus RA was as standard as you would like to think it would be. Yes, there's a lot of kills for RA, but JDG kind of won out in the end. They did actually end up, subbing in their mid laner in this particular one. So we got LZQ coming in as they're locked for top 2. Very unlikely that they're going to be fighting for top 1 position because we know that it would require BLG to drop a game. Didn't matter though at the end of it all. This one got hella scrappy. Looked like RA were going to be sending us the 3 and weren't able to do it. But then IG kind of just put Weibo to the sword. Like, this was just, I would call a spade a spade. This wasn't really that close at all.
I loved how immediately, especially the casters on the day, were just like, of course it's Weibo, who, after looking so dominant in their past couple matches, then immediately fall to Invictus Gaming, Tianxian having an incredible performance, YSCam as well, just everybody really stepping up. And I thought it felt, obviously for IG, their season is over, right? Like, they are not going to be able to qualify. They were knocked out of playoffs rather early on, and to see them perform here is exciting just because we know what this team could have done. It just didn't come all at the right time, and we're looking forward to 2024 now.
Yeah, unfortunately for IG, they are kind of on the development side of things. It was a scrappy game versus Weibo. There was a hell of a lot of kills. You can see at the top there of your screen. It got down to, I think it was nearly 50 at the end of it all. So lots of kills in that one. But then we had ourselves a little bit more of a, kind of playoff implication bout here between OMG and EDG. And it was OMG who kind of just came out swinging in this first game. Didn't really give EDG any kind of chance to have an opportunity in this first game.
This was also a series that I think for a lot of fans that are OMG, supporters, they needed this win. They had been on a loss streak before this one, and while up against EDG, another playoff team, someone that we aren't expecting to do, all that much damage here in the back end of the regular season, we were looking towards them like, hey, EDG, how far can you actually go? You are in 7th at this point, and OMG, a team that was slotted for making top 6, they should be able to make it with their end slate of games, but they need to close out in a much more convincing fashion, as it has been a worrying trend so far in the new patch.
Yeah, a little bit of a kind of a knock every here and there for OMG, but a good win over EDG. Potential kind of first or second round opponents here in the LPL as they do kind of go towards that. Of course, there is confirmation of your results there. We had ourselves 7 games on the day. IG taking down Weibo definitely puts them back in the mix. We might be seeing Weibo in round 1. We're not quite sure. But let's have a look at how the standings have all set themselves up. And you can see exactly what we're talking about here. Weibo are still in the conversation of getting knocked down. They have 2 series left to play, of course. They still have that in hand. But, I mean, RNG, WE, they could all get themselves a win or 2. And that starts to give it a big question mark whether or not Weibo will be in the first or second round.
OMG, they have RA and Anyone's Legend, and if I take a look over at Weibo, just want to double check, they should have had a pretty easy score from what I remember. They have RNG and EDG, so not the easiest. Again, 2 playoff teams where if you look across from OMG, we're expecting them to take those series. If everything goes to plan, then we should be seeing, a Weibo finishing at around 6th place. That'll actually be even confirmed at the end of today, the last series, as you can see on your screen as we take a look at our matches for today. First matchup, LGD versus Ultra Prime, a match of 2 teams already out.
Yeah, we're having ourselves a little bit of the match of the week, WEAK, to start us off today. But, nevertheless, it's always a bit of a banger here in the LPL. Later on, Top Esports look to try and see if they can get 3rd or 4th. They are already locked into a top 4 position, so that doesn't have a huge amount of implications. And then we bring ourselves right to the end, as you said, RNG versus Weibo. If RNG win that, then I do believe that it's going to be, a massive scrap right up until the end there for Weibo to try and confirm themselves a spot. I'm sure if you're an OMG fan, you would love to see RNG get knocked down because that would almost certainly confirm OMG as a top 6 team with the current scoreline that they have. But we're gonna see how that seems go. They're in the future. That's not even us, Ulk. That's Munch and Kitty. That's nothing to do with us. Like we got ourselves a banger. I got a banger to start us off out. LGD against Ultra Prime, and this is gonna be a little bit of a I suppose a little bit of a barn burner. I hope both these teams come out swinging and just give us something fun. Give us something new.
Yeah, your season's been over. You're not going up against a top team. LGD last time we're going up against LNG, Ultra Prime up against TES, and some things to note about this roster. Decade something out, at least for this first game, and Fearness coming back in. We were talking about like, hey, Fearness, you were in here at the beginning of the season, and it's been almost 2 weeks since we've seen this guy play. Obviously, the meta has changed so much since we last saw Fearness. And I'm excited to see what he kind of brings back into the roster now that they are bringing him back in. LPC still residing in the bot side. Had an okay game up against LNG in that game too, where you really got to see him take off. And for the squad, we are still looking at those pieces in the jungle. Meteor and Haichao have really tried to reinvigorate this roster with some early aggression. We'll see what their new roster can put forth.
Yeah, that's the thing now. You're kind of seeing Ultra Prime going into developmental mode where they're trying to see what they can, move around, what works for them, how can they make this roster work out for them. I think Dream has been a fairly decent setup in, kind of the grand scheme of things. I will say we are still looking at them be, very top-heavy in general. Harry and Ning kind of being the vanguard for this side, for this team. So I want to see them maybe, look towards, kind of trying out something different. Because the biggest criticism I've had all split long for Ultra Prime has been they're just very easy to know, very easy to read. They go for the exact same plays every time. It's an early dragon into an early herald, into another dragon, into another herald. They almost do it like clockwork. I guarantee you 6 minutes on the clock, we will see Ning around that dragon pit. And if LGD can kind of call them on that, that's when we're starting to see a little bit more of a conversation here in this game.
Ooh, and I love that they're kind of putting forward both of these supports. They obviously have been big contributors for their wins when we do see them. I think of Sword Art really on his engage, them moving away from the Enchanter meta. I did think gave them a few more looks as we got in. And talking a little bit more about that jungle meta, I thought Meteor versus Ning was going to be a very, very important matchup between these two. Because Meteor, when we see him on carries, when we see him with tools to be actually able to make plays happen, this team does look like they could potentially have gone a lot more wins in terms of series instead of just 2-12. And same thing could be said for Ultra Prime, where Ning, sitting in the river constantly, is always going to be on top of those objectives early on, but it's their team's ability to actually convert those leads into meaningful advantages that has been the issue for them.
Yeah, it's back-to-back games here for Ultra Prime as well. They play today, and then they play tomorrow against LGD, and then IG. And look, I'm not gonna lie, you'd want to kind of make yourself the best of the rest, if you will. It's kind of one of those things that you want to. I know it sounds really dumb to say, but it is one of those things that I always find that it's like, if you were going to miss playoffs, I would prefer to just miss playoffs. If it's kind of a thing of like, oh, you went 6-10, playoffs was 7-9, you were one series off. That's a hell of a lot easier to kind of go for than say 2-14 potentially for LGD. So I think for Ultra Prime, they're still pushing for a lot here. And the thing is, when you're no longer in playoffs, when you are looking at a long 6-7 month gap until the next start of the season, for you professionally as players, you need to put your best foot forward. You only have 2 more stage games to kind of prove to people why you should be on a roster in 2024.
I think the most important quote we've ever seen talking about players in this way is, you're only as good as your last game. So the last game that everybody was watching that's publicly available, that is a stage game, that is probably as good of a performance as people are going to remember you by. Obviously, if you've had longer careers like Sword Art, like Doggo, even on the opposite side, maybe someone like Jinzhao or Meteor, people might remember you for some other things, some of your other highlights, but for the vast majority, even us on the broadcast, how you performed at the end of the season and how you were able to kind of change maybe some of the perception is going to be as important to potentially seeing you in the future. And hopefully for a lot of these guys, we have a lot of newer players, some players that haven't had the most amount of time on the main LPL stage. We can see them stick with the roster and potentially go forward. We've seen not only with this team, but I mean, for LGD, last split, it was, they had Xiaoshu in top lane, he went over to RA, and obviously RA are in a similar position right now, but Ultra Prime sending over, changing up their mid and support, bringing in some new players. We thought that this roster, at least both of them, should have been able to put up a little bit more of a fight than what we got for the rest of summer.
Absolutely. I mean, like I am honestly just a little bit upset about RA. I do actually believe very heavily in this roster. I thought.
Oh man, they looked okay, man. Like
they looked fine, but I thought they would go from 12 to like 8th or something like that, not 12 to 16th. I thought they would gain 4 places, not lose them. I just thought it was kind of the way it worked.
The monkey paw curls.
Yeah.
You're like, I want you to move 4 places. All right, man.
Yeah. I was monkey ball for a lyric. It was like Mole gets to be on a professional team. He gets subbed out almost immediately. Oh.
No.
But look, you know, it is the nature of the thing. It is the style of a league, you know, kind of setup. It is, you know, here in the LPL, you end up with 17 teams. There are just going to be some worse than others. That's how it works. That is just how competition is sometimes.
True.
But for LGD and for Ultra Prime, want to see them kind of coming in this one strong. I want to see them kind of, you know, push from the advantage that we've seen. And I think the biggest thing, and I've said this all split long, for LGD, I need consistency. I need them to come in and do their usual game one where they look absolutely fantastic. Game ones for LGD have not been a problem. If they come in game one here and smash Ultra Prime, fantastic. That's not what I'm looking for. I need them to do the exact same thing then in game number 2, because that's what's been the biggest key kicker here for the side of LGD. They haven't been able to keep up the momentum despite very good starts in the series.
They have never won a series that has gone to 3. This entire split. It has been only 1-game wonders, and then we get into game 2, and even the second games, not all of them have been particularly clean. There has been a lot of mistakes. Obviously, we've seen a lot of losses for this squad, and coming into what looks to be your second to last match here, really hoping that they can focus up, really hoping that they can show a little bit more, like you were saying. The game ones, they come in with a lot of preparation. They come in with so much that makes it very easy for them to actually win that game one. But that's not always the case. There have been a ton of games, even their last series up against LNG, where the game one was going well, and then a few critical mistakes, specifically coming from players like Dream and like Doggo, that unfortunately leave this team with a couple more losses in the column. It's really unfortunate, especially when we have seen such promising games from either squad.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that it's always been promising. It's always been, okay, you know what? We're having fun. We're enjoying this. Let's see how we kind of get on with this. It's not been able to stick, and that's why we do see these two teams kind of like duking out their last few games, you know, in the season. They actually both play over the weekend here. Ultra Prime and then LGD play on Monday, I do believe. So they're both playing 2 series within the last 4 days of the regular split. But for me, I do need to see a lot more from these teams. I want to see them kind of go for this one. And again, like I said, making it so close that you're only 1 series off of playoffs is somewhere to begin for the spring 2024 split. We're no longer going to try and talk about that, but we're going to talk about what happens in-game as we jump into picks and bans. And already, Harry getting some decent bans towards him there with the Jacks. I would like to see the Gnar from LGD if they really want to try and punish him.
Something to note, Dream here on his 4th series, or on his, sorry, this is his, just want to make sure, this is his 3rd split, or 3rd series here, this split. And I'm interested to see what we actually get out of this player. They obviously played on Ninjas Pajama's last split in spring, but we look at his pool and there was already a decent physical damage champion pool. There was a lot of Jace, there was some Renekton, there was obviously the Yone and the Tristana. Most of these champions are pretty meta, and so it's surprising to me to see Dream mostly on AP champions, the Ahri, the Annie, and the Sylas being 3 out of the 4 that we've gotten. I do want to kind of see what happens if we get him on, you know, more of those physical damage carries, because they are so incredibly strong. We have been seeing more of an index towards the laning phase. People are not just like taking the most greedy runes and greedy matchups to try to say, hey, at 11, once we hit level 11, around 18 to 21 minutes, then we're going to start fighting. It's how early, how dominant can we be so early on? And LGD grabbing themselves Haichao's LeBlanc.
Getting the LeBlanc in here, we know how incredibly powerful this pick can be in both the team fight sense and a split pushing one as well. Get that nice little bit of poke down all the time with those static shiv procs. But now Ultra Prime, they have an opportunity here to kind of, you know, get themselves locked in. We actually have been seeing the Kai'Sa and NA going towards that mid lane a little bit more. Bot lane, it's pretty much been the exclusivity here in the LPL, because it does mean that you can go for things like a Yone, maybe even a Yasuo if you really want to go for it. And I love the high priority here for the side of Ultra Prime to get that Rel. Still a flex between Sword Art and Ning.
Rel is just so broken, and like you were saying, in the jungle, it's fantastic. It gives you a lot of flexibility, like we were talking about, so Ultra Prime don't have to necessarily show their hand. Here for LGD, have to be thinking, okay, I don't know if Rel's really going to be able to catch someone like a LeBlanc, so let's try to cover our bases. I think a Xayah Rakan would do a lot of work. It would give Jinzhao his ability to actually find engages, but LGD potentially even trying to pick up Fearness's top lane pick, and we have seen the Cassante side of this matchup be solved, and while it is banned, grabbing the Renekton at least would give it a lot of priority, like you were saying, for those early objectives, not necessarily for the Dragon, but to maybe even play for a Herald and contest Ultra Prime.
I think Ultra Prime here, like, you have to pick something in the mid lane. I feel like you need something that can kind of control the LeBlanc, at least for the first few levels of the game. So they're going to go with the Annie, making that big kind of burst down. But again, I think LGD are going to be fine just banning away top laners right now and just kind of saying, look, we're cool with this. Ultra Prime might actually feel comfortable enough to ban away either the Rakan and then either a jungler or a... another top lane, or excuse me, another AD carry themselves. We'll see. Actually, no, they won't ban an AD carry. The Zaya's already picked. I'm silly.
Oh,
it's too early. It's too
no,
early.
yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty early for you. So you're allowed to make that. It's okay. Like, it happens to the best of us here. For Ultra Prime and for both of these teams, actually, LGD, I think the focus should be on supports right now. There are not a lot of them available, and you already see from the side of Ultra Prime, they really want to try to get rid of anything that Jinjad could try to go in for. LGD, focus is on AD junglers. I like that the Wukong is banned. I think if they are going to try to prioritize a Sejuani or a Maokai, being able to pick up some Merc Treads as well as some just magic resist in general will go a long way for LGD in being able to bring up their defenses.
Yeah, I mean, need to have to try and get some kind of front line here to go in with the Renekton, but it will not be the Sejuani or the Nautilus. Interesting enough that the Rakan hasn't been picked, which does indicate to me that Ultra Prime might be going for a Rakan pick themselves to try and maybe, you know, flex that rel into the jungle, or they're just happy with that combination of the lovers duo in the bot side.
Would it be an interesting flex? You've obviously gotten rid of some of the bad matchups here. Maybe they're looking at LGD trying to pick up the Braum if you are going to take the Rakan side of the matchup. We talked about it. Hey, is Rel going to be a flex? Whether or not they're going to be able to actually utilize it will be another AD jungler taken away here, Nings Viego, which hasn't had too much success on, but glad to see that it's being taken away. Ultra Prime, what is your pick for LGD? They still have to think about their jungle and support combination here. And okay, I guess we're getting it. We're getting Ning on the Kazakhs.
Getting ourselves a lot more aggression here, and I'm curious to see where they kind of like bring this comp together, because it's kind of a lot of all in there from Ultra Prime, but not a lot of frontline. Rel is very alone with the Tibbers to try and deal with some of this damage, but LGD now going to figure out where they want to try and bring the rest of their composition, locking in their own jungle. I mean, the Poppy would be decent into the Kazakhs, but not really going to stop much else out of this team, and there's going to be at least a decent front line for LG to try and protect or set up for this Xayah and LeBlanc. Now they got to get the Alistar here. I like this as well. Good disengage, good ways of kind of stopping the dive. Alistar fantastic at just kind of, you know, popping down the pulverize to make sure that when everyone's jumping in, he can keep his AD carry and his mid laner safe.
I'm liking this from both teams right here. For Ultra Prime, going for something that is pretty aggressive. The Ornn would give them an out as the game goes longer. Like you were saying, they have so much threat onto whoever steps in front of them. So we're looking at Dream on this Annie. Can he set up the rest of his team? Should be able to easy knock up the stun into the knockup and some of the combinations that we get from the Rel. LGD, if they can survive the first hit, I actually think that they have a lot of tools to be able to do so. Like you're saying, the Alistar, LeBlanc as well, if they can just withstand the first couple of punches thrown by Ultra Prime, their return fire is going to be great. You're going to have LeBlanc coming back from a distortion. Poppy is an incredibly tanky tank. And for Xayah, the longer she can put down feathers, the harder it makes for Ultra Prime to actually step forward.
That's the big thing. Going to be very hard for Ultra Prime to kind of get into these fights. You were looking at a pretty big Annie engaged from the Tibbers to really kind of set things up. You would love to have the Ornn, you know, on the side, kind of, you know, go for something a little bit more kind of crazy, but it is a bit of a secondary engage. We've got both teams locked and loaded, both teams down the bottom of the tables, but like I said, you want to be trying to move up as quick and as fast as you possibly can, just so you know that there's not huge amounts you need to change. You end up dead last in the summer split, there's definitely a conversation to be like, you know, who do you keep? What do you want to try and go for? So these players are fighting for their careers, to be perfectly honest, to make sure they've got a team for next split.
Oh my god.
I got set the stakes high.
General Manager,
set the stakes high.
General Manager Ashin is coming through. He wants to make sure if you're misperforming, you're done. You're off the team. The fantasy for Mr. Ashin here is not going to do well. He's got points lined up.
I am the cutthroat manager in this. You know, you ever play like Football Manager or anything like that. I'm just like, oh, we're not performing. Gut the entire team. Move on. Let's try a lot of the rookies and try again. But we'll see if either of these sides end up having the same feelings towards that. But we're going to jump straight in onto the Rift here for game number 1 of this best of 3. Only 12 more best of 3s left in the regular split before we get a 2-day break, and then we are straight into our best of 5s. Time flies when you are having fun. We are going to be almost certainly the first region to lock in all 4 of our representatives. May even be the first one team to get locked in for Worlds. We'll have to wait and see.
That'd be a lot of fun. You know, I was thinking about it in terms of formats, and I know China and Korea definitely perform a little bit better than North America and LEC. So I wanted to see if you guys would have a cool format where, like, I know that in the play-in section, there's like NA and EU have to play for that last spot. I wanted to see China versus Korea. I wanted to see if maybe there would be some 4th seed action or get some, you know, get the 5th seeds in. Hell, screw it. We're giving them more seeds to internationals.
More LPL, more LCK. No one has a chance. It's just those 2 regions. I mean, it would have been fun. I will say I'm a little, not sad, but it's kind of like we don't get any LPL or LCK teams in play-ins this year with the new format. I'm excited for the new format. That was just not
fair, though, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, I know, but I like seeing the LPL team because everyone. I'll be totally honest. It's like the LPL teams are good, but like I wouldn't say that all LPL teams absolutely clear all other regions. You know, there's definitely been a couple of times where I've put question marks over the team we're sending to perform, but LGD 2020 definitely comes to mind in my head. But
oh, true.
It's yeah, I mean, but look, it is the way it is, and I'm excited to see kind of the way that the new format works, the new 16-team round robin Swiss bracket that we've got going for ourselves.
Just GSL groups as well. Just throw GSL in there at one point or
another.
we
got a lot going in there. So
yeah, there's a lot, and guess what? I definitely won't have to worry about it, but if you guys do for later in the broadcast, that's for you guys to worry about. I get to be a viewer.
Never say never.
Oh, true, I guess. Everybody's going to suddenly get... Nope, never mind. I'm not gonna put that energy out
Never
there.
jinx it. Never jinx it.
Yeah,
You never know what might happen.
In.
You saw what happened last week with the amount of casters falling by the wayside there due to illness. You never know sometimes. Always be prepared.
Yeah, I guess so. We've got junglers clearing to opposite sides of the map here. Ning playing towards that top side. Wants to make sure that Renekton, if they are going to get that crash, can be covered here. And even still has kind of an angle to go for the mid lane as Doggo and Sword Art, they get engaged upon. Ignite goes down onto Doggo, and LGD, their bot lane, have been playing incredibly aggressive with LPC returning to the roster. I think we have seen some glimmers of hope for this team as, bringing back the AD carry that kind of started the season, and even now with Meteor down here as well, there are some plays. I think Ultraprime do have to be careful.
Be very careful. They have a ward in this Tribush, so they'll know it's coming, but they've got no support whatsoever. Doggo's going to have to immediately back away from this one here. It does have the heal to keep him going. May need the flash as well, but a flash from Meteor could be good enough. It is. The auto attack into the red buff, but does Meteor die as well? Oh, it's so close. Not quite able to go down to the tower there. Now Sword Art finds himself CSing underneath this tower just to try and make sure that this XP doesn't go to waste.
And an entire other wave. I mean, Doggo just has to immediately flash to get away from the jump. A little too late, so he loses both of his summoners and still ends up going down. A first blood to LGD. It's got to be very, very painful already. As you saw Ning immediately go for his recall, recognizing there's nothing for me to do. We have complete control of top side. We even have vision into the enemy side jungle here. So just get all the items that I can. Try to be as powerful as possible. I think Ning right now, while you are trying to cover for your lanes, should be focused on getting that level 6 so you can have a bit more of an impact. And we can take a look at this. This is just a really hard spot to be in if you're Ultraprime, and a great timing to be LGD.
I mean, Doggo, I understand it from him and how frustrating it can be, but like you're getting to a point where it's like you should just recall. You know that if you're going to lose the wave anyway, there's no way you can contest this. You know that you're going to die if you stay. So you choose the lesser of two evils, I look. This has been a common trend for Doggo this entire split. He just decides to stay when he shouldn't. He takes a bad trade, and all of a sudden he not only loses the wave, he loses so much more after that. It is little things like that that just kind of have been hindering Ultraprime severely throughout this split. And look, You know, it's the end of the split. I don't have to be nice. I don't have to pretend that you're going to make playoffs or not. It's time to talk facts.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I just remember watching the TES series, and every time Doggo wanted to back, Jack and Liv was just like, here's an Ash Arrow. Here's another Ash Arrow. Oh, you wanted to recall? Here's another one. Just stopping him, and you could see in the player cam, Doggo was like, all right, bro, like, I guess I'm never recalling. Like, my timers are so incredibly screwed at this point, I can't even play the game. And that might be the case here in the second game. Already down 1,000 gold, starting to see some of those advantages start to creep up, not only from our bottom lane, but Fearness, you are playing as Renekton. We're expecting that to be the case early on. And right now, Meteor, when you are playing this Poppy, you have so many options in the early game. I think for Ultra Prime, that their ability to actually play comes at level 6 when they do have some more of those ultimates. And now that Dream has this Annie, should be looking to take aggressive trades up against Hai Chao, especially without that teleport. You should be looking to try to cause really bad back timings and open up space for some early objectives.
And what did I say? 6 minutes, Ning will go towards the dragon. And here we are. So we'll see if LGD want to contest it. They're kind of just like letting it go for the moment. Not exactly an ideal situation. Harry in a bit of a trade-off against Fearness. Fearness did pop the dominance, but Harry should be able to walk himself away. He is, of course, on the Ornn. And now LGD looking to try and contest. This dragon will reset, get a little bit of active HP. Yeah, they have got the timbers available. And Dream might look for a flash in. Double knock up here with the pulverize. They try to get some damage back on top of Sword Art. He's the target and he is dead. Dream is in a nightmare as he falls down as well. And this is what I was talking about. Ultra Prime going for the exact same play at 6 minutes. It just becomes so telegraphed.
I think they're also just not on the same page there. Dream saves the ultimate, flashes backwards to try to avoid the Alistar combo, and then ends up ulting the Alistar, which at that point, yeah, hey look, Alistar doesn't have ultimate, but that cannot be the play. We need to be seeing Ultra Prime on a little bit more of a, just on the same page. Look at where Dream is. Okay, fine. The dragon hits, flashes out, and then where does this land? Onto literally one member. After that, that is it. Not onto LPC, not onto someone like Hai Chao. They didn't immediately go for the turn, so some tunnel vision here for Ultra Prime. As LGD now take a 2,000 gold lead, have the dragon in their back pocket, and with this Rift Herald spawning, they're going to be way more powerful. I mean, Sword Art's nowhere even near this objective.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just difficult for Ultra Prime. And I will say, LGD, this is kind of par for the course for them. They have incredible game number ones usually all the time, and with Meteor now having 3 kills, he is the beneficiary of all of this this gold and extra little bit of kills coming into him. So he's feeling very good right now. Harry in this top side just trying to see if he can deal with Fearness, but this Poppy's going to be able to pick up this Rift Herald no problem whatsoever. They're going to be able to put that into mid or bot, I would imagine, either probably into mid lane, just to try to get that static shiv online as quick as possible. And yeah, I mean, for LGD, there is nothing wrong with what they're going for now. Doggo taking a bad trade at the moment. Those feathers are down, but now Sword Art's coming around side. There's a flash and an ult here for LPC, so he should just be fine. Sword Art does eventually get the crash down. That was awkward, to say the least. And now he's taking a lot of fight back. And yeah, LPC kind of runs this guy back to a home to his mama. She call him.
Yeah, LPC there, while he still has all of his summoner spells and the ultimate, it's just so difficult for Ultra Prime to find that kill. And now on a ward, he should be able to protect this. Good job from Jin Chao there.
Oh, and they need to get behind him, though. The flash is good, but the damage is better. Ning finally finds an opportunity to get Ultra Prime on the board.
There's the red buff, and it's ticking over. Ning, in the early game, has to be able to make early plays. You're going up against a Poppy as well. Just a great job of making sure that LPC just, hey, you can't be that far up. So they get both of his summoner spells. We'll see what they're actually able to do with it, because all this play is going to be making up for some of the deficit that this bottom lane has. But until they're able to crest that, until they're able to get more out of it, this is merely a stopgap measure in what we saw LGD's game plan was. Wow. Just a really good reaction coming out from LPC to start. And Ning, unfortunately, has way too much damage on Kha'Zix level 6. Find that first blood for them.
Gets the first kill on the side of Ultra Prime. Make sure that they're not falling too far behind in the grand scheme of things. Getting that Umbral Glaive as well to make sure that the vision control can be somewhat contested here by Ning. Evan Shroud has been finished up here by the Poppy, who's looking towards that mid lane. Maybe with Jin Zhao and with Hai Chao kind of now having, access to their ultimates and obviously the static shiv as well, Reptile's going to be dropped in and just giving more and more priority to this LeBlanc.
Now we'll see. I mean, they're just controlling mid lane. We have not seen Dream be a very proactive Annie so far, just in this game alone. I mean, half of why this champion is so good is the fact that you can just drop Tibbers and there's zero reaction from the opponent. They're just using the ultimate to clear out the way, make sure he's not getting dove here. Meteor gets a oh my.
Yeah,
Oh.
that is
Right,
the power of the Poppy. You do not get to play the game there as Harry uses the Ornhorn to try and clear out the wave a little bit, but Fearness has total control over this top side right now, building up a 20 CS lead. Yeah, the Ornn's gonna have to go back and immediately try and teleport back in because he's just straight up losing the lane.
Everything for LGD is coming up heads right now as they're using the fact that Meteor is so far ahead to take control of mid. After they drop the Rift Tail, they go into the topside jungle and contest for Raptors. So now they'll have that timer available to them. And Ning, while you are playing this Kha'Zix and you do have a lot of early damage, it does mean that you have to be ahead. You have to be getting gold. Otherwise, all this damage is for naught. You don't actually pose as a credible threat up against LGD. And so they can very easily walk into your jungle, start to take away your camps. You lose on an experience off of gold. They're getting tankier on the opposite side, so it doesn't get any easier for you as Ultra Prime. We're kind of expecting this team, okay, you brought Ornn as somewhat like a topside insurance policy for the later game, but even that part is starting to lose out way too much. It's all about losing with grace.
Yeah, Harry is going to get stunned up again in a second or two, but not quite got the cooldowns here, and Fearness is just putting the fear into Harry right now. No flash on the Ornn means that he's not going to be able to, and no TP either means he's not going to be able to be a part of this next fight. LPC gonna pop into the Feather Storm here and try trade back here with Sword Art. Does get Sword Art locked up there with a little bit of the root. Jin Zhao thought about maybe coming in on top of that one there, but not going to be happening. But again, look, Ultra Prime, you can't contest this now. There's no real way you can go for this dragon fight because you're just not in a position to fight it.
There's no Ornn ultimate. Your mid laner just now TP'd into mid, so maybe we could see Ning and Dream link up to try to find a single pick. But Ning right now, he's looking at his jungle camps and he's like, well, I have two of them. I've got my Krugs, I just took my Wolves, my Red's starting to respawn. There's nothing for me.
They're not around this dragon either.
Exactly. Without Sword Art there, it's just like, this is already difficult as it is. We really need to be able to link up. Doggo's taking a recall, so what are Ultra Prime even going to be able to do? We wanted to see them have early aggression, maybe find some of those early objectives that we had talked about, but LGD are just completely running the early game. It's that LGD Game 1 buff. They are looking incredibly dominant here.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what's stronger, the LGD Game 1 buff or the fact that LGD just like to have little happy moments towards those mid to late game team fights. I will say, first items across the board for them. Pretty much everyone on the side of LGD has got themselves a first item now. Fearness. He could 1v2 this. I actually have no doubt in my mind that he could 100% 1v2 this if they didn't get the CC down. Ning very, very careful to make sure he doesn't go down, and that's going to be Fearness getting himself killed off in that top side.
Yeah, if there was a flash difference, very real that he at least goes 1 for 1 there. But more kills, another kill here going over to Ultra Prime, and it does go over to Harry, and so we'll see what he's able to do on this Ornn. Port number to note is level 13, so you can start giving out more and more of those mythics. Don't know if we'll necessarily get to that point, because this is around the time when we start to see some of our side laners specifically stop to pick up gold. Meteor's going to try and stop this back. Hai Chao is coming, as well as Fearness.
Yeah, there is no ultimate, no flash, and no life. Hai Chao picks up that kill. Nice response here from the side of LGD. And now there's no teleport to confirm for this top side, so that's going to be almost certainly a turret going down, no questions asked. 13 seconds till the Rift Herald spawns as well. I mean, LGD, yes, they're getting caught out once or twice in the, kind of these sidelines, but I don't think it's a terrible situation for them because Ultra Prime aren't doing anything with these kills. Nope. They're not gaining an objective or anything else from it.
I mean, look at where they're kind of putting themselves. Jin Zhao already was making his move towards the top side. Hai Chao even swapping now, so now they have their bot lane available for this. How much damage Doggo will actually be able to get onto this turret when there are no turret plates is going to feel a little less impactful for Ultra Prime now. As Hai Chao gets over there, we talked about it, their first turret now going over to LGD, and Rift Herald's already being started here by Meteor, so Ultra Prime, it feels like they're waiting for something that doesn't exist. Maybe it's this pick onto Hai Chao, but I think at most they're going to be able to grab a flash out of the LeBlanc. Immediately gets spotted out by a ward. So every single play feels like it's just stopped immediately. Like they're just stepping on Legos. There's nothing for them to actually be able to do. They're going to get rid of this mid-tier one as well. Not enough action from anybody that isn't named Ning, really, for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, now Jin Zhao's kind of keeping everybody away from this mid lane, so you're not going to be able to defend this tier 2 either that well. So, I mean, this is just straight up 3 towers off the bot. We're going to see a ultimate come in that knocks back the Rel. You're now 4v5. You cannot defend this. This is just so well played from LGD and Ultra Prime. Like you said, they look lost. They don't really know where they're going. They're figuring out, oh, maybe if we go for this, crap, okay, it's a LeBlanc. We got spotted out on Vision. We're not going to make that happen. Okay, let's go back mid. Damn it, we now can't go that way because there's a Meteor and Jin Zhao in the way. I mean, honestly, if Haichat wanted to stay, he could probably take on that turret as well. That's how far ahead they are and how just lost Ultra Prime look, to be perfectly honest. They are now up 5,000 gold, and it's only 16 minutes.
You got a dragon spawning in a minute and a half. It feels like Ultra Prime, they're, you know, they in terms of early game stats, they do have a rather high first dragon percentage for a team that is in the bottom half of the standings. They are 6th out of all of our teams here, 53% in total for first dragons. That is their play. You talked about it in, you know, when we got into the game, 6 minutes, started the early dragon, see if we can drive a Rift Herald. But as soon as that went awry, all of Ultra Prime's game just kind of fell apart. Feels like the plan fell apart. They couldn't actually immediately adapt on the fly to what they wanted to be able to do. And now Meteor, a carry for this team. He is typically the person that we look for in terms of being able to actually get some early game stuff down. Fearness, do not E over this wall. We saw Sword Art in their last series up against TES when we got the Hysterics legendary solo cast. The way that he died before the early game, we need to see that not from Fearness. You do not jump over that wall. You end up surviving. It just feels like Ultra Prime now, they have to death push. They have to be able to catch LGD unaware.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know that meme where it's just like, oh, it sounds like Wrong Dog, and it's just like, buddy, and it's like, ask the question, you know? It's like they're sitting in a brush. It's like, come on, buddies. Like, this is desperate even for you guys right now. It's 17 and a half minutes, just not in a position to try and go for anything. And yeah, you're relegated here to going for this. I mean, look how tanky Meteor is. Yes, he went with the Evan Shroud, but he's got a Sunfire Aegis. He knows that he can be a frontline to everyone on the side of Ultra Prime because no one's going to be burning through him at any time soon. So it just feels like, to me, you're not really coming out with enough of a, you know, kind of a game plan here for Ultra Prime. You're already starting to go towards, you know, quote-unquote desperation measures. I mean, top lane's pushing against you. Mid lane control is belonging to LGD. Bot lane needs to be sorted out as well. I just don't see how you're able to contest around this dragon, but you have to. You can't let Soul Point go up this early.
Gonna have to rely on Harry at this point. They're even teleporting in for this, but look at this flank. Not completely marked. They will not know where LeBlanc is. We'll show now. Harry, Dream, you gotta do something, man.
I mean, here we go. Magnet Storm on the floor. They're going to try and pop down everybody, and Fearness is dead before he can pop the Dominus. Jin Zhao now focusing on the top side. It's a top laner for support trade, but the carries of LGD are still standing strong. Good ultimate here from the Poppy. Just give them a little bit of breathing room, but it's a 2-for-1 trade for a moment. Doggo can do work, but Haichao and LPC still very, very healthy, and there's a blue buff as well. Look at those static Shiv procs coming in here. The Tibbers gets brought back, but it will be going down very soon. Will they be able to get the steal off on this one here? Look how low they're going in. They're going to jump in straight away on top of the Kazakhs as Meteor wants this Soul Point. You're 3v4, and yet you are still too far behind. LGD knew just how powerful they could be, and they wiped the floor with Ultra Prime.
The fact that LPC had ultimate that entire fight, it just feels like the final nail in the coffin. It's only 19 minutes. It's 9-4, but that gold lead is insurmountable. Now a Mountain Soul Point here for LGD. If you take a look, this beginning of the fight was good. Haichao could not get in. He got some meaningful damage, but immediately they turned. They know that LeBlanc cannot interact with this. They even have the Ornn ultimate. But I think Doggo, using this ultimate way too early, you want to be able to reposition. You're already fear firing. The rest of your team is good. If you have that tool available to you, I think they're able to actually make that turn. I don't know why they're controlling this side of the river. Why does Dream walk onto this side? We need to see them get right into the Dragon Pit and immediately get into position to stop LGD. Meteor just sends it, recognizing, like you're saying, he's tanky. He can go right in with his Evan Shroud and do a hell of a lot of damage alongside that.
Yeah, I mean, this was just, again, Ultra Prime did everything they needed to do, but the two people you killed weren't the carries. You killed the Renekton, you killed the Jinzhao, Alistair, but you didn't kill the LeBlanc and the Xayah. Those are the people you need to be throwing your Flash Tibbers on top of and making that work. And look at Meteor, he's unafraid, he knows. He's got health, he's got magic resistance, he's got armor. No one's touching him. He's just going to be able to face check all the time.
And this entire time that they're doing this, thank you to our observers, Haichao is splitting on the sideline. He's going to get vision for himself, and as soon as they see all these members here, Haichao should be feeling more than comfortable, okay?
There's a flash, but Fearness should be able to slice and dice his way out of this one here. Meteor with a good ultimate to make sure he doesn't get caught out. Now LPC gets dropped on, but the Feathers come back, and they're going to be able to go for it, but a flash in. Ning does get himself the kill. We can see now with Haichao coming in off the back of this one, do you want to still go for this fight? They know where everybody is. Haichao now recognizes he's on top of a ward. Ning is kind of in no man's land, to be perfectly honest, so he's going to be caught out, you would imagine, the next second or two. And there's going to be the kill confirmed in a second. Yeah, Ning knows he's dead. He's just going to give it over to Meteor. There's definitely the lesser of two evils when you're giving over kills. Definitely don't want to give more over to the LeBlanc, but one-for-one trade at the end of it all.
You know, coming into this series, you know, you can say that solo kills for certain lanes are kind of fraudulent in terms of stats. Meteor picks up his 6th solo kill there of the game, and he's first out of junglers. Harry, you're caught out, bud.
Yeah, and so are the rest of Ultra Prime. Doggo trying to see what he can do, but he's ulted away. One more static shift proc ult, or auto attack, I should say, would definitely confirm it. It does just that. 10 strats now on this Dark Seal here for Haichao, who's having an absolutely fantastic game. 6-0-5 for the Poppy, 5-0-5 for the LeBlanc. Just LGD, honestly, 10,000 gold and looking so comfortable. Even when Ultra Prime find themselves a good pick-off, it doesn't matter. They're too far behind.
At this point, all of the goodwill that maybe their composition was able to buy is just gone at this point, just completely spent. If you take a look at this play afterwards, you know, it starts off with them actually being able to find Fearness after, well, it's a pretty suspect flash coming out from the Renekton. And while this damage onto LPC is great, I love that Ning is threatening the backline. Unfortunately, Dream and Harry, they're trying to keep this front line engaged in. Doggo knocked out Meteor with that ultimate, I think having a game-changing Verdict's Hammer there. By sending the Kaisa out of the fight, it means that Doggo cannot actually potentially re-engage, find more picks. So LGD now almost 12,000 gold ahead at this point. Soul spawning in a minute for them. And Ultra Prime, these two items that you're at, they're about as strong as you're going to get. Harry is now hit level 13, so can give out an ultimate or ornament soon. But Annie's got to pick up her second item, and maybe they find this pick on the Fearness to get them something.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see them kind of taking a lot of time here. 4 members stacked in. They will invest quite a lot here. And so low! 1v4, and he stands into the face of the void and says, I am not afraid. Ultra Prime went for a bit of a Hail Mary, and that Hail Mary will not be answered. Their prayers shall go unheard as LGD now push in the mid, the top. They look for absolutely everything else, because the funny thing is, like you said, that 30 seconds until that Dragon Soul spawns, and there's not really a lot you can do. There's going to be the Feathers go flying. Sword Art is dead. LPC trying to see if he can deal with Ning and Dream, but it doesn't look like it's going to be an easy fight as they do lose their support. Still plenty of damage available to this Kha'Zix and Annie, but I mean, the rest of the map is being taken right now. Ning now sprinting towards that dragon, saying to himself, look, I need something. I need anything to try and go right for our team. And right now, he's going to get caught out because they know exactly where he is, and he has nowhere to run right now. He's going to have to try and sneak himself out here with the ultimate in a couple of seconds.
Unfortunately for him, the only thing he can get is his blue buff. Can't contest for this dragon at all. Haichao is even still splitting on the opposite side of the map. Ning, not on vision quite yet, but he'll get spotted as soon as he leaves.
He knows what it's on now. 4,000 HP. He needs to jump in. TP coming in on top of this one here, but the steadfast presence denied. You may not enter here. TP comes in. That's Dream now running away, but will he be able to get away from this one? That is the question. Haichao was split pushing on that top side and brought in 3 members of Ultra Prime. Now Dream still in that nightmare. And this is LGD slaughtering Ultra Prime. Yep, Haichao will die. 1,000 gold shutdown goes over to the Kaista. It literally means nothing. You've lost 2 inhibitors. You're going to lose another third one here. It's done.
Everybody is just getting pulled across the map. LGD, they'll grab themselves the soul. They'll even be able to kind of push out. And these are now 3 inhibitors down with the Baron finally subsiding. So the entire 2.5 minutes was a full court press onto Ultra Prime. Rightfully so with how ahead they are. So 13,000 up, they'll get their recalls in. They should all be about an item and a half up at this point across their counterparts. You see here, Ning, even in wins and losses, always feels like the most important player for Ultra Prime. They live and die by this guy. He says, I'm going in, and if you don't follow up, well then guess what? I'm going to be dead. You're just going to have to follow up on me, whether or not you actually... This is not an asking situation. I am telling you that we are going forward, that we are going to try and contest for this. And right now, they're in such a bad deficit, it's going to look like a lot of Ning going forward, and unfortunately into the unknown, into the breach. His team cannot follow up. We are just we're in a holding pattern. We're waiting for LGD and how they close this game out.
It is a matter of time, rather than matter of when than if at this point now. You can see a world where Ultra Prime are able to kind of go for it. I will say Doggo's going towards that AD variant of the Kai'Sa. Obviously, plenty of AP available to the between the Ornn and the Annie, if I do say so myself. But yeah, look, triple inhib. And the worst thing is these inhibs went roughly around the same time as each other, so you're going to have 4 minutes, roughly, of double super minions everywhere. Here we go. The Ornhorn comes in, does knock up Jin Zhao and Meteor, but they are not the people you want to be prioritizing. Nexus turrets have fallen. Fearness jumps in on top of everybody. He wants some kind of revenge for the amount of times he got picked off. The Rel, the Annie have all fallen down. They will take down the Kai'Sa as well. The only people left are Ning and Harry. But this is game 1, and this is LGD getting themselves an advantage in this series.
20-9. Ultimate comes even back up just because it was interrupted by the Ornn. Maybe try to pad some KDAs, probably pad some of those stats as we get to our end game screen, but LGD, it's LGD in game 1s, but Ultra Prime just looked absolutely lost in this first game.
Didn't look great for them. LGD did what they needed to do. Ultra Prime, unfortunately, needed to start figuring out how they kind of come in. And it comes back down to how this entire thing started was LGD knew at 6 minutes there would be a Dragon Tank. Ning goes for it almost every single game. It is impossible for this not to happen. So when you have this information, you know this is going to happen. I mean, you're just leaving yourself so wide open in these situations to just getting countered. And again, they knew exactly what was going to happen, so they fought for it.
As soon as that first Dragon came in, Ultra Prime just looked like, oh, well, what do we do? Because every game we were usually able to get a first Dragon, and then, we're able to snowball it after that. But unfortunately, came down to they lost that fight. You saw immediately LGD move towards the top side. Meteor was already super far ahead because he got that first blood onto Doggo so early on. So even their bot lane was winning. And usually when we see this team for Ultra Prime, it's Ning gets some early advantages. He plays for his lanes, and then you're hoping and praying that Doggo can have one of those incredible moments as a marksman. But it feels like every game, one of them gets cut out from underneath them in terms of the foundation. Either Ning is taken out super early on, or Doggo really falls prey to some early ganks on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, look, Doggo just kind of doesn't really know where he wants to be in sometimes in these lanes. It does still feel like a big sticking point here for the side of Ultra Prime. Again, we'll see what they're able to kind of go for it, but I want to really kind of praise LGD. They came in with a game plan. They knew how they wanted to play. They basically won every single lane. Fearness was getting advantages on top side. Haichao was basically untouched on this LeBlanc versus the Annie, and I feel bad for Ning, but like Meteor just out jungled you. It was a gap across the entire spectrum of the game, and there is no really kind of nice way to put it there for Ultra Prime. But for LGD, I need to see them do this again. I want to see them kind of continue with this momentum and show to us that they can keep it consistently.
This would be their first series, if we even see it, for LGD. They have not been able to win a series that goes to 3. We have seen them 2-0, but unfortunately every series that goes to 3, they're just not able to keep up steam. We'll see what they can do for the side of LGD, and for a team that was so promising. Obviously have not had the best splits. There is that long period before week 4 where they had not won a single series. They had gotten close in a couple of instances. Full 3-game series in week 2. it's nice to see them finally with some in that win column, and a lot of that did come off of the back of how their jungler was playing, how Meteor looked for this team, even with the swap out of topside, even with all the shenanigans that were going on with Jin Chao swapping to support, with LPC and Envy stepping in. Meteor has seemed like the most consistent member for this squad, and now coming back, obviously in years past, wasn't able to do all that much. We saw him on BLG last and 2 years ago before this, and now he's making his return. Hopefully we can see Meteor not only in this game and not only in his future series up against RNG, but in the future for 2024, maybe find some more success. It seems like a promising young jungler.
I'm gonna be honest, it's very satisfying in Ultra Prime seeing them all have 4 deaths. It's just like 4. Very satisfying for me personally. Even Fearless
cosplay.
trying to jump, yeah, Fearless trying to jump in there as well. But yeah, I mean, look, Meteor played exceptional. I think he's going to be my MVP for that particular game. I think that, you know, there's no real doubt in my mind that he deserves it on that one. And for LGD, keep it up. Get this momentum going. Try and build yourself into a 2-0. You need to at least go for that. You need to at least try and make this a consistent win for yourself. But we'll have to wait and see or if Ultra Prime have something up their sleeve. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, pick some bands for game number 2.
그러다가 SD가 달리겠어요. 아니 근데 지금 저 체력이 아니 그럼 들어갑니다. 페이지가 아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어. 페이지를 베지탕 먹었고요. 여기 3루 수 트리플 K. 아니 한타 어그로 픽공을 도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가. 아니 잠깐만 왜안 찍어야? 펜타킬.
You wanna know where I am? You wanna know exactly what goes on? You stand where I stand.
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And you kill! The saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertack Gaming comes up big again.
レポートを守るために怒りなき間のバックライン発射、そこに合わせのポンプブロッサム、ただフェザーストームでよくていますがアリアを捉えることには成功している。ただイコライザーものすごく痛い。それに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップ。さああとは体力の低いヒロキと、そしてワシダイはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得。デトネーション大霞。
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda Sonic, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup se hace de oro Zoe, tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, furia de dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la vaca a la C, y porque se le cuchilla por parte de Seo, una vaca, doble, del pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho, la 10, se lo roba, Movistar R7, triple asesinante y quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no da las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta de Seo.
R7, el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura que está defendiendo el Nexo.
계속 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요. 와드 뒤쪽에 인터가 안 했는데
영재가
타이밍 잘 잡았거든요.
예, 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞기를
그냥
맞기를 아니 우와 쇼메이커.
E o Loss acaba ficando com a eliminação. Desconta agora na mesma moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico na equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada da Fúria. Será que dá?
Through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. Look at my baby, that summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads till the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are in Shanghai for our first series of the day, where LGD put down the hurt onto Ultra Prime and took themselves a 1-0 advantage in this best of three as we catapult ourselves towards the end of the regular split. I am still Just Ushi, and I am joined by the audacious Alk Battery as we come into our second series, or second game of our first series, excuse me. We gotta talk about our MVP. It was Meteor. It wasn't never gonna be anyone else. Meteor was the catalyst of everything that happened that was good for LGD.
He made sure to get some early action, as well as set their bottom lane behind in the opposite side for Ultra Prime. So, honestly, high marks, high regards for a player who has been so good for this team in LGD, who has been one of the standouts. 5 MVPs for him, as they've been able to do well so far. And as we go through some of these highlights, I mean, LGD, it just felt like every single play worked for them, and for right reason. There was good setup. Talk about the bot lane matchup. We talk about them even moving into the enemy jungle and playing for those objectives. I love when we get to see Meteor on things that maybe also have a movement ability, but also are able to actually play incredibly aggressive. Make sure that they give him the tools to actually make things happen.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor was just the lifeblood of everything that went right here for LGD. And even here, like, Doggo makes a mistake, thinks, look, I can stay here, I'm losing too much on the wave. But now he loses the wave, and he loses his life. It kind of is easy as that. And even in the moments where, again, you know, you think that Ultra Prime are able to kind of go for something, he was constantly putting himself to the forefront, making sure that they weren't able to get a foothold in this game.
It was incredible. I'm glad that we were able to see that. But for Ultra Prime, we need to see them, like, they're out of game one. They're no longer dizzy. I remember an interview from Sword Art post game after they had won one of those series where they were like, we just got to make sure that we're like all like awake and kind of just, you know, we're some old men. We got to make sure that we're up and kind of aware. And while it was a little jokey, I do think for Ultra Prime, they did feel a little lost. The game was happening to them and not necessarily with them as an active participant. And I do want to see that kind of wake up, because we have seen games where Ultra Prime actually are able to make things happen, but a lot of that is revolving around some of those early objectives.
Yes, that's the thing. When Ning is allowed to just dictate the early stage of the game, the first 20 minutes, they get all 4 objectives. Looks fantastic for Ultra Prime. I do not want to see LGD allow them have that. I do not want to see LGD just kind of let them get that first dragon and build it up, and then we go to a game 3. You now know exactly what's going to happen. 6 minutes on the dot. Be ready for a dragon take. That is how this game is going to go. But we'll see. LGD, of course, able to kind of maybe get themselves a 2-0 and build off of the successes they've had so far this year. Probably look at the scoreline and going, what successes are you talking about? If you haven't been watching LGD all season, they have had exceptional game number 1s. They just need to make it into the game number 2. They need to try and build that momentum a little bit stronger.
They have not won a single series going to 3. It is something we're going to keep harping until the end of the season, until they finish their final game, until we see maybe the trend get bucked here. But not many games really do so, and even as we crest into not only our postseason, but going into 2024, these are 2 teams who are going to have to look very hard in the mirror, look inward and say like, okay, which one of you are going to be kind of staying and potentially which ones are we going to be keeping to try to build as franchise pieces. We talked about how Ultra Prime, they have a lot of great veterans, Ning, Doggo, and Sword Art, but it's those developmental pieces. It's in those solo lanes, like what are we going to do with Harry? What are we going to do with Forge and Dream now? Same thing for LGD, like so many newer players, but how many of them are going to be able to stick around? Which ones are going to be returning to LDL or potentially going off into other regions? These are kind of our final looks at these two.
Yeah, I mean, we are into the final stages of the regular split. We have the next 3 days of the weekend, including today, and then, of course, Monday to finish it all off, which our previously delayed OMG versus AL series has now been moved to. Ooh. So we'll wait to see how that all ends up kind of working out together. But for LGD, they need to try and, again, make the best out of the worst situation. I think that, getting a 2-0 here today, maybe going up against RNG and giving them a little bit of a smackdown, as we've seen them do in plenty of years gone by, is definitely something that can happen and is not exactly unlikely in the grand scheme of things. But Ultra Prime going to put themselves on the blue side this time around to make sure that they get that first priority pick. So we'll see if LGD want to take away some of those extra bans. Maybe we see the LeBlanc ban just straight off the bat because they know they can't deal with it.
Well, then you have to ban LeBlanc, and then you have to start thinking of, well, we also have to ban Nico. And if you are on blue side, there are only so many champs you're actually able to get rid of. And for Dream, I do think that some of this was part of like a bit of like a confidence of them being able to actually call which targets we're going for. When you are Annie, you are now in the driver's seat. No one can tell you like, hey, you need to be looking for this. As Annie, you need to be very proactive and you need to be looking for damage, looking for when you can drop down the stun. So now we'll see, like you're saying, blue side, do they change anything? Well, they've got, now it's actually LGD taking away the LeBlanc. And so for Ultra Prime, do you look at the Jace or are you going to look towards the jungle here to get rid of things from Meteor?
We'll see. Right now, they're looking like they're just kind of taking away that Rel was too much of an issue for Sword Art to take away, but also not really have the same level of impact maybe Jin Jia would have on it. The LeBlanc's been taken, the Vi. Maybe they want to go towards the Kaisa as well, but I don't think LPC was really upset with it. No, they're actually going to take away the Poppy themselves, recognizing, look, Harry and Ning could take this away from ourselves, and we just think it's too strong of a champion in this current meta.
So it means now Ultra Prime, they're going to be grabbing the Jace, which has been a pretty big mid lane staple, and so we're not going to see too many new champions from Dream here in his third series. I mean, going to be looking at kind of what can they do. We didn't see too much from Dream early on in that game, and so to give him Jace does mean that you are asking for your mid lane to win, to have a winning jungle mid 2v2. Ning, start to look towards those match damage junglers. I think Maokai has been so incredibly strong for the entire year, and definitely for giving Ning the ability to control the river would be something to see. They are immediately going to slam that in, so that's their combo to go for. What is the response here for Ultra Prime? What is his third? It could be 80 carry. You know, the Xayah is still available.
I'd like to see them honestly go with the Cassante or Renekton. I'd like to see them kind of get that top half of the map solidified, make sure you have winning lanes in that regards, and then LGD kind of bring themselves into the conversation of do they want support or do they want kind of maybe to match either the mid or the top lane. Looks like Ultra Prime going to be going to pick up that Cassante, getting that guaranteed kind of, presence in those team fights and skirmishes. And LGD, I mean, Haichao could go straight back in towards this Annie. And honestly, it's literally just kind of anything you guys can do, we can do better, because Doggo was on the Kaisa in game number 1 and Dream on the Annie. So if this does get locked in, it's very much LGD kind of saying, look, we're happy with the way our comp was built last time. We just need to kind of double down on it.
This has been sort of the rhythm of the patch as we've been getting more and more games on it. You're either going to be picking for your mid lane and then looking to solidify your jungle and top side of the map, or picking up an AD carry like we saw here and then looking for jungle answers, as well as even trying to flex what you could potentially do. Because support, there are so many options right now. It's no longer that holy trinity of enchanter supports with Yuumi, Lulu, and Milio. It has really opened up to include a lot more of those traditional engaged supports, the Nautilus in particular being so infamous here in the LPL. Now looking at top side, getting rid of the Renekton, I think you also have to potentially think about the Gwen being picked up here for LGD, although it would be a lot of magic damage. I think without more and more tanks, it's definitely still a good look. Here for Ultra Prime, while the Ziggs is banned, if they're going to be building a lot more physical damage on the side of LGD, if you build a single armor penetration item, I think you're more than fine with going with the team that is a little bit more physical damage oriented.
I mean, absolutely. I think that LGD are kind of like just basically pigeonholing Ultra Prime into a situation where it's like, you want to go AP in the bot lane, cool, you're going to have to go the Varus, which is a very immobile AD carry. And when you're thinking of things like the Cyclone, the Tibbers, and even the Kai'Sa kind of shotgunning herself right into the back line, these are things that are just not able to kind of come out from, you know, or to be able to be safe, if you will, from a lot of these things. And I love this all-inning here from LGD. Give us more and more of this kind of all-in on top of Ultra Prime. Make sure that you're taking the team fights to your own kind of your own setup.
Especially when we're talking about dive. We're talking about immediate setup. I mean, Fearness will be able to call in the engage whenever they want. Going into Jace is a superb matchup. So even once we get to level 6, we're talking about playing for that early game, playing for potentially an early Herald. Well, you want to try and move your Cassante and your Jace into that play, there's going to be an Annie ult waiting for you. There's going to be a Malphite ult setting a Meteor for success. You have to be so careful here. And Ultra Prime, they want to try to say, look, our mid jungle are going to take control of the map, look to spread our influence, and let Doggo carry on one of his most picked champions this split, the Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, this is Ultra Prime getting themselves a much better cohesion with their composition. But again, LGD, they have fully committed to the dive right now. They are looking to dump everything on top of Doggo here on the side of Ultra Prime, and Massive Dream as well. Blow them up, and then after the fact, maybe we'll see them kind of go for something. But if you can survive this onslaught coming out here from the side of LGD, Ultra Prime have so much re-engage. They have so many ways of keeping you kind of away from the key carries. If you don't blow up this Jason Aphelios, you will struggle to try and, you know, burn out these team fights as LGD.
LGD have a few tools on themselves. I'm looking forward to what we can get from the supports here, because no longer is there going to be like a more of a reactive style, some lower range carries. With this Rakan, with this Nautilus, we should be looking at Xin Zhao and Sword Art to really start to affect the lanes. You even have the counter pick in terms of support in favor of Ultra Prime. We'll see what they can do. We want to see them. How much can Ultra Prime actually bounce back after a pretty devastating game 2? And LGD, it's all about that prep. It's all about that game 1. Now here, can they close out the series? Can they get us to our second series? Or are they going to be faltering yet again, like we have seen in a lot of cases? And looking forward to that game 3.
Let's wait and see. Both teams locked and loaded. Of course, LGD still 1-0 up in this best-of-3 series. Ultra Prime need a bounce back. They need some Cassante shenanigans to kind of come in here and make sure they can kind of bring back this series and look to try and end the season on as high of a possible placing that you could even expect given their current standings. But for LGD, they don't want to be bottom of the table. They do not want to be sitting there paddy last. They would love to start dragging people back into that conversation. A 2-0 would do just that to try and lift their spirits up just a little bit. We're going to jump onto the Rift and see how it all pans out here in game number 2.
Doggo here takes the cull as well, so it's going to be going for more farm. Ultra Prime, their objective is survive. Make sure that you do not get caught out. If you could survive the Malphite ultimate, maybe even escape an Annie ult as well with the Tibbers, you're in a great position. You really want to be able to poke out with Ning and Dream. Going for the AP Maokai build as well. This is not a great start. LPC. So about that game 3, Ashin.
Yeah. I mean,
What?
I don't know.
Why are we there?
I don't know. It's just, you know, these are things. These are just things that happen, and this is why
I wish they didn't.
I wish they didn't, but it's literally the game 1 buff for LGD. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know why they decide, you know what? We had an incredible game 1. You know what we should do in game 2? Absolutely throw it out the bin. That's what we should do. Like, I don't get it, but things happen. First blood goes over. No summoners were burnt on the side of LGD. Good hook here from Sword Art to land on the LPC, who's going to take a fair bit of chunk back. And this is the thing. It might not mean that much in the grand scheme of the game, but in terms of your mental, LPC is now feeling a little bit rattled.
I mean, he just sent it for the boys. I don't know what he was like. We're contesting red. We're not even letting Xin Zhao, the Rakan, be the one to step up. So, hey, you got some early vision, and both junglers are pathing towards this bottom side, and we'll see what they'll be able to do. But already, I mean, Ning is going to have a small advantage because of the actual jungle camps and which order he did them in. He's already starting on his Raptors. Meteor is going to be on his way, but by the time he starts up his Wolves, he's going to be on his red buff and potentially even looking to get out onto the map with 5 camps for Ning. So Meteor has a couple of options. Does he just go for this 4th camp and just decide afterwards, we're going to move into the bot side jungle, we're going to use High Chow to put down vision and prevent our bot lane from going down? Or potentially even lose out on that and look towards Ning going for a flash play onto LPC?
We'll see. As Nautilus did pick up the first blood, not the worst thing in the world for the side of LGD. And Meteor now about a half a camp, I'd say, or maybe, about a camp behind in terms of the actual clear. Level 3 gets hit in the bot side. Swordart looking for a little bit of a fishing trip, but not going to be able to get anything from it. And LPC should be able to try and just confirm all this CS now on this bot side. Very difficult for something like a Maokai to really confirm a dive on this bot side. It's not like a Poppy where you're able to get that steadfast presence up and deny any kind of escape or engage. As Ning moves his way around here, does he spot out the jungler? He does indeed. And that means that we are going to see that the Scuttles are taken back. This is going to be a bad trade for Swordart, though. Yeah, he gets caught underneath the tower, so not exactly an ideal situation for him or his team.
So LGD's bot lane should have been calling like, hey, they're about to crush like 2 or 3 waves on us back to back. Meteor, you need to be here for this play to stop them. And Ning, while on vision this entire time, like LPC and Jinjiao, they need to give up this wave. Yes, LPC, you have flash and cleanse, but it's just not your play to go for. Making a few changes. Jinjiao, you stay for this wave. I know you're an AD carry, brother man, but this was not the play.
Yeah, this might not have been it. I will say, though, he's a little flash. He gets the ignite out. Ning is going to take a fair bit of damage, as is Swordart. LPC will come back in. And this is the thing. This is what we saw in game number 1, but it went against Ultra Prime. Doggo did get caught out. This time, LPC doesn't lose out on as much. He's actually able to pick up majority of this farm. So this is kind of how you're able to deal with this setup of the bot lane. I will say, though, you did lose the flash off of Jinjiao. We might see a repeat gank.
And see what happens here. I'm waiting for Swordart with 1 minion going down. There
Great
it is.
Hook.
The re-engage.
Oh, Jinjiao gets the knock-up. Swordart does not get into tower range, though.
Wow.
Oh, there's a pause right there. I was just about to say, so this is the thing. I have no confirmation on this whatsoever. This is just my thing. I feel like the Nautilus should have taken tower aggro right there. And if that's exactly what that was paused for, that is 100% the reason if it's LGD. There's no other reason why
It seems like Ultra
pause.
Prime called it. It looks like Ultra Prime called it. Swordart immediately turned around and was calling for something. Okay. There he is. He's okay. I was wondering because I saw him immediately like shoot back, look back towards the ref. Well, I guess we'll get a confirmation as to what exactly happened. I really hope, Ashin, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but this will have been my first bug on the LPL. I've dodged it for the entire 4 weeks that I've been here.
I mean, so far so good for you, but you're always going to have one. We'll wait to see if there's any kind of confirmation on it right now. It does look like it is, as you say, on the Ultra Prime side, as they do have the refs kind of giving in their information and whatnot. We'll see what ends up kind of happen, but right now, I feel like it was LGD who maybe should have gotten the tower aggro onto the Nautilus, but it was not happening. It wasn't to be. We'll see what the result ends up being. And yeah, I mean, look, I've got to give props for Ultra Prime. They're coming in with a much more solid game plan here to try and mitigate this bot lane advantages that went so against them in game number 1.
Doing a fantastic job already. They're playing for the bottom side. You know that this Kai'Sa's behind. Doggo didn't get to back with all that gold, but afterwards should be able to get something done with them. I guess they're realizing they can't really talk during the pause, so they're like, okay, we got to keep it down, guys.
Yeah, no one's allowed to actually talk. You're not allowed to give information.
Exactly. For LGD, like, I think that was a bit of a misplay. Like, yeah, you saw Ning use the Scryer's Bloom, so they did spot each other out. You should know at that point, like, okay, we're going to trade information. I know you're there. You know where I am. And ended up continuing to path towards the top side, getting more of his camps. He will have a small advantage there. But if that bot gank had gone perfect for them, or had gone just a little bit more right, they get a single kill, maybe 2, then it's like, well, you could have been there to cover, and you instead prioritize your camps, which for Meteor, I think is a greedy play, and him showing a lot of trust towards his bot lane and maybe expecting for Ultra Prime to not make out with anything out of the trade.
Yeah, well, here's the announcement. LGG Jin Zhao reported an in-game issue we are now investigating. So it does look like it was LGD thinking that tower should have maybe aggroed there onto the Nautilus, but we'll have to wait and see. They are obviously just reviewing the information right now. We will get you guys an information, any kind of information. The thing is that if it is an actual bug and he should have gone down to the tower, then we're probably going to have a chrono break.
Oh, no.
That's the thing, because you actually lose. The thing is right there, the wave is crashing. The kill would have gone over. There was that's a huge shift in momentum in that bot side. That is kind of a game-changing play in a lot of sense, especially this early on. So, I mean, for LGD, this could be we could be in a longer time pause. We will have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. Obviously, I am just putting out ideas into the world. I have no idea. I'm not a ref. I'm not comp boss, but looks like we're going to be going back to us and seeing hello. Hi, guys. How are you? How are you getting on? it's going to just wave at everybody. But yeah, that's what I do. I cross my arms. I'm disappointed. You know, how dare they?
How could you guys pause? How could you
ruin Ulk's perfect streak? You ruined it. Ruined it for everybody.
Here's the problem. Not only did I bring it up today, but I brought it up like on Tuesday.
You've been tempted fate.
Yeah, I was trying to see like, okay, we got to get one. I've been seeing all of you guys hit the Vamp squad. We had the solo cast go on. Like I needed one. I wanted to say at least I got one. And you know, we get a little bit of time here for ourselves. So I hope everybody in chat is having fun. And for all of the other community members that get to join us, this is obviously a pretty long night. Another 3 series day on the LPL. I did not realize how intense your schedule was, and then I joined and I was like, this is
I'll be honest. It's not this intense normally. It's not normally 3 series a day every damn day of the week. We normally relegate that to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe the odd Thursday if we need to, but it's normally 2 series a day, which is still a lot. You know, once the LPL train starts, it never stops. And it's I was actually discussing this with my friend the other day. There is a world where we have potentially 5 patches between the end of LPL playoffs and Worlds. That's a long time to be waiting to figure out. I obviously will have Asian Games in between that and stuff like that, but I mean, that's a long time to really know about a relative strength of a team coming onto a patch.
I was actually on Twitter talking with Molecule and some other fans of the LPL, just like, well, does anybody know what patch we're playing on for playoffs? And it was like 13-13. It's like, okay, cool. And then it was, okay, well, how much of a difference are we actually going to get? Because they're going to be stuck on that patch. And the only people who are going to get more relevant patch experience are probably going to be the players that are going over to the Asian Games, right? So they're going to be playing on probably a more recent patch. But even then, we're sending, as a region, the 4th seed, the regional finals 4th seed, is going to be playing on a patch that is 5 potential ones away from our Worlds patch. Like, that is one of the drawbacks of having such an early confirmation of the squads, is the fact that, fingers crossed, that our teams can either adapt or the meta stays relatively the same, which doesn't always happen.
No, I do think that before Worlds, they do tend to have a little bit of a large shift, especially with there being such a gap. Like, think about it. Worlds doesn't start until, I think it's October 10th or 11th or somewhere like that. I think LEC finals is on the 9th of September. We're the 8th and 9th of October. Or sorry, 8th of August for us. I think LCK isn't a million miles away from that either. So it's definitely a long time to go for a lot of these teams to try and make it, figure it out. I think actually regular split for LCK only finishes on the 6th. They actually might have a little bit more.
We got time. We can check.
Yeah, we got time. We can check. Actually, yeah, right now I can tell you. LCK finals are on the 20th of August. So yeah, they're not exactly a million miles away from it either.
That's incredible. I mean, LCS is just now trying to get through it. I know we have a truncated schedule because of some LCS PA issues. And helping out the Challengers League. Helping out the Challengers League boys. Look, if anything that can help us out, we're going to take that as a team.
It's just like, some personal assistant issues.
Some issues, if I speak any further, there might be a...
I'm in big trouble. Big trouble. If I speak, I am in trouble, so I will not speak.
SK literally still has 3 weeks for the regular season, and then they still have to get through their regional finals. They still have to get through playoffs. Like, I do not envy all the teams that do that.
EU's got to get through summer, and then they've got their finals. There's a lot of different formats coming in next year. This thing, I do believe LEC is starting tomorrow. I believe yes, it's XL versus Mad Lions in their first match, and then I think it's Fnatic versus SK as they start to go into their summer. Group stage, I believe is what it's called, is the Group A and Group B. A lot of fun little ways to work it around, a lot of fun little kind of setups here for a lot of different teams. And yeah, I mean, look, for LPL, we're seeing what we can do. We're seeing what teams will go. Here's a good question, actually. Here's something I can ask you because you're new to the league. What teams do you want to see go to the World Championship? The 4 LPL teams that you want to see.
Well, I need OMG to go because I already said it last time I cast their games. I really think that I think a lot of people would be very excited to see a team like OMG. There's a lot of people who have been really only the LPL fans and people who've been able to tune in and tap in on this region that you go an international event and there's going to be so many fans just being like, who is this team? Why do they have the Eye of Sauron as their logo? Like, well, what's going on here? They're going to maybe hear about Shanji from some of the players in interviews, maybe in the LEC. But aside from that, they're not going to be able to do anything. We got the Chrono Break, and it ended up being a kill onto... Okay.
No,
I thought
we
were
did
going to
not get a Chrono Break.
We did not
You got way too excited about that.
Oh, no! No!
Oh,
it's doomed!
man. You were like, here it is. I was like, first of all, if we got a Chrono Break, that would have been the fastest Chrono Break in the history of League of Legends. Because I don't know exactly how it works, but I'm 99% sure it's like snooker where they take a screenshot of like a position of absolutely everything and they have to manually input all the values of everything. So they have to add the Kai'Sa, add the damage, add the the gold, add the items. Everything has to be manually inputted and they have to be put in the exact same position as well. So cooldowns, all that jazz. But no Chrono Break, no issue was found. Ultra Prime getting themselves back out here onto the map, have themselves about a couple of 100 gold lead as Meteor. I love this. He's recognizing that there is going to be a dragon because it is 6 minutes time, and look who he finds. He finds Ning.
And even watch topside here. Phoenix has not used his teleport, but is on similar item parity to Harry. If he wants to try to drop this wave and potentially see like how much they can get out of this play, you're already seeing Haichao push out of mid. He got priority first, and he's going to move into the river. Ning, he's going to go fishing with saplings, but there's nothing for him to do in this spot. So they're going to immediately stop it. Not even take the dragon themselves, just saying, hey, if we can stop Ultra Prime from doing it, that is a win for us.
That will be a big win if they're able to do it. Top lane is the thing. I like to see the Malphite, excuse me, coming back into that for this one, because not only is it great for the all-in potential that you have now available to you, is that should you get caught out by Harry by the all-out, as he does get the third knockback, we'll see if Harry wants to go for it. You just ult. You just unstoppable, force yourself away. Fearness not going to be able to get killed off on this particular one here, but Ning now back towards this dragon, and Meteor just recognizes, look, they don't have the priority in mid or in bot, so they can't really go for this one just yet. It looks like Ultra Prime are picking up that first dragon of the game.
Riftchild even up in 30 seconds here. You already see Harry just crashed a huge wave. And a lot of this, I think, for the side of LGD and their actual ability to contest for this dragon is coming from the fact that their bottom lane is behind right now. It is the fact that you have the support counter pick. It doesn't allow for bottom lane to pick up on anything. Jinjiao, you have to be careful here. And without level 6, without their actual ability to actually go in, it does mean that Sword Art is a lot stronger. It does mean that early on, Doggo should be able to put down a lot more damage than someone like LPC until we see those ultimates start to come out. So good job from Ultra Prime. They got their early objective. We saw them get their dragon, but it wasn't on that same timer that we do expect from them every so now and then. So now with Riftchild coming in, with Harry off of what looks to be a pretty late timer, they're actually going to move Doggo immediately for this. LGD, what is your response? Meteor now has hit level 6. Ning should be very close to doing the same. And all of this now comes down to what can Haichao and Jinjiao do?
Haichao and Jinjiao pressuring Dream in that mid lane. Sword Art going to find a little bit of a ward himself to make sure that Ning can maybe go for it. Ning should hit 6 off of this blue buff as he's just very, very close to it. He's going to try and let it tick down. There it is. Bramble Smash to confirm that. So the Nature's Grasp is online. Going to try if he can get some vision here, but the reset has come in pretty easily here from LPC. So yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to kind of contest this. And good from LGD. Recognize, look, we can't contest against this dragon, but we can definitely put ourselves in a better position for this Herald.
So now with Herald available and taken already, Harry's going to get a little bit of alone time with the turret. No one's actually matching this. So by swapping over, LPC will be taking a bit of a trade here and a lot of gold immediately going over to the side of Ultra Prime. Fearness by himself should be able to withstand all of this as they crash this wave under the turret. I would figure they would at least contest for that, but maybe afraid as to where enemy jungle could be. They don't know where Jin Zhao is. A lot of respect being shown over to LGD.
A lot of respect. Now LPC kind of gets a little bit of free time in this bot side. A couple of plates went over to Ultra Prime though, so not a complete loss of it, as we do see Fearness kind of crashing this wave on top lane. He should be able to get a plate for himself if he really wants to. It doesn't look like he wants to though. It looks like they're just going for a full reset. They actually do not want LPC or Jin Zhao in this doggo Sword Art lane. They know how oppressive it can be. This is going to be just kind of constantly resetting, constantly crashing it in, making sure that they're getting this Kai'Sa as easy an advantage and trying to make sure they're in a decent spot here to take these fights in the mid-game.
As long as you can avoid where Ning is, I think that LGD are in a fine spot. It's just that when he starts to cross like this over to the side of the river, and this is going to sound so forehead, but like Maokai is so strong for a reason. The amount of control that this champion gives with the saplings being able to have so much extra early vision, spot out plays when they are maybe not expecting it, if they've already cleared out some of the wards, is so good. And especially for Ultra Prime and for Ning, who are the early drivers. That ultimate
unlucky.
just barely misses. Haichao not able to land that stun. And now we're looking at LGD with a few mistakes. It's that game 2, that damn game 2 that always gets away from them. Maybe starting to show some cracks, but still very early on.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, that one is a it's an ultimate of no consequence, really.
Yeah.
Haichao misses, but there's no objective. There's no fight going to be happening anytime soon. There is still a Rift Herald that Meteor needs to drop pretty damn soon. He's going to end up using it in...
That's
is that the timer on the roar? Oh, gotcha. I was wondering. I was like, he already took that. He's going to have to drop it, but no, he's going to have it for the next. There it is. He's totally fine, as you said. We are seeing the bot lane now taking more pressure here as Ning puts himself here, maybe expecting a Meteor gank to come in the next second or two, but not to be done just yet. It's still only about a 1,500 gold lead in favor of Ultra Prime as they slowly build themselves up an advantage. Another dragon in a minute or so's time. And Ultra Prime kind of happy with the way things are going right now, and they're going to be able to keeping Doggo ahead of this Kai'Sa for the time being.
With this dragon timer being here, I thought we were going to see LPC and the rest of the bot lane here for LGD to actually recall and spend a lot of that gold. But by having him catch this extra wave, Jin Zhao will be out on the map first. But it does mean that Ultra Prime, now coming back out as they redeploy towards this dragon, will have an item advantage over their counterparts. LGD, they're going to be waiting on LPC to join the fight and buy time by using this Rift Herald in the mid lane, trying to get as many plates as possible and saying, even if we trade position onto the Drake, now Meteor and Haichao are going to have a lot of gold. No teleport here for Annie. She does have the ultimate coming back up. Our top laners as well. There's even a mismatch here as Fearness gets the first push. Could potentially walk down here. I think this should just be Ultra Prime looking towards the second dragon.
Yeah, reset coming out here for Meteor as he looks to try and get his Divine Sunderer. He even has to wait a couple more seconds before that one is confirmed, but maybe he wants to go for a fight afterwards. They do have plenty of damage here between everyone kind of finishing up their first items. Jin Zhao and the brush just making sure he knows exactly where everyone's going to be. LPC looking like he's going to get hit by that lollipop, but Sword Art not going to get much else off of that. Good damage here onto the... Oh my lord, Jin Zhao! Just not respecting anything right there. No flash, no nothing, and it just really equals out to Ultra Prime getting that dragon and getting themselves a kill as well. Do you still want to go for this one here? They're still going to flash in. They're going to try and get on top of Doggo, who's trying to get away. There's an ultimate there to try and keep Haichao alive as Ning and Doggo go hunting here for the side of LGD's mid laner. And all of a sudden, 3 kills, 2 dragons. Sword Art getting taken out by Meteor, but the all-out is good! And Harry picks up a 4th. This is Ultra Prime putting LGD just as good as LGD did them in game number 1.
And they're just so disjointed here from the side of LGD. Ultra Prime, they pick their spots, they pick their fights, and right there, Sword Art, it's kind of that night and day performance when we see this bottom lane really start to get off, they will have an incredible advantage. That pick on the Jinzhao should have immediately said to LGD, we cannot reinvest into this fight. The biggest win for them is that they did just get out Harry's TP. But right here, I mean, there's a reason why we see this matchup. LPC is in no danger. Doggo is not going to be able to walk up in this instance, and Jinzhao unfortunately gets taken down. This should be it. This should just be LGD looking to farm out, and unfortunately just over-forcing Sword Art marking every single DPS member of LGD.
Yeah, and the flash of the ghost there from Doggo just makes sure that he's not in any real threat. Haichao recognizes with the ghost going, he's almost certainly dead, so maybe try and turn back and do something. Meteor just can't do anything. Almost takes out Sword Art, but a perfectly timed stopwatch does make sure that Sword Art does not go down. And I mean, 3,000 gold now. We're going to come back in. There's going to be another fight in 15 seconds, but this time around, a hell of a lot of summoners are burnt.
No flashes available for Dream or Doggo. Fairness is nowhere nearby, as well as will not have that unstoppable force by the time that this ability is, or this objective is going to spawn. I think the most likely action here is we see LGD in their mid jungle try to move in. They're the ones with ultimates. Jinzhao now has the quickness as well. Fairness can join, and while they might be late for this fight, they could potentially look to fight them on the exit.
Maybe. They do have a TP here onto Fearness, and it's going to be put in right now. The Nature's Grass just land down. It's stolen.
Meteor
does get himself there. They're jumping in, trying to get onto Doggo, who gets taken out immediately, but it's a trade. Ning now has to flash away and try and keep himself alive. Dream is the next target. There's another carry taken out. Good flash by LPC, but he's followed over the wall by Harry, who knows he can take him out. Now it'll be a 3-for-2 trade at the end of it all, and the Rift Herald was taken. No! They didn't pick it up! They didn't pick it up, LGD. They still got the fight, but man, that could have been a little bit better.
All right, I'm considering that a 3-for-3 right there. LGD, they got the kill on the Herald, but they didn't actually pick it up, so I'm going to consider that a full loss. It does stop Ultra Prime from getting it, which would have been, you know, an increase to the snowball. Ultra Prime are going to stay 2,000 gold ahead. If you take a look back at this fight, I mean, this was incredibly well played. Yes, Ning, I love that you're using this ultimate to stop Jinzhao and LPC from getting in, but nobody marking Meteor. And Fearness just doesn't have the ultimate until very late into this fight. They put so much into Doggo, and I think unfortunately a lot of this does come down to the fact that LPC with a bit of a
He could have picked it up. I'm just like, oh man.
Someone else will pick it up, man.
He went like a pixel beside it. Haichao, buddy. Come on now, that's unacceptable. God damn.
It's always someone else's responsibility when it comes to picking up Rift Herald or finishing off someone with 1 HP. It's like someone else will grab that. It's like, okay, I'll grab it, and then you're like, oh, I can go for this other kill. It's like, oh, I auto canceled. Ah, man, maybe he thought he did end up walking on it and just kind of. I don't know, man. There's just things that are happening. We are beholden to the mysteries of this game in the LPL. A minute before the Dragon, and again, we're looking at those ultimates, looking at what those summoner spells are. Ultra Prime still kind of in a weird spot. There's no there's no flash for Ning, and neither for Harry, and Doggo still waiting on that summoner spell. Have to be careful if you're LGD.
This is the thing, though, is that LGD were starting to fall behind, but it was 4-0, it's now 6-3. 2 Dragons still to the good here for Ultra Prime, and no Rift Herald to speak of for either team means that you're not really worried about any kind of cross-map play here for LGD. And you're only, again, 1,500 gold behind. So this is where the game starts to get a little bit more funky. It's where it's going to get a little bit more curious, because Ning hasn't been able to, you know, build an unassailable advantage here for the side of Ultra Prime. And LGD have the tools here available. They have the easier to execute composition. It's easy. Press R and jump onto carries, because Doggo will only just have his flashback now, and he's going to have to try and keep himself safe in this next fight.
We'll see what he can do. I mean, doesn't have the Gale Force either, so, you know, when we're talking about those first item completions, that's another thing to think about as we get further into this game. Dream landing some damage right here, and that is the whole point of this mid-jungle. We talked about it in the early game. When you have Ning on this with the Abyssal Mask first item alongside Jace, you are looking for him to put down damage, chunk out members of LGD before the fight starts. Now Sword Art potentially be looking for an engage, trying to pick out a target, waiting for Jinzhao to use his spells. Doggo's on the way, and Harry this entire time is pushing turrets. LGD, they want to find the fight, and they want to start it now before this teleport comes in.
Yeah, teleport's still available here for Harry, where you didn't have it for Fairness. Massive chunk there on the Jinzhao. He'll be going on a one-way trip to that to that team fight if he does end up going for it. Dragon has spawned and has been started. Ultra Prime now looking for potential TP opportunities, and they are going to find one. It's going to be a nice little trade back, a nice little pincer as they get him on all sides. Here we go. Dragon going down. Will it be secured? It's reset just for the moment. Meteor tries to go in. They're trying to jump in on the backside, but they can't get any more damage down. They will eventually take down Doggo, but it's on to LPC to be the carry of this fight. They take down the Maokai as well. Dream is isolated as they finally get Harry to try and join in on this fight. Dream is trying to see if he can take down LPC. Meteor flashes, but he's not going to be able to get away from this fight. He knows he's going to be dead. He's brought back in with the all-out. Will he go down, though, because he's still very tanky. Finally gets hooked back in. A smackdown. He trades back one. He's taking everybody else with him.
Meteor
refuses to die. Harry is going to drop, and at the end of it all, it's a 4-for-4. While this is all happening, you saw the Kaisa moving back in towards that mid lane to try and take this tower and trade this 1-for-1.
It'll be 2-for-1 in favor of Ultra Prime in turrets alone. Kills, too many to count here. LPC not going to even actually end up hitting this. I wonder if the minions are going to be enough. We're going to take a look at this replay. The Dragon, this entire time, is merely the start, the appetizer for the Battlegrounds. As good start here as Ning stops Jinzhao, and we were looking towards LPC. What can you do in this fight? He's able to put down so much damage, but a lot of that threat, I think Harry being a massive inclusion here on this Cassante has been good at just being able to stop LPC from fighting. And Meteor, with almost heroics here, come under this turret, able to trade out a few more kills.
We gotta go back to line. LGD, they're starting up the Baron because I'm looking at the mini-map, and yeah, you have everybody going towards this Dragon, which means you've secured that one. Ultra Prime, they now realize they have to go for this one here, but they should be able to answer it. Yeah, LGD gonna back themselves away. They saw Harry and Sword Art were on their way, and they wanted none of that sauce.
That is the scariest Nautilus ever in the entire world. Just backs 4 members off. Haichao, unfortunately, in that last fight was not able to have a big enough influence. And so now Dream sitting around, waiting in the wings to be able to fire away. You have Haichao sitting in this topside jungle, maybe looking for a flank, but doesn't know if he's walking into vision, walking into some wards. Ning's got to be careful. He's not in vision.
Yeah, and he is so squishy. Went the Imperial Mandate.
Okay, they're going to start this.
You have to start this. You have to go for this as LGD. You're losing on the bottom side as well. TP going to be coming off back from Dream as he looks to try and maybe make this fight work. They're just going to have to try and tank this one up for the moment. Fearness could still get a massive ultimate here on top of Doggo. That is his target. Harry and Jin Zhao is unseen. Jin Zhao is looking for someone, and you can see exactly what he wants to go for. The Baron, 2,000 HP. The Baron is confirmed. That's going to be the fight now. Immediately turned back in on top of this one here. They're going to try and turn onto Harry, who goes all out onto Meteor. Now they can burn onto the Cassante, but he's still a Cassante. He's still massively tanky.
Where's LPC and Haichao?
I don't know what LPC and Haichao are doing. They're just sitting there going, maybe will we, won't we, and they just do nothing. What the hell, LGD?
Harry was in a very strong spot, and maybe Doggo with this Calibrum and Crescendum was applying a lot of pressure, saying, hey, if you're going to walk into this side, you can't. Haichao, without the ultimate, feeling not comfortable enough to really go forward in that fight. So 3 members of LGD will keep their Baron. Most importantly here, Haichao being one of them. He will be on the side lane. He's going to collect actually a pretty massive wave on the top side. We need to see what LGD can do because they are still fighting a gold differential up against Ultra Prime. And now the Soul is going to be spawning in a few minutes. We take a look back at this fight. So much focus from Ultra Prime put onto the tanks. I think Haichao actually, at the beginning of this, doing an excellent job. But LPC, he takes a shock blast and unfortunately cannot step up after this Ultra. Okay, right after here. This should be your space to jump in, but he invested towards the Baron pit. Just not the place to be. They take them all down.
Yeah, look, LPC was very low. I kind of respect him without his ultimate, not going back in on top of that one. But Haichao just kind of really not contributing whatsoever in that particular fight. Very strange one altogether. But at the end of it all is still LGD getting the Baron for themselves for at least a minute 30. They can get a couple more picks off like that. If they can kick off Dream now in the next second or two, that could be a huge moment. Meteor is available with a flash in a couple of seconds. Now we'll be finding Sword Art. Here we go. They're jumping on the Dream, who immediately has to go into flash. They're going to have a double TP. It's going to be both the top laners joining in on top of this one here. No stopwatch here for the Annie. That's going to be an easy kill. You don't have LPC around, which means you don't have a way of doing consistent damage. Jin Zhao is the target, but he's going to be flashed on and knocked back. Fearness left all alone in the world. He does have his ultimate. He throws it right back onto Dream to make sure he gets at least a kill. But I mean, LGD, This is just so scrappy right there. They're just not respecting the quick thinking from Ultra Prime at all.
Unfortunately, none of that damage is starting to come through, and this Annie, maybe it's a lack of trust in their ability to actually burst out someone, but they know it's a 3-for-2. Jin Zhao not in the area. He was looking for it. They were looking to try to connect, but that fight just starts off too soon.
Ning's
They're going to
dead.
find this pick onto Ning. Calls it in. Okay, uses the ultimate killer instinct now. LPC, be so careful. You need to not only avoid Sword Art, but also Harry in this situation. And,
He's
okay,
dead.
double
The all-out's
summoners.
going to come out. Yeah, I mean, he's dead. Don't waste anything. I think that's just the call right now. There's 3 people converging on your location. You can be a nuisance, but do not waste anything off of that one there. You got the kill, and that's all that's going to be good for there. They will get the flash and the kill onto Ning as well, so priority in terms of the Dragon Pit should go over to the side of LGD, but again, this game is getting wacky.
Yeah, we're looking at it 16-10. Almost a 4,500 gold lead here for Ultra Prime, and it is a Cloud Soul that is spawning. I think for Ultra Prime, you can kind of take the positive and negatives. Like, if we use Ultimate, a lot of our champions actually really like the amount of movement speed they're going to be able to get, and just all of that out-of-combat movement speed that's available to you, especially with these special little Nimbus wins that are pushing you towards the objectives. But you're looking at this now for LGD and saying, like, okay, well, Haichao, we need to see you have a pretty strong focus in these games. You have been hit or miss this game so far, and Meteor trying to put in work, but with what Harry and Sword Art are doing to your backline, where is the peel for the Kaisa?
Yeah, seems to be all in, or that's it. Double stopwatch available here for Ultra Prime on both the Dream and Doggo combinations, so they're going to be able to kind of survive a fair bit. This is going to be the Dragon started up and almost certainly taken right now. Meteor needs to get in with some vision. He needs to know what's going on. He doesn't, and therefore the Dragon Soul is confirmed. That is Cloud Soul for the side of Ultra Prime, but Meteor kind of isolated. He's trying to see if he can go in. I mean, he had to try something because they were just converging back on his position. Jin Zhao now gets caught up in all the things and has to try and get himself away. They do lose the all-out from Harry. He's trying to make things work here. Flash forward into the queue. Jin Zhao goes down. And yeah, this is 2 teams who will not be going to playoffs. And I'm not trying to be mean, but you can kind of see why. I'm a bit mean today.
Ruthless Machine is not having any shenanigans today. You guys mess up, you're potentially having our coach come out here from the broadcast. As Ultra Prime, I mean, this is their game to lose at this point. If they are so far ahead at this point, they are just dominating every fight. Every angle looks good for them, and LGD, I mean, what is it between game 2s and maybe just lacking a little bit of that confidence, a team that we have seen be so hit or miss and have such really high highs and incredible lows. I think for both of these teams that is true. We'll have to see how they end up closing this out. I mean, LGD just seems like no one's on the right page at the same time. It is all over the place, messy to say the least.
Yeah, it's you know, it's not exactly BLG or JDG. And, you know, I think that's very fair to say that. But we come back in. I will say you still have all the stopwatches available for Ultra Prime. You're not really worried about that. And, I mean, this game is just getting harder and harder for LGD to really come back into it. Like you said, it's Ultra Prime's game to lose. And with a 6,000 gold lead and a Dragon Soul, I mean, we could maybe see an Elder Flip. But, I mean, yeah, like, the fight's already done once Jin Zhao gets hit by this and the Soul is gone. I don't know what Meteor's looking for.
Meteor, unfortunately, no one is pushing up. Harry and Sword Art are doing so much extra work here by causing the front line of LGD to actually be that far back. If maybe we could have seen everybody from LGD, I like that play. Unfortunately, not everybody on the same page. Meteor just barely able to escape there. Him and Jin Zhao are going to be covering this side of the jungle. It's Baron alive, and for Ultra Prime, I don't know if you actually start this objective. Yes, it is a game-winning and game-ending objective for you to take, but opening up yourself to possibilities of a steal are never going to be in your favor. Now, they're separate.
Doggo!
Haichao,
doesn't have the stun! Haichao! What was that, my friend? Now Harry can get himself onto the backside. He's going to try and be a nuisance. Sword Art taking a lot of damage as well. The Nature's Grasp is good, but the hook only lands on the Jin Zhao, which means it's not the primary target.
Okay, wait a
now
minute,
Hai
LPC.
Chao is getting himself away from this one. LPC continually being untouched in this, gets the cleanse away from the Nature's Grasp, and the Kasante
LPC,
is dead.
wait a
Ray
minute.
Boss is down. LPC now jumping on the doggo. LGD needed a hero, and LPC is just that. And with that, the death timers out of nowhere, and probably with a goal deficit, LGD can take the series.
From NPC to LPC, LGD has done it! I mean, they're going to take an inhibitor at the very least.
I think
It
they
is
have.
Ning
Look at the
and
death timers.
Sword Art. They have very low HP members. They have a single wave. What can they do? Fearness is probably going to have to invest the teleport. What can Sword Art do? He needs to find massive engages.
He needs it. Meteor will go down. That's one.
No
Sword Art has been
way!
traded back, though. They can't go for the flash. Bramble Smash takes out the Annie. LPC is too low. And Ultra Prime now need to try and run away. The Nature's Grass and the TPs. There's going to be double TP in a second or two. They're going to be able to kind of tank this one up for the moment. There's the double TPs coming in. The Jace, the Cassante, the TP coming in. Ning! No! Sacrifices himself to make sure the rest of his team can get out. But that should be Baron now confirmed here for the side of LGD, sorry, for the side of Ultra Prime, as the rest of LPC and Jin Zhao try and just keep themselves away. Jin Zhao hasn't been spotted yet, and he should be able to get out alive.
What an incredible fight here. LPC, you cannot take the... Unfortunately, because of that, it is going to lead to a Baron after all of this. 5 members of Ultra Prime will be able to rock the purple buff. And heading into the Elder Drake in a minute and a half, you have to expect that that is the play. And this was a fight, to be fair, that started a little strange. But Fearness, Meteor, and Jin Zhao do an incredible job here of keeping LPC alive, and that means that Sword Art cannot find the engage. It means that Harry cannot get onto LPC, who is just free firing during all of this. And like we saw from the observers, special focus on the Doggo just not being anywhere near this engage.
Yeah, Doggo tried to make it work. Does end up getting stunned right at the last second as well. Great work by Hai Chao to keep him zoned. Obviously, the anti-timbers would have been nice to land first, but now we come back in. Doggo still has his stopwatch. GA was popped there on top of Dream, so he doesn't have that available to him anymore. And we see how this game is going to go. It's 5,000 gold still here for the side of Ultra Prime. They have Baron for the next 2 minutes and an Elder in 50 seconds. This is going to an Elder flip.
And it doesn't matter, oh, this one single ward. That right there might be the difference between whether or not LGD can contest.
Doggo has flash.
Elder. They are doing so much work in the mid jungle. Hai Chao now level 16 as well. He is cleaning up this bottom wave. They try to prep for them. Meteor has to take the express ride around. As long as he's paying attention to where these wards are, where these minions are, he will now finally get spotted. And you see all the pings coming around. They're trying to mark not only where Meteor is, where is Hai Chao. He doesn't have his flash. Doggo does. Huge things for them. Need to be watching not only the summoner spells, how do Ning and Dring find damage onto LGD members?
Ning pops the Nature's Grasp. Going to be able to tank it though, as majority of it does get caught out. Harry now jumping on the Jin Zhao, maybe looking for an all-out, but that's the Nature's Grasp down. The hook is good, but it's only on to Meteor, and they soak up a little bit more of this damage. This Elder Dragon is now spawned, and mid lane has been dealt with. Look at the huge wave on top side. TP though, that's Hai Chao looking for Doggo. That's his target. He knows he can maybe look for something here. He needs to get right into the back of the pit. They now know he's there.
Spotted.
He jumps it in. They got
Dream.
They spot on the Dream. Now Doggo needs to turn his attention right back onto this fight because he needs to be the DP and goes golden. But they get the Cyclone on the Doggo. Doggo trying to see if he can stay alive with a stopwatch. He does indeed. Meteor goes down. Jin Zhao as well.
Okay.
Not quite sure where LPC died because I was just about to say where did he go. But Ultra Prime get themselves a 4-for-1 and they should be able to start 5-for-1 and should be able to end this game.
We're going to a game 3, and it was Harry in the back line who ends up taking down LPC. I hope we get a replay of that last fight, because that was rather intense, and unfortunately, yet another long flank from LGD just goes completely awry. They cannot actually turn that into a team fight win. Doggo uses all of his summoner spells to escape. He uses his stopwatch. And we thought this was going to be a 2-0. We wanted it to be a 2-0 from either of these teams. But now we're going the full 3. And LGD, they are not in a comfort zone. They have not been able to win a game 3 all summer long. Ultra Prime now heading in with the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even see LPC die in that last fight. That's how.
I was very sad when I saw it.
I didn't even notice it because I was like, they got the backline, they got Dream, but unfortunately for LGD, they just weren't able to do it. And this is again why they're bottom of the table. They can't really string it together. It does feel like they come in with a game plan game one, it all goes so well, and then as soon as you change a couple of these things, I mean, like Haichao just consistently missing these big Tibbers ults was just not what you need to be seeing right there. And yes, he did have a couple of small good moments, but when we're talking, about the LPL, some of the best competition here in the, League of Legends ecosystem, you just you can't afford to let those things go by. And unfortunately for them, they were punished for it. Great for the see Ultra Prime kind of, again, when they get their mojo, when they got that first dragon, they were able to kind of build up that momentum, get those dragon stackings. They felt comfortable in this game.
I think this is true of just our bottom 4 teams. When we look at our standings, anyone's Legend, Ultra Prime, Rare Atom, and LGD, they tend to have an issue where when one thing goes wrong and their plan doesn't, necessarily go to how they thought, we saw that LPC ended up going down early on, the Dragon ended up going over the way of Ultra Prime, that there's no alternative way of winning. There's we have an idea as to how we win, but it's not incredibly fleshed out. There's not a lot of forward thought as to how we're actually going to get to that point. It's just LPC carry a huge team fight. We're going to skip a couple steps in between, and hopefully we get to that point where we get to see that Kai'Sa really take over. And while teams are really good at executing their side as to what they have to do to be able to win, once there's a single spanner thrown in, it feels like there's no in-game leader to really help them bring them back in and say, okay, this is what we need to do to get back into this game.
Yeah, it just felt like, we never really saw what I expected to see, which was the Malphite on top of Duggo with the Annie Tibbers, with the Cyclone, with the Kai'Sa jumping on the backside to just completely obliterate.
That's what we were wanting.
But yeah, that's what we wanted, but it never happened. So, bad to see there from LGD not really making their composition work out. But for Ultra Prime, I mean, Harry on this Cassante was just monstrous and really kind of keeping everybody in check on the side of LGD. Even in the fights where he lost, it took them. The only reason they won that fight with LPC in the mid lane, where they almost ended the game, was because Harry went down as the first target. He was the one who was constantly looking to try, get caught out and get killed off in these situations.
And it took so long for LGD to kill him. I think that was definitely one of the contributing factors when we saw this, was the fact that Harry was so tanky. It may not reflect in any of these cool little highlighted stats, but Harry was such a huge member when it came to them actually being able to find picks, being able to specifically take LPC out of fights. And once they got Kai'Sa isolated and she was taken care of, the rest of LGD just did not have enough damage. It was all about their ability to actually survive and really throw that first punch. We were looking for Fearness to come in over top. Like you were saying, all of these ultimates really should have been an amazing setup for them to find the backline of Ultra Prime. But Harry, even Swordart, I think these two, whether or not they get the MVP will be up to, the powers that be. But both of them had such big influence in being able to stop LGD's game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it is Ultra Prime kind of bouncing back. And as I said, they're still looking for 6 wins. They could still get themselves to literally 11th. So if they go to 6 and 10, they were only 1 series off, potentially, for making themselves into playoffs in the next year. That's always a little bit better, a little bit softer of a blow to say you're not going to be going into the postseason. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have the third and final game of this first series.
The longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohu wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder! Oh wait, Ruler's going to do it again. Ruler's going to go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull, and the Flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie. And, maybe some Jackie love as well. Got to give some, he's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like, they're going to have mid-wave crashing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay,
last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao
could be in trouble as he's being turned on for the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what he'll do to the middle. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beitwan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Fofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct. No. He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1x in all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Yukal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Yukal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emote as EDG go clutch.
Just hanging out with a friend of mine. Middle of July, just killing time. Pretty soon, it's gonna be back to school. Yeah. Six Flags, San Diego, Carlsbad. Swam with the dolphins, yeah, I had such a good time. California was so cool. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got the suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? City of the angels, here I come. Think I wanna stay, think I'll call you home. That Hollywood sign is calling out to me. Yeah. On the strip, walking at 1 a.m. Bright light shining, and I know I am not gonna wanna leave. No, no, not me. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got the suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end?
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going to a Game 3 as we jump into our first series of the day. LGD versus Ultra Prime. It's a battle for a little bit of pride. No real standings to be made here on this particular day, but still plenty to be kind of bringing up to as we do have our MVP from game number 2. It was Swordart coming in here for his first one of the split, so congratulations to him. Finally finding some kind of rhyme or reason to on the Nautilus, and consistently hooking people was definitely the plays that brought it for him.
Okay, this feels like he should have at least 2 because I don't remember which game it was. I could probably look at my notes as to which Ultra Prime series I was casting, but he definitely deserved at least 1 more MVP count, and it was on his Nautilus. And we actually saw him pick this champion up. He has looked so much better on Engage when he actually has the tools to play aggressive, when he's able to dictate the pace of the game and say, we are going for this target, give Ultra Prime a clear saying, like, this is what we're doing, you know, give them some direction, especially as a veteran leader here. And him and Harry just linked up so well to stop everything that LGD wanted to do.
Yeah, even here, like, it's great to kind of catch out the hook on the Sword Art, then throw the ultimate onto Meteor, so he can't really be involved in it. So little small things like that are just kind of much better setups here for the side of Ultra Prime. And right in towards the end, I didn't even notice it there. Like, you see the all-out on the back end of it as LPC just died to Harry, as he mentioned. But, I mean, look, did his job, did it well, and made sure that LGD did not, you know, ride off into the sunset with a win.
All right, guys, so do we start, like, overreacting? Like, is Blue Side just incredibly OP, or are we going to say that maybe there's some
Ultra Prime
dip?
are going to Worlds, JK. They literally cannot until 2024. It's mathematically impossible, but, I mean, look, you know, maybe it is.
The monkey paw. You said they're going to Worlds. You just didn't say which ones.
True. I didn't say which worlds they were going to, but look, I think that we're kind of noticing as well that neither of these mid laners are very particularly comfortable on the Annie. The Annie has been lackluster, to say the least, from both of these guys, so I really do want to see maybe a bit more of a focus onto champions that they want to play, champions that they feel more comfortable on, because the 2 games we have seen both LGD and Ultra Prime lose has been when the Annie has been on their team.
And right now, I mean, I know we haven't really been able to talk about it in terms of the standings. We've been looking at it more of from a positive angle as to, hey, can Ultra Prime actually climb up to 11th? If LGD end up winning this series, which again, they have not won a single series going to 3 this entire split, this could potentially be the fight for last place, right? Like, Rare Atom is obviously in 16th. If LGD can kind of string together 2 separate wins, then you're looking at them contesting Ultra Prime and Rare Atom, and they're already at 10 in terms of game score. So in order, Ultra Prime at 9 and 23, Rare Atom 12 and 23, LGD 10 and 24. Like, this is a very close potential for them to be facing off and looking at potentially fighting for last place. I know we were talking about going up to maybe as high as even 11th. It also works in the inverse.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say that the only stakes in this, if LGD do lose this, they are definitively 17th. They cannot go any higher. They will not be able to change their position, which is a bit unfortunate. But now we come back into the game here. We got the Jax, the Vi, and the Tristana all banned away. There were Necton, Kaisa, and the Nikos. So the LeBlanc's been left open again by the side of Ultra Prime. We might honestly just see Haichao go for that pick once more. I don't see why not.
This is really strong for them in game 1. It obviously gave them so many looks, as we saw, but they're also winning. So usually when you're winning, split pushing is definitely more rewarded. You already have a gold lead, you usually have more control over the map. We'll see what happens here in game 2 as Dream, I think we're just getting rid of Annie. Like, Annie is just fake. Annie's fraudulent. We're going to pretend like this champion doesn't exist. And immediately they actually snap up both solo laners here. So LGD should look for Meteor's jungle and potentially even look for picking up an AD carry here, as Kaisa's already been taken away. So we're going to see at least one new AD carry in the bottom lane.
Definitely one new AD carry. We'll see what LGD want to try and maybe bring up and towards that top side. I would love to see the Fiora come out here. We've seen how strong that is in the Gasante. And it would give you plenty of side lane pressure. Looks like LGD will be locking that one in. They will be. So nicely kind of called out here by the side of LGD to say, Ultra Prime, look, we're not going to let Harry just have the same kind of impact as he did in game number 1. And now LGD could go back to something that's a little bit more spog standard for them. Get themselves an AD carry that can do well into this bot side and not just be relegated to scaling into that late game.
I wanted to see an AD carry that will be able to sit in mid lane and clear waves on repeat. This should be the strategy for LGD, as they have 2 split pushers. If one doesn't end up working, you can send the other one. You can even send LeBlanc and both Fearness and Haichao to actually sit in side lanes together and shadow for each other and potentially look for kills on the side lane. That is always an opportunity for them. Ultra Prime, their entire goal is to control this game from the onset. Maokai is going to do a fantastic job of that and stopping any river movement, but with Dream on this Jace and with Cassandra here for Harry again, it'll be very difficult for LGD to actually break that. They need to be looking for lane advantages, looking to take control early on the side of LGD.
Maokai locked in as well to do well for Ning to try and make sure that the solo lanes were set up nicely, and it just kind of stopped a lot of that engage coming out here for the side of Ultra Prime. LGD, you would imagine, will start banning away some of these AD carries and getting rid of any kind of potential bot lane threat that they might see for themselves, while Ultra Prime focusing on those jungle picks.
Taking away stuff from Meteor, I think Wukong is definitely a shout here, but you're really looking at more AP junglers, so don't know how many left. We're even thinking about maybe a Rel here to be taken away, as it is that flex and allows for Jinzhao to go for that. Rakan is available if you want to try to deny the Lovers duo, but seems like that's going to be their pick. So taking that away from Jinzhao, probably going to be more of the engaged supports. That Nautilus now rises in priority incredibly high. So for LGD, we need some tanks up in this. Like, you're going to be looking for something for Meteor to engage with, and you really want another tank for Jinzhao, so that when they are sitting mid and applying pressure for Meteor for Fearness and Haichao to be splitting, that they can all stay there, stay relatively safe, and look for engagements if they can possibly look for around objectives.
You want to do Doggo famously on the Draven, one of his more kind of OG picks that he's been able to pick up in recent days, but I think famously for me is that he had a game where he literally went 0-0-0 and didn't lose any of the stacks, didn't gain any of the stacks, and was not able to make much else happen with it. Does lock in the Aphelios, and will hopefully be having a much easier time of getting into the team fights than he did in game number 2. And LGD now need to round out their comp. They need support, and they need a jungler.
What are they going to be able to go for? Again, Wukong, yeah, Poppy's available. I love that Vi's been taken away. You could go for something like the Nocturne here, and would definitely give you a lot more of an aggressive look, but you still need marksman. Okay, I think I completely forgot about this. Like, Ivern is definitely real, and especially with how much tank they have.
Okay, so real.
Okay, cool. I mean, we haven't seen, it's been tapering off, right? Like, a lot of people have been moving away from Ivern and saying, okay, you played one game of it, we're gonna either ban it or a lot of focus onto them. But one thing that Ivern loves is people who are going to try and jump on top of him, and especially if you're going to try to poke out with this Dream and Ning combo, you can just send Daisy to tank up all of that and use a Trigger Seed.
Use the Trigger Seed, you get yourself lots of potential kind of, even just kind of coverage for your team. You look at things like the LeBlanc and the Fiora, they want to be on those side lanes, constantly putting in harassment, getting those towers down. The Ivern's great, just keeping the, kind of 3-man core of the jungle support and AD carries just kind of, topped up and ready. They're not really good. It's going to be very difficult to try and, all in on this this kind of split push if you want to go for a 1-3-1. So Ultra Prime going to have themselves a much more kind of standard affair with things, but if they can't find the fights, I mean, the split push becoming from LGD is obnoxiously powerful.
I never thought I would see the day, and I'm pretty sure if you told someone this like maybe 6 months ago, that Ivern LeBlanc is not only relatively meta, but also an incredibly strong combo with especially like the Ardent Sensor for a static Shiv, they'd be like, what are you talking about, man? Like, get out of here. Are you having delusions? We might have to send you to another league real quick. Like, that's going to be a very strong combination for them once Meteor is able to pick up a few more items. And this is also going to be a much different look for Meteor. Yes, he has had some supportive picks like the Sejuani, like a Maokai in previous games, but it is definitely a far cry from things like the Vi, things like his own Poppy that we got in Game 1. So taking more of a supportive role, we'll see what Meteor can actually do on this Ivern.
See what they can do. We're going to jump in for our third and final game of this first series. All games in Shanghai today, so basically the longer it goes, the longer it's going to be for our next duo of Munchables and Kitty to try and catch up to them. There is no catch-up mechanics today, as everything is in Shanghai. And yeah, we'll see how these teams go. We'll see if Ultra Prime can get themselves up to 5 and 10, maybe put themselves to 6 and 10 later on the season as well.
We did all the nice cities now. Angry manager Ashin, come on out. We need you. We need the angry translator for this bit.
I mean, I'll be there eventually. I gotta wait for some gameplay first.
Okay. You know, there are some people who are, you know, maybe if you're hitting up some North American orgs, you're like, oh, we lost draft. You know, we got out drafted, blah blah blah, like all those really fun terms, unfortunately. So LGD now on the back foot. They have not won a series going to 3, and this is a team that, while I think they do have some promising champions here on their side, Ultra Prime have basically copy-pasted their last draft with a different support. So
yeah, almost identically. Ultra Prime now moving in aggressively. Good job to the side of LPC, not putting himself into harm's way, as Fearness, just seeing where Harry is, now knows that he's going to be kind of just pushing himself back nicely around this tower. And Fearness should have the full kind of run of this top side, and having the Harry is running away right now because he wants nothing to do with this.
I was so sad that for the longest time when Cassante was basically just running everybody, that no one was feeling really kind of bold enough to pick this champion. We actually saw it in the first series, one of the first series anyway, IG versus EDG, when we saw Uzi come in. Oh my god, Ning! Yes! Meteor is so screwed right now in terms of camps. Yes, he's trying to bake a lot of them, but stopping him immediately. Now this engage on the bot side. Jin Zhao should have to flash.
Yeah, flashes away, keeps himself nice and alive, but does lose almost all of his HP. Not quite sure what the plan was there from Meteor to try and maybe get the steal off of it. I know what the plan was. I just don't think it was a very good one, which is a little bit unfortunate. And it just means that he's going to be having to deal with Ning's early presence.
Well, right there, obviously, he's just trying to, like, bake him in. Like, okay, if I can set up my camps, I can go in, smite it away, and suddenly having a camp advantage. I like that Meteor at least being a little bit more cognizant and trying to avoid these ganks. They know he should be on top side, and by leaving a lot of pressure for his bottom side, I don't think they're going to know that he's here.
Yeah, they're not going to have a clue. Flash in, grabbing him down. They're going to get the hook out. LPC, so close to dead, but hasn't gone down just yet. Finally gets hit by the Calibrum. Now Doggo goes into turret range because he knows that he's dead to right. No assist there for the Aphelios kill, but 2-for-1 trade. I don't know how worth it is, though, for LGD. Yes, it's nice to get the kills back, but they lose all of this farm on bot side for their AD carry.
Yeah, so Doggo, by losing all of that as well, you know, we're talking about by losing some of those kills, it does feel a little bit bad probably, but right now a lot of this gold and experience actually is going to go over to Jin Zhao, who's able to catch up on this. We'll see if he maybe can interact. Our observers are showing this. LPC is literally still level 1, doesn't even have the Blade Caller to recall any of these feathers here. And so Doggo probably has about a half to 3/4 of a level. Like, that's an insane amount to have super early on, and especially when you're playing Xayah, who is so combo oriented, that's what you're looking forward to. And Ning's even here. This wave is crashing away from them. Ivern is on this side of the map. We'll see what they can actually do.
Oh, Jin Zhao, nice little buffer there of the CC. Make sure that his bot lane doesn't go as poorly as it has been so far. We are going to see a hook back, and they're going to try and burn this one down. The feathers are going in, but I don't know if there's going to be enough damage here. Jin Zhao just biting off way too much than he could chew, and he gets killed off in this as well. So, I mean, look, it's getting real scrappy all of a sudden, and I don't think there's going to be much rhyme or reason to this game.
And right now, it is a story of two tales here for both teams. LGD, their solo laners are winning out right now. They have experience advantages. They have gold advantages thanks to waves. But you look at bottom side, and it is just going all to chalk instantaneously. They're even going to try to dive LPC here.
I mean, the grabbing
Doggo's tanking.
Yeah, Doggo's dead. Or is he? Is he able to get himself away? Sword Art's going to die. Oh, what is this game? Finally, a proper play comes out. We see a good kind of roam here from Haichao. Meteor trying to see if he can get on top of Doggo. He's going to even just tank it all. Give it over to someone. Who's he going to give it over to? It's the Ivern with the solo bolo. This game is
okay. Well, hey, guess what? That's 7. That's 7 for Meteor. He's done it. You know, he's leading the board in terms of junglers. He's got 7 solo kills. That one a little less fraudulent than some of the other ones. There are definitely some times where solo kills do not reflect an actual 1v1 and that might actually be one of them. I mean, this dive is just too far up. The fact that Doggo is the one that is tanking turret here is such a big mistake for them. Gold shutdown also going over to the side of LGD, so all the good work that they've done to get their bot lane ahead on the side of Ultra Prime immediately has fired back.
This game's silly.
No, it is. I agree with you. This game
is a silly game.
A game of all time.
Yeah, we'll see Meteor now on this top side. Maybe trying to bait in Harry, and that's exactly what they're looking for right now. He will have it all out if he wants to go for it. Perfectly placed to land on the Fearness right on the back of the wall. Very well done there by Harry, but does lose his flash, does lose his ult. But while it's happening, it's 6 minutes. And that means Ultra Prime get themselves a dragon.
And Fearness getting very close to getting another Vital there onto Harry. Maybe would have incentivized him to actually go for further of that play, but yeah, 6 minutes, they get their first early dragon as well. I love that observers are showing how completely screwed this top lane wave is. If Fearness can clear this out, this is completely frozen, and Harry, with no flash, no all out, no TP, is just going to be crying all the way back to base. Meteor is ahead, and we'll have to see what he can actually do. Right now, Ivern, in terms of power spikes, level 3 is definitely very strong for your champion in terms of the trigger seed as well as the root that you have on your Q. But after that, you're really kind of waiting on level 6. What can you actually get done? And now, Rift Herald spawning in a minute as well, and look at where Ultra Prime are setting a lot of their priority towards. It is towards this top side.
Unfortunately as well for LGD, a lot of their gold, the kills went on to Meteor. Not ideal, if I'm being totally honest. So we'll see if they want to try and jump onto Fearness, who is feeling a little bit threatened for the moment, recognizing that his Ivern is on the mid lane, maybe trying to look for something else. Fearness now going to try and get those honey fruits, but not going to get anything. Ning says, nom 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 nom. Nothing for you. And Fearness will have to use the parry there. That's actually a big thing there, because using the parry onto a minion like that means he's not going to have it for Harry in this top side, and Harry's getting a full crash.
Oh god, there's so many minions here as well. You see Meteor has to play towards this side, doesn't have any other camps as well, so it's just a perfect time to be able to cover for your top laner. Meteor, he just wants to hit level 6 right now. Ning, during this entire time, will start up on the Rift Herald. Neither team have to call up their bottom lanes as well, with Dream being able to push out first. This is a good start for Ultra Prime. They got those early kills. Yes, kills have gone the opposite way, but early objectives are what we tend to see from them. Not only the first dragons, but even in Herald percentage, Ultra Prime are 3rd in the league, which is impressive to say for a team that is so far down in the standings.
Let me just wait. Dragon was taken by Ultra Prime. Rift Herald was taken by them as well. Ning gets to kind of do whatever he wants, and this is the Ultra Prime that we talk about when they control the objectives, when they're able to continually keep the tempo and the pace. They look far, far more comfortable, and they've actually, despite the kills, got themselves a gold lead. Like, it is 5-2 to kills to LGD. They're significantly ahead, but because of top lane getting all of these plates and all of this crash, like, they're actually just so much further ahead.
And look at bottom side as too, getting 3 plates for themselves despite some early hiccups. They already have their CS lead as well, and they'll be able to expound on this 2.5 minutes in time for the next dragon. So that should be their next play. Ultra Prime, they need to keep up the pace. They need to make sure that LGD feel uncomfortable, because this is a team, when we talk about, hey, you do have a ton of developmental pieces, but you are looking for them to say, like, hey, like, we need to make sure that you're uncomfortable, because when that happens, your game plan starts to fall apart. We start to see them kind of falter. And for a team that has 2 split pushers in the AD LeBlanc, or the Static Shift LeBlanc, and Fearness with this Fiora, if you're not ahead in the early game, you're forced to team fight. You're forced to come and meet Ultra Prime where they're strongest.
We shall wait. We shall wait, and we shall see. Static Shift finished up here for Haichao. It's the first item of the game, or first item completion. As he looks to continue to be a nuisance on those sidelines, similar to how he had in game number 1. Nice knockback there by Harry to make sure that the lunge was not really going to do a lot there.
Oh, I love watching 2 top laners go at it. It's like
it's wet noodles, man. Wet
for
noodle
now,
pool fight.
For now, let Fiora pick up a couple items, and then if she's still a wet noodle, then unfortunately we just picked the wrong skin, you know? Like, there's literally a whole skin dedicated to that.
Yes, literally a wet noodle. We do see the bot lane now going to get some extra help from Shelly. She will be able to get herself a nice crash in here, confirm that tower almost certainly without any real contest. Dragon spawning in just under a minute's time, and gonna have ourselves a decent soul as well because of the fact that it is a Chem Dragon that's coming in. LP need to be very careful. That tower is dead, and yeah, gonna have to be forced to use the Feathers to Fly. Not having that available for this next Dragon fight could be crucial. Meteor now on this top side looking to try and keep Fearness going nice and strong. There's going to be the riposte, but Harry, wise to the tricks for the moment, going to be able to just kind of deal with Daisy as she knocks him up.
They really want to put so much pressure onto this top side. Bottom lane is a complete hazard. Just leave it alone. I love what we've been able to see from Haichao so far as he's been pushing out mid lane and roaming towards top. They're just expecting for LPC and Jinzhao to be able to survive. They do get more plates for Fearness. So this game comes down to the top side of the map. The objective bounty actually here for Meteor fell off. We were looking at these three, Meteor, Fearness, and Haichao, as to what they can do. They get the TP out of Dream. He needs to be so careful. Good feet, good hands.
Yeah, got himself some nice fancy feet. Sword Art now making his way up towards that top side. Means that Dream is in no real kind of danger. Doggo in the mid lane, just covering that lane as well. I mean, this is just a dragon for free. You're getting more gold, more pressure, more presence here for the side of Ultra Prime. And LGD, I mean, you've got the Ivern, but he needs to be with his team. He can't just be kind of trying to go in solo, as you can see here. The Nature's Grasp comes out just to deter any kind of a move. And yeah, it's as easy as that. There's not really a lot else that LGD can do.
LGD just way too late in the situation. And now with the Ocean Drake coming up, I'm very interested to see what we get from Ultra Prime. Does that mean there are more and more brushes for Maokai to throw those saplings in? Meteor's got to be careful. Good flash from LPC.
Yeah, good flash. Doesn't have the Feather Storm though, so can't go straight up into that one there. So flash for flash, is going to be worth. Actually, interesting, Ning used his flash as well. I'm not quite sure where, but while that's been happening, you see this 1-3-1 that I was talking about. LGD have got themselves two fantastic split pushers who will be able to take towers very quickly.
After these plates fall, you have to imagine this will also be something that they're looking for. Fearness, you gotta be careful. You don't have the riposte anymore. Okay, uses the Grand Challenge to push Harry away. Haichao, this time around, doesn't have to rely on his team. He's playing the LeBlanc. He needs to be on the side lane and putting more pressure down. We talked about the 1-3-1. Well, he's getting more and more plates, and after these fall, these turrets should be able to get a lot easier for LGD to take.
Interesting to see Dream just kind of sitting on a ward there, not really doing anything about it. Takes a chunk and now has to go back. So that's going to be top lane, almost certainly confirmed here by Haichao. Actually, still played, still very much got that available to him. But yeah, Haichao's just getting so much gold. He's kind of solo on his own here. Really is the big carry right now. Honestly, he's a full item ahead if you look at the way the game is. Not even a first item here for Dream. He's really struggling to have an impact.
I mean, he's really the only person who's had both him and Meteor at this point. Between these two are really looking like the players to watch for LGD. It seems like time and time again. A reminder for everybody who maybe watched a couple of LGD games, wouldn't be surprised if you haven't. Fearness stepped out like 3 weeks ago. So this is, or 2 to 3 weeks ago, this is one of his first games coming back onto the roster. Decade, a LDL sub, was coming in and had some okay moments, especially in their first game up against Weibo. We were thinking, okay, with Decade, this could be a kind of a new spot for them to kind of play through. And unfortunately, the grand experiment didn't really pan out. Seems like for the next two series, we'll see what LGD decide for their top side, but for now, Meteor and Haichao are really looking to carry this game, see what they can do. Ivern hasn't done much outside of the early game, but having his early Enchanter items already now does bode well for them. Setting up for a Rift Herald here, Ultra Prime have first say into the river, and still with how powerful Maokai is, they can easily enter.
Haichao will be able to get this turret though. Static Shiv, 1 or 2 auto attacks, and that should be enough to confirm it. That's an easy pickup here. Yeah, it's a pretty easy pickup. And that brings the gold back to even as we got Fearness now kind of dealing with Harry in that bot side. Both these top laners have got their teleports. They might try and just join back in on this fight. So we could see our first 5v5 of the match here at 15, 16 minutes into the game. And I could set the tone for the rest of it because if this game goes, you know, kind of back and forth like it did in game number 2, we're going to see plenty of fights as both teams try to fight for those objectives.
Or we can keep watching top laners hit each other and get grass procs. instead of setting up for this Rift Herald here, which right now Ultra Prime are pulling. Dream will be late to this as he has to immediately grab that top wave. We'll see what LGD do. They could take control of mid and try to fight over this objective, but you see already now they want to call their shot. AD carry's not in position. They're trying to get picked.
Oh, Jinzhao. Jinzhao might be dead here. The Nature's Grass going to stop anyone from helping him out. The Daisy is gone as well. How do you fight this is the real question. And this is just going to be another easy Rift Herald here for the side of Ultra Prime. No real way you can contest it. They didn't have Smite, but it did not matter because they had just got themselves their pick. Harry taking a bad trade here on the bot side. Going to have the Grand Challenge be get into... Yeah, Fearless has no mana, and he wasn't able to get that healing off as well. So Harry doing very well just to keep kind of stand his ground.
I love that Meteor is just coasting in between lanes. By neglecting a lot of this farm, however, he is falling behind a Ning. Okay, teleports in.
Oh, Harry, he got baited. He didn't know that everybody was here. He flashes, but he's going to go down. The Empower auto attack here from the LeBlanc is just enough. And not only are they going to get bot tower, they're going to get themselves mid as well. That's why we're seeing Dream go with an immediate TP. He was not in a position to defend this. They were going to lose out quite a lot on the map there. So 25 seconds till the next dragon spawns. We are seeing a flashless Harry going to be respawning just in time for that. But Haichao confirming the presence on this bot side.
Haichao cannot reset at this point, even if he wants to, even if it's really good for his back. There's just not enough time to be here for this objective, and this would be sole point going over to the side of LGD. Or, sorry, to the side of Ultra Prime. They need to control mid by brawling this down. I mean, they get the Rift Herald, but he's unable to knock down this turret. Just easy mid priority. Jinzhao cannot get caught right now.
This is so scrappy. There's a TP coming in. It's Fearness, though. Trying to see if he can maybe make something work. The Nature's Grass has already come out. Haichao in the back of the pit, looking to see if he can do something. Shirley gets herself that tower in mid lane, so Ultra Prime have that priority now at the moment in that mid lane. Fearness still looking for a flank, but look at these low health bars. I don't think they can go for this. Yeah, they have to give it up. They haven't got enough presence. They haven't got enough health.
Shout out Ning, MVP during this fight, just putting down all those saplings. Remember, it's because of those extra brushes that are around the map. And they're just taking way too much chip damage. I mean, look at the shield crush from Rel.
That was odd from Sword Art, to say the least, as he does go down, gets taken out there. Mid lane gets pushed back in, but look, this game is still very much equal. It's getting away from them, but Ultra Prime do have themselves on the sole point when you have things like a Cassante and a Jace to try and heal back up. I will say that it does feel like a pretty massive soul to be able to pick up for yourself.
Especially just so much damage. I mean, Ning throws a single E and he probably regenerates anywhere between like almost 1200 HP. With how long he can stay in combat dealing damage to champions, especially with even the Demonic Embrace. He's going to be healing up so much during fights, so you have to start thinking, like, do we actually need to start getting heal cut? I love that we can see the Shield Crush interaction from Rail. It takes about 500 HP away from Jinzhao, but just in a horrible spot there for Sword Art. Like, there's no one able to follow up at this position, so cool interaction. Maybe you see more of it as the day goes on or as this series goes on. And for LGD, everybody's firing. You know, only Harry's been caught out, and a lot of that has been because Haichao has been punishing. Now, can Ultra Prime do the same to him? You see Ultra Prime moving their support in jungle, trying to protect this side. And as long as they can keep this lane pushed out and even stop Haichao from getting more, then setting up for the Dragon in 3.5 minutes time is going to be very easy.
That's the big objective that we're looking at. Baron will spawn in just over 30 seconds, but I don't think any team's going to be looking for that just yet. You do take it pretty damn quick, if I do say so myself, for LGD. You have got the Staff of Flowing Waters available for Meteor, so getting extra bonuses for him and his team alongside that Moonstone Renewer, so he's in a pretty good spot for the moment. We'll see if Ning can get up that Imperial Mandate ASAP before anything else really kind of comes to fruition here. And we're just going to have a bit of a chill. 1,000 gold lead back in favor of LGD. It's mainly on the LeBlanc, if not exclusively, at the moment. Collector was actually finished up by Doggo. Interesting choice here on the second one, recognizing that people's health bars are going very low, but they're not getting taken out just yet.
Wants that immediate combat damage and saying, hey, you don't actually have a lot of tanks on your side. Oh my god, Doggo just gets completely outplayed by single auto attack QW from LeBlanc. Insane combo coming out from Haichao.
I love the word. I love the term outplayed, but it's like nothing. Yeah. You could literally dodge. Nope. You could literally dodge absolutely nothing because it's all point and click.
Yep. welcome to playing against LeBlanc. There's very little that you can actually do there. So, getting ready for game 3. I mean, oh man. Okay, we get a fight now. Okay, Jin Zhao.
Yeah, we are gonna get a fight. There's gonna be a TP on the backside of this one. It's here. That's a fantastic Moonlight Vigil right onto LPC, who's now in trouble. He flashes away though. Is he trying to first and burn him down? They will. Jin Zhao gets killed off of this one as well. It's a double kill for the Aphelios. You go straight for this Baron. You've got 2 split pushes. You need to take this ASAP.
Let's see how fast they're able to take this objective. Meteor is still here. Haichao has taken one, but Fearness doesn't know if he wants to join the fight or take the turret, and will do neither of them. Haichao is recalling and looking for a teleport.
Yeah, looking for the teleport. The knockback by Harry just keep it a bit interesting. Haichao jumps in over the wall. There's a lot of low health bars here. You have to take this Ultra Prime. You have to go for this splash in. Fearness gets 1 kill. This Baron is secured. But can they get any kills off the back of this one here? Haichao looking to try and jump in on top of this one. Double kill for Fearness. He busts out the parry. But there's a kill back as Doggo can finally look to try and turn in. It's a 3 for 3 at the end of it all. Haichao is still massive as Harry and Doggo try to run away. They're not quite sure exactly where everybody is. Doggo's still very healthy right now, and you do not want to try and fight him. They know this, and they know they can't take this fight just yet. As Doggo maybe going to find himself in a bad situation. He's trying to see if he can make sure that there's nobody getting any of his resources except for him. And at the end of it all, Ultra Prime will get themselves the Baron. They will get themselves with 2 of those buffs out. And they should be able to reset for this dragon in 40 seconds.
Oh my days. Like, they were so close to finding kills. Replay coming in here. Like, this pick onto Sword Art should have been their go button. Like, okay, he's going to go down. Not able to turn that into a kill. And honestly, at this point, you know where everybody is, LGD. Fearness in particular. You need to commit to taking this turret. This is one of the reasons why we have seen LGD falter, is their lacking of commitment. This has been the killer in almost every single team standings, is hesitancy. Without them able to go for that, they're not able to open up more of the turrets. Haichao committing to the play actually gains them a little bit more and keeps them in the gold. It's only 400 gold, so it's not much of an advantage. And when you look at where it's actually spread, we're looking at Ultra Prime now. Doggo is incredibly far ahead. He is the main AD carry. When we've seen him pop off, it is when he has gold leads like this. We need to see this turn into something more.
Jin Zhao might be dead here, though. The Nature's Grasp was good. Haichao tries to jump on the backside, but Doggo gets his man. Now you're in a 5v4 in favor of Ultra Prime. Harry, though, taken very low, might be the next target as he tries to get away from this fight. Does have a TP and will look to try and reset and get back into this fight.
Okay, we're doing this all over again. They immediately have marked Haichao, and he gets done, but that is his Maw of Malmortius shield gone. That could be very huge for them. Like you're saying, Harry teleports in, and he has so much more HP now.
Yeah, Doggo trying to see if he can stay away from Haichao. Dream trying to see if he can keep him alive. Fearness and Haichao just trying to focus in on top of him. Dream will go down.
LPC's alive?
As well. They invested everything to kill off the Xayah, and they forgot about their AD carry. LGD just picked them apart. Ultra Prime. I mean, you can't let Doggo, you can't leave him out to the wolves like that.
Oh god, and it's a triple kill here for Fearness. So they'll be able to stop the Soul, they'll be able to stop the Baron plays from Ultra Prime, who actually didn't get all that much. And guess what? For that, they'll get the Dragon, they'll get some kills, and now the mid-tier 2 as well. As we check this play, Haichao in that last fight was doing so much work in being able to threaten the backline. It's just that small amount of chip damage that is the game changer here.
Like, I can't even blame Doggo for that. His team abandoned him.
Yep, that has happened in a fairly surprising amount of Ultra Prime games. Whether it be Sword Art leaving him in a weird position and it turns into Doggo getting caught out, a lot of the mistakes that come out from Ultra Prime are not only their inability to transfer game plans in-game and be a little bit more flexible in server, but Doggo getting caught out and not having the rest of his team peel for him. A little bit of discoordination coming out from those two, and for Ultra Prime now, the gold lead is starting to mount for LGD. The Dragons are starting to stack, and a delay in their soul means another 4.5 minutes is what we'll have to wait. But Baron is spawning in 2, and look at where Ultra Prime are. Sword Art in an advanced position, and right now, it is those side lanes that are becoming a huge problem for UP.
4-0-3 death cap finish up here for Haichao. Apart from the, I won't be able to confirm the collector being a decent build, but Doggo going for the mob on Mortius makes a lot of sense when you consider that this LeBlanc is just basically zoning him out of every single play. So still waiting to see him kind of really have massive amounts of damage like you would normally see from a Aphelios. And while we come back and look at all the other different builds, you do have the Lord Dominic's regards almost being picked up here by LPC, as he's been kind of hard focused in a lot of these fights. But again, like I said so many times now, Ultra Prime, they're kind of hard focusing here onto LPC, which is obviously a good idea, but you just can't leave Doggo out to dry like that. You have to help him to try and deal with this LeBlanc and Fiora.
We'll see what they can do. Remember, one last game. We are in game 3 here of this series. Ultra Prime looking to really climb in the standings in the back half with their final 2 series. And for LGD, this is trying to prevent themselves from being definitively last place. If they can win here, they could potentially start to crawl back up into the standings and force either Ultra Prime or Rare Adam into being that 17th place spot. There are no playoff contentions for either of these teams. And for LGD, is it possible, Ashin? Do we think that it is a likelihood that they could finally win their first game 3 of summer?
I mean, at the moment, they're looking good for it. Still need to end off this game on a high. You are starting to get some decent damage available, or decent tank stats, I should say, for Harry, as he looks to try and just be a nuisance on the bad side. The Imperial Mandate build here for Ning means he's going to be trying to facilitate his team as best he possibly can. Need to start seeing, though, some decent work available for the side of Ultra Prime to build them back into this one again. Like, they're just not really on the same page, not really dealing with this split push. They're kind of just absorbing it, and it means that in 15 seconds from that Baron spawn, they have no vision.
And look at how the side lanes are being played out right now. I mean, Ultra Prime cannot step up over the halfway point, barely even able to walk into their jungle. And Haichao, with how much damage he's able to do as a AP champion, obviously changed how much damage you can actually do to turrets when they rework the turrets, but like, he is doing so much more with this 3-item core, and whatever his 4th item is, whether that be something like a Horizon focus or even going for the Lich Bane, he's going to be doing a ton of damage going into the back end. Level 17, so he's getting close to getting as max level. He is the player. He's been watching him play this LeBlanc both in game 1 and here now in game 3. He has been near flawless on it. The rest of the team just needs to be able to buy space. How long can they delay Ultra Prime?
You can see just with having the shields on top of Jin Zhao, I mean, it feels a lot more comfortable for him to just move forward, take some trades, and look to just be a nuisance. You would love to have the Sorelda's Grudge build up here for Dream before this next fight, but I don't think LGD are going to allow that to happen. There is still a small little ward there, little scryers there picked up, and there was a popped out now, being overtaken by the Vision ward. And Ultra Prime's trying to move themselves back up. But, I mean, how do you deal with the split push? How do you deal with this wave player? You need someone in mid at all times.
Currently, they're putting so many members up there. Harry's actually doing a great job of holding down Fairness. And if they can get just a little bit of vision, now with LGD recalling, trying to get more wards, trying to top up on their HP as well, finish some items, this is the timer for Ultra Prime to start putting down vision. If they have a sense that they're going for this dragon, there's a very real likelihood that they just turn immediately, they put down some more wards, or sorry, some more saplings, and they go to start up this Baron, saying, we're not going to worry about the dragon, you probably are going to be able to take it in 20 seconds anyway, let's try to see what we can do and maybe try to flip the game on that. Ultra Prime super indexing on wanting to get this soul at this point. Ashin, we're going to get one last fight, and it feels like if Ultra Prime can win this, they still have a lot of work to do to be able to open the base, but LGD, they take this fight and they're looking at potentially ending the game.
I mean, can't give over the Baron to a split pushing team. It just means lights out. You really think about it. You can Haichao on the ultimate flank. No vision on him whatsoever. Nature's Grass still up and available. We're going to see them now know that the Blanc is off to the side. They're going to get the knockback. Jin Zhao is dead. Well. Splash in on top of Fearness to stop him from moving. His parry is only good for so much. They get the Magnet Storm down, and they're able to burn down these health bars. The Aphelios has killed off the Fiora. Haichao needs to reset, but he doesn't have himself a TP. Doggo moving forward onto Meteor, who has to flash away, and a pause comes in right at the apex of this fight. I'm not quite sure who it was, but we are going to have to wait and see, because this is a moment for both these teams to basically, again, it's such a huge time winner. I feel like if Ultra Prime keep going, they win the game.
That was an insane fight, and Doggo goes beast mode there. He was finally coming up into his own. We talked about, hey, is this build going to be correct? Yes, the Maw of Mortius helps, but does the Collector? You indexed on wanting so much early power here in this game, and now Haichao unable to poke and prod at them. One of the pieces for LGD to actually find a kind of an advantage there, and stopped entirely. Fearness by on that flank. That was a good re-engage coming out from Ultra Prime. We saw Sword Art, as soon as Fearness tried to get in position, flashes backwards, gets onto Fearness, and takes away from their ability to actually deal damage. Well, LGD, we saw LPC, he was like trying to heal back up. Meteor was already taken out or getting close to it. Doggo stepping up in their last kind of series. They need this. They not only need this up against LGD, but going up against IG later this week. It's going to be a rough road for them if they want to at least finish on the bubble.
Moments like this that do define how these games go, and we are going to see what the reason will pause. It does look like Ultra Prime paused it. Maybe Doggo expecting a little bit more damage to come out before anything else, but yeah, this is high tide at the moment between these two teams, and I mean, right now, LGD got to be kicking themselves. I feel like they felt like they... Honestly, I actually think that them going for the Dragon fight is the wrong call. I actually think if they go for the Baron instead, burn that down, and then have the Baron buff with all the split pushers you have available to you, that is a far bigger advantage than any kind of Ocean Soul is going to be. I actually don't think that this call for the fight the Ocean Soul was the correct one at all. But that is in the past. That is the negative as such. We are going to be looking like we're jumping straight back into game.
Okay.
They are still paused, but it looks like whatever the issue was has been investigated in 4, 3, 2, 1. Get back into it.
Okay, we're sending it right back in. Teleports are coming through. They're going to finish this off and move straight towards the Baron. So we set it up before this fight. Ocean Soul is not the end of the game here for Ultra Prime. They still need to be able to push these out, and there is a lot of structures that they need to be able to make up. They're going to start up this Baron. Vision over from the side of LGD will tell them that they're going for this, and I think this is a little bit risky. They're going to be missing out on ultimates, key ones, and Dream will be forced to teleport into this play, whereas Haichao does not have that available to them. They could look to try to contest them on this objective, but instead cut the waves as high as possible, make it so that if you do have this Baron, when you redeploy out onto the map, you're going to have to spend a lot of that time at least pushing these waves.
Just to keep everyone informed, there was a reported in-game issue from Ultra Prime's Doggo. It has been resolved, and they're obviously resuming now. But let's have a look at this fight, because look at how Fearness, look how late he parries, and he just gets caught out.
And immediately so, right? Like, they put a lot of stock in being able to deal damage, but between Sword Art and Harry being able to keep both sides of the fight entangled, this right here, I mean, this damage coming out from Doggo was absolutely nuts. He finds the pick on the Fearness, and this auto right here, probably like, hey, where did LeBlanc go? I hit the blast cone, and I thought she was coming over the wall, but knocks him out. And we talked about how strong this Ocean Soul would be. Now it's going to be giving so much extra healing. You see from LGD, as soon as they picked it up, there are 2 different Oblivion Orbs immediately picked up for Meteor and Haichao.
Yeah. Has to be. The healing cut needs to come out. Now you've got the Sorello's Grudge here for Dream. Now you're starting to be significant in those side lanes. It looks like we're going to be going to full items here for a lot of the carries as well. So this is starting to get harder and harder for the side of LGD to continue with this split push. Sword Art is moving in on top of Fearness to see if he can maybe take him away from this, but yeah, it's going to be difficult. A lot of standing gold still available, though, for the side of Ultra Prime should they want to try and go for it. We'll have to send someone in the mid lane, though, to try and make sure these waves don't get crashed too heavily.
I mean, what was the Baron for then, right? Like, the Baron is to help you push out these waves, but because of this, and even with Dream almost losing the 1v1, this is a great job from LGD to stop them from actually utilizing this buff. There are no minion waves here, and right now, Ultra Prime, they're going to move high. They're going to move to try to stop this minion wave very early on, but they have used this Baron to do absolutely 0 damage to structures here. Closest one they're going to get is potentially this mid wave right now, as Sword Art doesn't know that minions do not get additional movement speed from the Baron buff. They changed that. They removed that mechanic. I learned that the other day, and I got absolutely owned for it. They're going to finally use this Baron buff to open up a single turret, but a lot more work needs to be done here.
Yeah, they're going to have enough time for one more wave, and maybe they can get that crashed in there. We will see Fearness and Harry kind of having a little bit of fun on that top side, but a hull breaker for Fearness and a For Mail, for Harry, I don't really see either of these top laners coming out on top of this particular trade. We come back in and we now see Dream without a stopwatch. He's going to be trying to sprint towards that GA because he's struggling. This is going to be the last wave to get crashed in here. They're going to use that Nature's Grasp. I like this. Yeah, I like this to come in as Sword Art taking a huge amount of damage. Jin Chao goes golden, loses that stopwatch. There's the Moonlight Vigil, but look at the shielding coming out here. Gonna mean basically nothing. LPC though has to go into station. They can just take this tower now. They know they've got the Baron for a couple more seconds. They just need to wait for that one there. Haichao and Fearless not able to make the work happen in the side lanes. That means that the inhibitor shall be busted open here. They need the actually Baron buff to go away so they can finally get in on this turret.
I wonder if they try to make a TP flank here with Haichao. They need to get vision, but none of it available. It would be very deep. Finally an inhibitor to fall here for Ultra Prime. That has been the goal for LGD, is to make sure that they can try to open up this map, but Dream, just by surviving, is doing his job at this point. Fearness has not been a real credible top lane threat this game so far. We have seen him try to make flanks. We've seen him on the split push, but Harry doing an excellent job of stopping this top laner. Even with the Hull Breaker, they are finally going to open this up. You see multiple members of Ultra Prime are now recalling. It should be it.
Yeah, well, Meteor's going to have his recall stopped, so that means he's not going to be back in time, but that's a good trade back here from the side of LGD to make sure they're not just losing universally around the map. Now, 1 minute 30 until the Baron spawn, or sorry, not the Baron, excuse me, the Elder spawns, 2 minutes until the Baron. Now we wait to see where this team and where these teams end up kind of putting their presence as such, because actually mid lane, or top lane tier 2 went down as well. That wave was huge. I didn't even notice how big it was. They took an entire turret themselves. What the hell?
We said it, right? Like, the dragon was merely a setup for them to be able to take these objectives. Now as we move in, dragon spawning in a minute, like we were saying, important to take stock of where summoner spells are. Available for everybody except for Haichao's flash and Fearness and his teleport. Very, very important as Harry now looking onto a flank. They might not even need the Elder. They can straight up go for the end. They have so much combat power. And Doggo now with 5 items.
Needs to come back. Haichao needs to come back. He cannot stay in this top side. There's the Nature's Grasp coming down. Daisy has to be used as well. Haichao holding the trigger for the moment. Wants to try and get a little bit more off of this one. LPC
he's waiting. He's coming now.
Gets down. LPC is dead. And yeah, Haichao, it's too little, too late. You already see the rest of your team is dead. And the Nexus turrets are falling down. They will kill off the Aphelios. Haichao trying to stay alive in this one and is keeping it going. It's Dream and Sword Art. Haichao does not have anything left. He waited too long. And Ultra Prime will solidify LGD as the 17th place team in the LPL.
Ultra Prime, Ning, Sword Art, and Doggo all say, LGD, that was a great game 1. You just can't keep up steam. You don't got that stamina. You don't have the ability to take us all to 3. Unfortunate there for LGD, as there were some promising moments. Again, Haichao and Meteor having some spotty moments in the game, but it comes down to that bottom lane. It comes down to Doggo and Sword Art having another fantastic performance here.
Yeah, I mean, really, really well done there by Ultra Prime to keep themselves relevant in that game. And it came off of that one big dragon fight, you know, again, just kind of moments like that where they do look a bit more cohesive. They do look like they can maybe build off of this, especially with the likes of Harry and Ning. I do think that that partnership does work very, very well. So we'll see it now. We can see there LGD, that was very dramatic, putting themselves around the corner. It was, wasn't it? It was a very
You just got locked in 17th. Allow it. I'll allow it.
I know, but it's like, you know, it's like, I think there's like a meme from ages ago where it's just like a kid, like, told he's not allowed to go outside. He throws his hat on the ground and puts his hand up against the window. But, yeah, I mean, look, for Ultra Prime, they now bring themselves up into, I believe, 5 and 10. So they're right up there in terms of the you know, the kind of TTs, the FBXs, and the IGs. And they play IG as their final game. So they could end up 6 and 10 to end the split, which is, again, not a bad setup for a team that ended dead last themselves in Spring Split.
That would be a pretty remarkable movement, you know, being able to move forward there for Ultra Prime. Definitely picking up wins this time, which is always a benefit. And for LGD, feels like more and more of the same from what we get from them. Yes, they have an amazing early game and in game 1, but afterwards, doesn't feel like this team has that same ability to actually like continue on in series. We would have thought at the beginning of this year, like, yes, Jin Zhao swapping over from AD carry, he's playing support now. Like, what does this look like as a veteran of the league? Really wanted to see him kind of take the reins. Meteor coming off of a pretty long split, like almost 2.5 years away from the LPL. Like, what would this player look like? I think we're starting to see some of that, and I'm only hoping that not only in their final series up against RNG, where we kind of see them like now you're definitively you have nothing else to play for other than this last series, and moving into 2024, that we can start to see what we were promised from this org.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is definitely a positive from Ultra Prime. Look, still plenty to be doing if they want to try and be contesting for those playoff spots in 2024, but positives nonetheless. And for LGD, I mean, they fall down even further. This team is kind of on a pretty big restructure right now, comparatively to where they used to be. And they are a legacy org, and look, they gave us an LPL gold graph. That's all that matters.
I feel so bad for Haichao, man. He did so well this game. Like he's like, guys, please just don't die. Imagine if they were able to, like, just so many different realities there where Haichao's actually able to win this. They get their first series going to game 3 and they end up winning it. Just not in the books for this one. Ultra Prime, it was in that bottom lane. We saw how much focus went into Doggo and Swordar in every single game this series, and comes out, you know, cards land trump here for Doggo and team. Like, he played so well. He indexed for the early game build with the Collector by saying, I want to be able to deal damage as much as possible. This game will come down to me and my own performance. And it's games like these that yes, up against LGD, a lower standings team, it's games where you get those glimpses of originally when Doggo had stepped onto the international stage, and we're like, okay, this guy's actually really, really good. And then we saw back on BLG, there was still some mishaps there, splitting time with Uzi, and now here on Ultra Prime, we're getting those glimpses, but again, it is just too late. It is a team that is not in playoffs, and is the end of the year here.
Yeah, it is the end of the year, too little too late, and of course for LGD, look, we'll see the curse of Game 1, or the Game 1 buff continues into 2024 after the last game. Obviously, I think it's Monday is when their last game is. Yes, I have it in front of me here, but look, you know, kind of in positives to kind of bring out of this one here for LGD. They obviously do know how they want to play. They obviously do know how they expect themselves to be able to kind of, you know, come out with these wins, because they do look convincing when they do. Just need to figure out consistency. That's the biggest thing there, is consistency from them on all sides of that regards. But for Ultra Prime, still fighting for a top 11 spot. No playoffs for them today, or for any time of the year this particular year. But we're going to send it over to our interview as Swordar is standing by.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Swordar, the support for Ultra Prime. Congratulations on your victory. It is a reverse sweep, but first question for you, when facing off LGD, actually I think their playstyle is a little bit like your playstyle, because they always play around their jungler, and so do you. So before this matchup, how did you guys prepare for this matchup? 那么欢迎蛇蛇来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜 UP 在这一场 BO3 当中让1追2成功拿下对手。面对到 LGD 这支队伍，其实我们发现在游戏风格上，你们两支队伍有一点点相似，就是几乎在很多时候都会围绕着打野带起节奏。那么面对这样一支风格相似的队伍在赛前做了哪些准备和调整呢？
主要是因为他们国豪选手在打就是游戏的时候也是蛮有经验的嘛，然后跟宁王也打得比较像，所以是我们有特别着重在打野跟中路的。就是联动跟选英雄上面，所以我们今天才比较能赢下来，对。
So first of all, their jungler Meteor always played like very well, because he's a very experienced player, just like our jungler Ning. And their playstyle was a little bit similar to us. So before this matchup, we just pay attention to the mid jungle synergy and the mid jungle champions picks, which makes us to take down this win today. And coming to some in-game contents, maybe the game 1 didn't go as your expectations, but how did you guys manage to bounce back in game 2? And you got Nautilus, you won MVP. So when you got this engaging champions, how did you make so many decisive engagement, and what were your focus point? 那么来到第2局的时候，可能在第1局小失1城之后，队伍这边快速调整，蛇拿到了泰坦，并且是拿到了 MVP 嘛。想问一下，当你拿到这个英雄的时候，特别是针对第2局的情况，你会觉得在 第二局情况，你是如何发挥，然后带领队伍快速滚起雪球，赢下比赛的胜利呢？觉得第二局的重点是放在哪个部分呢？
第二局的重点就是我们一开始开局的设计比较好吧，有拿到1血，然后在对线的时候，其实我们玩这些英雄的时候是比较有经验的，然后就在这个对局中，我觉得我们处理的比对面好很多，所以也在有优势的情况下，我们中后期也比较顺利，能够用我的开团来赢下来。
So first of all, maybe at the very beginning of the game, we just made so many very excellent designs in game, which makes us get a little bit leads. And coming to the matchup, I got Nautilus. As long as we manage this matchup well, we do think that we have a very strong mid to game team fighting ability and also with my engagement ability about this part. And coming to game 3, your opponent got Fiora and LeBlanc is kind of maybe they got a split pushing draft. Maybe their play is so many flexible, especially coming to the late game. Maybe it was a little bit hard for you to just catch them or to stop their game pace to destroy your nexus. So coming to very late game, how do you manage to make sure that you are the winners of the very excellent and bounce back matchups? 来到第3局，看到对面选出了像剑姬和妖姬这2个单带体系的阵容，并且看到他们在游戏的中后期打得很灵活。刚才蛇蛇也跟我聊到了，在后期好像很难去抓到他们。但是你觉得 UP 在最后你们赢下这样一个互换攻守攻防战的这样一个原因，重点是什么呢？
我们最后因为他们选的阵容是妖姬跟剑姬嘛，其实我们的英雄算是比较打阵地战，然后比较要打团的英雄，所以我们比较难抓边，所以我们最关键的点就是我们一定要把小龙控好，然后我们在前期取得比较大的优势，所以才把小龙控住，然后最后已经到了有点难赢下来的时候，就是因为他们一直分推，然后我觉得我们 AD 扣的挺好，就是他说那我们就直接中路一波把他们拆了，对，然后我们最后就赢下来了。
So first of all, as you can see, our opponent got Fiora and LeBlanc is kind of split pushing draft, but we have a team fighting draft. We need to take fights toe to toe and front to front, but maybe so that coming to late game, it was a little bit harder for us to catch them. And we just want to stop their attacking game pace, especially on the side lanes. And I would like to give credit to our AD carry. He made a very decisive call in the last team fights. He said that, okay, just go to the mid lane and just crush them so that we can take down this game. And actually, I do think I want to talk a little bit about your performance or the overall performance this split. So is there anything you want to say? Are you satisfied with your performance or even do you have any expectations around this part? 那么其实最后我们想来聊一下队伍的状态嘛。其实关于蛇蛇，关于队伍，大家都是还是比较关心你们的状态的。其实从开赛以来到现在，你觉得有没有什么关于这个部分想要去一些总结啊，或者是一些归纳的点吧？因为我们觉得经验这种不管是输赢，都是可以进步的阶梯和空间。
因为我也是算打了比较久了嘛，今年是我打了第10年的职业，然后我觉得一路以来就是，我觉得我能一直坚持下去，一直觉得就是一直有动力的原因，就是因为我觉得我运气蛮好，就是一直跟到一群很好的队友，然后每个队友也很愿意的，我们互相交流啊，互相努力。就是有的时候可能像这一季，可能我们的成绩不是很好，但是其实我们一直都没有放弃。然后我也希望可以珍惜每一个在打比赛的机会。然后，对我自己来说的话，我最想要的就是跟队友一起有成长。然后虽然说我们这一季可能已经进不了季后赛了，但是我还是很开心能跟大家一起打。
我也相信蛇蛇作为职业选手走过的路，每一步都算数。So first of all, actually, as you can see, I'm veteran. I have played League of Legends as a pro player for almost 10 years. I do think I'm very lucky because I have faced off so many great teammates, great team, great coaching staff, and which makes us make me can have some better performance around this part. Coming to this summer, as you can see, maybe we have already missed the playoffs, but I do want to say that I will value every opportunity to play on the official games as a pro player and try my best to do with it. And I also want to give credit to our teammates and all those people I have met in my professional journey. And I do want to say that I can keep fighting, keep working hard in future, and to get better result. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢蛇手来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. And of course, great answers there from Sword Art. Just showing that, again, you know, every match matters. He just wants to be on the stage playing at the highest level he can possibly play. And I mean, alongside someone like Doggo, who had a bit of an interesting build, but definitely got the damage down and was our MVP for game number 3.
Hey, I'm glad that we get to see Doggo step up because we needed him to if this team was going to be able to pick up a win here. It was everywhere else was losing or top side. I mean, Harry, he's playing Cassante, but unfortunately wasn't able to have that same impact that we saw in game 2 because he was being held down by likes of Hai Chao and the rest of the squad. It was plays like going for this and setting LPC off to a disadvantage. Ultra Prime, they played for their bottom side for most of this series, and that's where we saw them really start to butter their bread.
Yeah, this is the, kind of the way the game went, which is basically like if you didn't kill the Aphelios, you weren't able to deal with this one. Again, just kind of moments like this where Fierce tries his very hardest. You can see that him and Hai Chao are just focusing on the Doggo, seeing if they can do it, but when they're not able to commit, you just don't really have any kind of, presence around this AD carry.
It's unfortunate to see for LGD, but Ultra Prime, they get it done, and similar to what Sword Art was actually saying in his interview is the fact that, like, this is the end of the season. It sucks that we actually missed out on playoffs for someone who, like himself, has alongside his own teammates who are so storied. We want to make this season as competitive as we can potentially make it. And if you're going to make it to 11th, potentially, it starts now. It starts with your actual ability to make it and climb the standings with this win. And then you have to think, okay, now we're going against an IG who should be a much stronger opponent.
Yeah, well, that is going to be the end of our first series. It looks like it might be a long day. We're going to send it to a break. When we return, it will not be myself and Alt Battery. It will be the fantastic Munchables and Kitty who take you to the next few series. So we'll see you again soon.
我们会给你几张图片，然后你需要根据这个图片猜出这个图片对应的是哪一位选手。
看图片猜职业选手。
对。
这个是不限于 LPL 吧？
对。
哦，简单这个。这是一个什么？是背包吗？还是纸？
实力入了。这是电脑屏幕啊？还是这是什么？
这是帽子还是导弹啊？
不知道啊。
帽子一个选手。
这是什么意思？这是顶帽子。
需要提示吗？
提示吧。
第一个提示是，他是一名 LEC 的选手。
LEC 的选手 ，LEC 是欧洲吗
？LEC 选手就是形容他操作很像魔术师。
应该只会给知名选手。LEC 有什么知名选手吗？
还有提示吗？
他是一名中单选手。
中单，还有呢？
他的 ID 和这个图片有关。
Caps，Cat，哦不对 ，Caps，这只能是他的呀。Caps 吗？
对。
哦，我第一时间愣了，我以为是个管道，那个 Caps 啊，这都不用提醒啊。Caps。
哦，这是帽子吗？
你一开始以为它是？
我以为这是电脑屏幕，然后黄色的那个是尺子。我也在量屏幕。
这个是反向帽子，
这是木桶吗？垃圾桶，也是一名选手吧？
是垃圾桶吗？这个垃圾桶G兔吗？感觉G兔很喜欢把别人对标扔进去了。
有什么姓桶的吗？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCS 的选手。
LCS 是什么
？LCS 是欧洲赛区是吧？
不是。
海丽莎？
难道是玩酒桶吗？应该不是。翻译过来意思都不一样。
第二个提示是，他是一名 AD 位置的选手。
LCS， 想不出来。
汉斯沙吗
？Z 位吗 ？Sneaky， 欧城？
不是。
欧城是欧洲。
他的这张图片与他说过的一句垃圾话有关。
然后呢？
没有。LCS 的，然后又很出名，就垃圾话出名的 ，W。
哦，大师兄，我记得好像之前有个国外的说什么要
钻进垃圾桶。大师兄吗 ？double lift。
之前有一个把队服丢垃圾桶里那个人就是 double lift 吧。
垃圾话，大师兄，哎。
double lift，
在座都是垃圾。
哦，在座各位都是垃圾，是吗？原来还能扯到这里来。那是 double lift。
나 더블 리프트밖에 모르는데.
对的。
对吗？
对。
这么有名吗？帅。
怎么感觉都有点难啊？
笑点赞，物资，高振宁，
全是外国选手是吧？
不一定。
点赞哥，一个日本的点赞哥，我不知道，但我不知道那个叫什么，不是那个吗？
不是。
笑着点赞，热晒。
不是。
我知道了，
这是 Deft 吗？这是什么？微笑点了个赞，笑点点赞，微笑吗？
谁知道啊这个？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCK 的选手。
谁？哪个 LCK 选手这么开心
？Pusik， 不是吗？这怎么猜？这感觉都差不多啊。那第二个呢？第二
个提示是，他是一名中单选手。
喜欢点赞还是？
中单点赞。小妹看，不知道，完全不知道。
这个图片是他的标志性动作。
啊，拍照的标志性动作，那就是 faker。这也太抽象了。faker 吗？就是他比较招牌的点赞动作。
就是喜欢这个点赞动作可以。
faker。
你可以模仿一下 faker 这个经典合照的姿势吗
？faker 第二个应该是 faker。
对。
第一个稍微有点难啊，笑脸。还再给点提示吗？第一个，除了
这是一整张图，这是一整张图。
哦，这就是 faker 呗，就喜欢微笑这样。我以为是两个人。
这个猜不到呀，这啥呀？在干嘛呀？
四圈，瞎子玩的好的，不对，官方 Riot。
这个是秀神吗？这也是选手，那总该轮到 LPL 了吧？
干嘛？打拳啊？重拳出击吗？怎么脑筋急转弯吗？我想想，热晒，
多音币，
小天，
拳击，他是出场动作拳击吗？还是什么？是不是卓呀？
其实吧。
他是一名 LPL 的选手。
哦 ，LPL 选手还不是他俩，那还有谁打拳啊？
他是一名上单选手。
369也不会啊。哈特，那谁打拳啊？我全说一遍得了。
他参加了今年的 MSI。
那就只有阿斌了。哦，斌哥，哎，我的，我这个冲浪强度没那么高，我这个打拳的应该是斌哥吧？
这不会是冰吧？
冰。好像听说他之前还蛮常看那个拳击比赛的，然后有拿他的队友当傻包，还好我那时候跟他已经不是队友了，对。
我挨过他一拳，只能说。
斌哥，看斌哥最近喜欢打拳。
陈哲斌，
斌哥，LPL 选手吗？
对的。
斌。我太帅了，我秒答什么都是，我太了解 LPL 文化了。
陈哲斌。打拳，
那你可以模仿一下斌哥打拳吗
？OK， 斌哥打拳。哦，他是往前打的，他喜欢这样打。
就这样，对吧？他还是比较有力量的。
然后要不要学一下斌哥打拳？
打不了一天。
it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride late in the night. Forget a trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show them all that you're gonna shine like a star. 'Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we're gonna celebrate you, got greatness in your nature.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Asheen. I'm joined by our battery as we... Sorry, I really should have done an Irish accent for that bit, shouldn't I? That was my opportunity to just go ham on it. Just kidding. I'm joined by Kitty as we head towards our second series today. Kitty, that first series, that was a doozy. That was I feel bad for Asheen and Alk.
I mean, it definitely served on the entertainment and content side as all three games were played out to the maximum extent. But honestly, I think Sword Art's post-game interview was very heartwarming. He was kind of just going over his reflection of his career history, and it made me have some tears in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I love Sword Art historically. Like, back when he was on Sunin, one of my favorite players. He's had a rough year, though. It has to be said. He's had a rough couple of years, to be honest. Let's talk about our upcoming series, Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend, because I feel like this is one of those series where, yes, we've got a very heavy favorite and a big underdog, right, in Anyone's Legend. But I want to quickly mention something before we dive into the actual League of Legends of the thing, and that's that Anyone's Legend used to be a team called Rogue Warriors, and back in the day, Rogue Warriors were kind of the bane of Top Esports. Now, since becoming Anyone's Legend, they've yet to beat Top Esports. But back in 2021, they beat them in a series in spring. They beat them in a series in summer. Rogue Warriors actually managed to go the distance with Top Esports in both series in 2021, winning one of them as well. So I feel like even though it is a far stretch and it's a totally different roster, maybe there's a chance for Anyone's Legend. That's the best thing I've got.
Anyone's Legend, today is the day if they want to channel that Rogue Warriors energy back from years ago to take this series up against Top Esports, because we've gotten a lot of upsets in this last week. I mean, we had IG beating JDG and a lot of others where I feel like although this series lost, if Top Esports decides to do a bit of goofing around, it won't matter too much at the very end in the standings, but still it's going to be a huge confidence boost for the side of AL, because I feel like AL has been a team that has shown a lot of development into 2023, as it is going to be one of their last games, I believe last games potentially for this regular split. But I really wanted to highlight the jungler of AL because he left an everlasting impression on me ever since they took that series win up against TT. And I feel like Xiaohe and Harder together as this duo has proved so much, where they have been able to take games away from RNG. So coming into today, I feel like it is just going to be more development, especially Jitui being the starting AD carry alongside Zora. They're just giving more stage time to these rookie players to have that developmental time.
Yeah, I feel like Xiaohao very much is carrying the spirit of the Rogue Warriors with him. That guy, he knows how to make a fight happen. He knows how to make an exciting early game. I feel like you say, Harder has worked well with him. CDC's had some good games. To show you, literally got a pentakill in his first series of the LPL. This team definitely has had some high highs. Granted, they haven't made it to playoffs, and the last few series have felt rough. But there have been some highlights for Anyone's Legend this split.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Jitui having probably one of the best debuts into the LPL, like you said. He got a pentakill up against, I believe, Ultra Prime in that third game. Unfortunately, didn't win, but that is an absolute statement as a rookie AD carry. But on the other side, in Top Esports, we have JackeyLove. And JackeyLove's been honestly performing out of his mind in this summer. A lot of people have been very critical of this Top Esports team throughout spring, but I feel like rookie JackeyLove, they're definitely proving the haters wrong. They are looking 10 times better, and I feel like it is just form and how the meta has evolved coming into patch 13.12. Specifically, Kai'Sa's back in meta. And you know who's probably one of the best Kai'Sas we have in the LPL? It's your boy JackeyLove. He has a skin on this champion, and he's more than happy to kind of, dominate the entire league through just this meta. But, we had the OMG incident where we had an 18-2 Kai'Sa perhaps up against, I believe it was Abel. So maybe he's looking for even more.
Maybe he is. I feel like as well, there are so many AD carries in the LPL that we talk about Kai'Sa for. I feel like JackeyLove getting that first LPL trophy, getting the first LPL skin, he just dibs Kai'Sa. I feel like there are so many other AD carries in the LPL that would have wanted that skin. Like LWX the following year, I'm pretty sure he would have wanted Kai'Sa as well, but taken away from him. People like Uzi definitely in that conversation too. But yeah, JackeyLove, an absolute beast on the pick. And I'm hoping we get some of that vintage IG JackeyLove that we have been seeing this split. I think that's an important conversation to have, actually, is that JackeyLove is playing the premium version of JackeyLove. There's none of that wish JackeyLove that we've seen, in Game 5 where he jumped forward on Zeri. None of that nonsense across the course of this split. We've very much seen the premium version.
Premium, just like Wagyu beef type of quality coming into this summer. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna quote I Will Dominate on this one. He said it the best, because JackeyLove has had some of the highest of highs when it does come to this entire league, and I feel like he is feeling more confident than ever with this lineup, especially with Wayward being the starting top laner for this summer compared to when they were in spring, where I believe it was Team 10 playing for a majority of that game. And that is where Top Esports kind of fell flat, because they didn't find the most desirable results, ending 7th in the regular split and then being stuck around that 7th and 8th position up against OMG where they lost 2-3. But luckily for them, they just got their spring revenge up against OMG in a very dominant fashion. And from that series, I was watching with the SAC, as we know that this current meta, it is all about mid lane and AD carry and how they're able to get those AP carries online as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's one of those things where this roster, I think a lot of people are kind of like holding their breath with this top esports roster, where they've not been flawless across the course of the split, but like TN having a much better split than people expected, Wayward having a much better split than people expected. Then the bottom three having some fantastic lanes. Like Rookie has had a couple of off series, like he's had a couple of moments that haven't been great, but generally speaking, he's still Rookie. Like you can still pretty much rely on him to be a top 3 mid laner. JackeyLove has been playing out of his mind. I feel like top esports going into playoffs are in one of the best shapes that they've been in quite a while, but in a way that I feel like the inconsistencies aren't just happy games in the way they have been previously. The inconsistencies have been actual issues that are like workable, that they can actually learn from and improve as a team. I feel like something has changed behind the scenes fundamentally with this squad compared to previous years.
Yeah, most definitely. And it kind of were, well, if you compare them back to their spring form, it was just fundamental mistakes where people were getting kind of caught left and right. But if you just kind of remind yourself of how the year started off, it was Aphelios, Zeri, what was the other one? Lucian, where, you know, we saw JackeyLove making his same old mistake, getting caught out, but I feel like with this current meta where you do have so much flexibility in the Kai'Sa and the Xayahs, which have been extremely high priority, that's kind of gotten rid of that. But I still feel like someone else that we haven't mentioned is Mark coming into summer. Mark was definitely one of the most critiqued player for me in particular, because I thought he was very inconsistent in lane, and it also did affect JackeyLove to some extent. But coming to summer, he is looking stronger than ever, and he's been introducing us with champions like the Pyke, like the Heimerdinger, where it is catching people off guard. And I still feel like top esports, the stability is what they were looking for all this time, and they finally delivered with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Stability is the name of the game for top esports, and that's what we're hoping to see today as well. Because there against anyone's legend, and if there's one thing that anyone's legend can bring to you, it's a bit of chaos, it's a bit of carnage. I feel like top esports are the kind of team that when they do get a lead, I mean, they're still 100% win rate when ahead at the 15-minute mark. So if they can find a lead at that early game, anyone's legend are pretty much doomed at that point. But I feel like that first 15 minutes is where the X factor exists for anyone's legend anyway. So I'm hoping we get some shenanigans. I'm hoping like maybe we get some early poppy slams that you can really just charge into those lanes and make chaos happen, you know, like find ways to just disallow the lane advantages that it's likely for top esports to get.
And you also have to remember that this isn't anyone's legend that was able to take individual wins up against JDG, EDG, and BLG, so they're not to be underestimated. And especially it is just through Xiaohao, where I'm just looking at the most banned for this team. It's Lee Sin sitting at 24 times, so it's banned 67% of the time. The one time Lee Sin got let open, I believe it was up against TT, that was one of their first series win. He was getting insec after insec, and the AD carry of TT, I believe it was Huanfeng, he got his head kicked dizzy, but you know, this champion definitely should be considered to be banned unless Tian has something to say about this. However, I still feel like the mid lane. Oh, well.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? Because Tien is also kind of a legendary Lee Sin. Like, remember Worlds Finals? Tien just like obliterating people, like on FPX. Obviously, that wasn't with top esports, but you know, 2019, the year after JackeyLove got his skin, Tien got a skin of his own and got Finals MVP. And a lot of that was down to his Lee Sin. So I would love to see no Lee Sin bans in this series and see that pick go back and forth, because it's not meta, but we've got two quality Lee Sin players in the server.
Well, I don't know if Lee Sin's going to be that high priority when something like the looming Poppy exists that can be flexed to both top lane and jungle. That is just a pain to deal with, especially when you are trying to look for those early skirmishes. But that reminds me of something, because the reason why a lot of people were a little bit disappointed by this top esports lineup was because they quite literally have 3 World Championship players on this team. This is a super roster on paper, but they have to find their revenge coming into summer. They really need to prove themselves that they are worthy of going to Worlds for this second half of the year. And this is going to be the first step to it.
I think on top of that as well, you mentioned the 3 world champions, right? It's also the like reunion of IG with Rookie and JackieLove joining forces again. I think a lot of people were like secretly hoping in the off season at the start of the year that the Shy would join this team alongside Rookie. I seem to vaguely remember there was some rumors about the Shy and Rookie sticking together, but that might have been the previous year. But either way, yeah, we'll see how they're going to be able to finish out their year. It's anyone's legend stepping out onto the stage first, though. We'll see how they're going to perform today. Certainly, I mean, I love their slogan. They like glorify each other. Never forget your original intent. Glorify each other. It's so like, it's very Kung Fu Panda, which is literally their logo.
It's very on brand indeed, and I just looked at their schedule for the remainder of Summer Regular. I completely forgot that the AL vs OMG game has been postponed until Monday, so they do still have OMG to verse at the very end, which is going to be the last series ever of this Summer Regular split, so that is going to be quite the exciting one to be looking at. However, Top Esports, this is going to be the last one. They're competing for that 3rd to 4th position up against LNG, and they have to take this series win, but I feel like even if they do, LNG, their last series is going to be up against NIP, and between LNG and Top Esports, there is still a game difference. So I feel like for this Summer Regular split, Top Esports most likely are looking at that 4th finishing position.
Yeah, it's all down to LNG because LNG have the head-to-head against Top Esports as well. So even if Top Esports 2-0 here and LNG 2-1, it'd be tied on game difference, but LNG have the head-to-head. So it has to be LNG losing their series for Top Esports to climb any further. However, like, 3rd versus 4th for seeding doesn't really matter. Like, it changes which side of the bracket you're on, but realistically speaking, either of these teams is going to be favorite to make it into the double elimination at that point anyway. So the difference between 3rd and 4th, I don't think people are going to be losing sleep over that one, especially since you don't actually know which teams are going to be in which side of the bracket just yet. Anyway, you'll know that I believe JDG are, unless BLG lose their final series, then JDG will be on that lower half of the bracket. So I guess 3rd place is, actually no, 4th place would be on the top side with seed 1. So actually you probably want to be 4th place, right? You want to be on the BLG side of the bracket, not JDG.
Well,
so actually, Top Esports, they're absolutely winning with the 4th place seed.
You know, it could be anyone's game because there's a debate to be had if JDG losing up against IG was a fluke or you genuinely see inconsistencies in this top 2 team in the league, of course. And BLG, they also had some moments of weakness in their most recent series up against RNG. So honestly, I'm not too sure who Top Esports prefers to verse when it does come to the road to playoffs. But for this game 1, it's anyone's game, to be honest, because there's so many things meta in the current 13.12 alteration, where we've seen a few wacky champions coming into this new patch, where I want to see another taste of Top Esports. You've seen a ton of Samira and Alistair and Rel also paired along that champion in the LCK, so is that something that JackieLove could be potentially serving us once the Tristanas and the Kaisers have been taken away?
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see some more shenanigans down in that bottom side. I mean, JackieLove has played a fair few AD carries across the... I mean, he's played 11 different AD carries across the course of the split. And he's certainly a player that's been known to be flexible, been willing to try different things. So I could certainly see it. And especially in a series like this one, where realistically the stakes aren't exactly high, you're already a heavy favorite. Why not do a little bit of a victory lap in your final one? But we'll see. We'll see what's going to come in. Interesting as well to see Jachoya picked up over iBoy once again. iBoy not going to be playing today. I feel like iBoy versus JackieLove is kind of a bit of a classic rivalry. I'm surprised iBoy didn't, fight for his opportunity to play against JackieLove again.
Maybe he didn't have a say in this. You know how players are in the team format. Coaches probably have final say to anything, but who knows what happens behind the scenes. But I feel like Jitu up against JackieLove for this first series of us, which is second series for all of you guys at home, of course, is going to be a relatively interesting one because you obviously have 2 rookie players up against Mark and JackieLove, and I still feel like maybe through Xiaohe and maybe through hardest synergy, through those skirmishes, they can kind of help this bottom lane out, but you have to also consider the fact that ZDZ is honestly having a pretty decent recent few weeks on the Renekton and on the Cassante, where he has stabilized a lot more in that early game, and that has been a big talking point for the side of AL, where one of the biggest critique was just struggling to get to the mid-game state without the early game exploding. So that is definitely great signs to be seeing for this team.
I mean, when you think of ZDZ as well, you think of carries in the top lane, right? Things like the Camille, things like the Gangplank, not really tanks. And now that the meta is like shifting away from tanks, Renekton can be played and things like that, I think he is just feeling far more comfortable. That Lee Sin that we discussed, unfortunately, will be taken away from Xiaohao. The Draven as well answered. A lot of respect bans coming through so far.
The Tristana is still up and available, and I wouldn't be surprised if Top Esports do secure that for themselves, either as a response or flex it towards the bottom side, with Milio still up and available as well. But Rookie, one of our best Syndra players in the entire world as well, so that's something that he could consider that can just outrange the Nico. We saw this Azir pick out of him, I believe, in the series up against OMG as well. And they honestly have some of the best front-to-back team fighting, where they are putting all their eyes on the carries, and they do play these team fights very structured. So I'm really excited to see what Top Esports have for us, which is the Jason Maokai, of course.
Yeah, and I will say, Rookie's Jace is an absolute treat to watch. This is like vintage Korean Jace, you know, like the stuff that they used to talk about in the Legends all those years ago. Excited to see that one in the mid lane up against hard as Nico. The Rel going to be locked in here, you'd expect, which can be for Xiaohao, can be for Zora. We'll have to see where AL want to send that one. We have seen some flexibility in the pick, and I like it this early in the draft because it does leave some options open for your post bans.
Yeah, we've only had 2 Rel games so far, Rel jungle games so far in the LPL. I believe it was played by both Shatter and Kanavi. And it was quite the interesting one. It was seen as a counterpick into the Sejuani jungle, which potentially, I mean, it's not going to be considered here because Maokai has already been locked in as they take the Jax up against Renekton matchup for that top lane. And ZDZ locking in the comfort, which we've seen him perform day in, day after again. But up against Jax, I feel like it's a very vulnerable matchup. Once you die that one time, it just snowballs out of control, especially when Tien is a player that does gravitate himself towards that top side in the early game as well.
Yeah, Tien more than happy to move up and help Wayward get himself a lead, especially because Renekton is kind of similar on the other side. Like, you get an early kill on Renekton, you take a gold lead into a Herald fight, like, you could just take over the game. We've seen it plenty of times in the LPL where Renekton just dominates the early game, finds a carry, just one-shots an AD carry, you know. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. There's Alistair going to be banned off the board as well as Aphelios here. I'm curious where JackeyLove is going to go with this one. The Draven's already taken off the board. Kaiser's gone. Aphelios is gone. I mean, Xayah Rakan's still currently open.
Yeah, Xayah Rakan is going to be the next up-and-coming bottom lane, especially considered by Top Esports. But we still have things like the Tristana that can provide a bit of escapability considering how much CC AL have. The Diana's been taken away from Xiaohao. I'm not too sure on what that means because I don't think Diana would work that well considering I mean, they do have the Venn diagram composition if they do give over the Diana, so who knows?
I mean, look, Xiaohao has played the Diana a couple of times, but it didn't look good.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's 0% win rate so far on the Diana. Like, I feel like you could probably play around that, but here we go. Varus, open and available. It'll be locked in for JackeyLove.
Look, I was looking at JackeyLove's win rate on his top 3 champions. They're all at 70%. The Samira does come out for tonight, but it isn't through JackeyLove. It's through Jitil, and he wants to be locking down JackeyLove as fast as possible in this early game and shutting him out from reaching that 3-game item spike.
Jitil bringing out the Samira. I'm going to do my utmost to try and pronounce his name correctly, but I'm going to be honest, that is the hardest name I've ever had to pronounce in LPL. Diego going to come through as well, so the Rel will be down in the bottom side. But the second we saw the Samira, let's be honest, we knew it. And the fact that they didn't ban Rakan tells me that Top Esports, they knew that it was going to be a Rel down in the bottom side here. Looking for Mark to go for one of his classic picks when he came into the LPL. He pretty much was a Nautilus Leona bot, as pretty much everyone was back in 2020. And we will expect to see that coming through once again.
I'm honestly surprised that Mark didn't go for the Leona approach because you have to consider the fact that Samira is seen as a counter into the Varus because you're able to block that Varus ultimate with your windshield, of course, and you can also block some of those hooks from Mark. But for the last pick, it is going to be the Nautilus lock-in as AL, a very aggressive team composition for this game 1. It's going to be about how this Samira is going to pop up in these team fights, but I'm getting a little bit worried because if you look at top esports composition, they can break apart this Samira's combo so easily. So AL, they need to take their chances very carefully and see through picks in that early game.
We'll see if they can find those picks. I'm excited for this comp, though. I feel like early strength across the board here for anyone's legend. That's what we talked about before. Top esports still 100% win rate when they're ahead at the 15-minute mark. So AL, they've got to try and stop that snowball before it begins. They've got the tools with a Renekton and Nico to set up for that Viego. Not to mention a Rel Samira. I mean, that is a terrifying lane to play up against. We'll see if Top esports are ready for that power. Certainly favorites coming into today. And again, going towards playoffs, we want to see a strong performance. We want to see domination here from Top esports. They've got that Jace Varus, which can be a devastating combo when it comes to controlling Drakes as well.
Riding up the momentum is going to be key for Top esports coming into this series up against AL, bouncing off, of course, a series win from Ultra Prime and OMG. It's going to be a form check as we have a relatively standard composition locked in for this game 1, but it's going to be how they shut down Jitoi as this bottom lane continues.
Oh, that was a one-sided Gio. It was like one person that shouted for AL the first time there. I'm not sure the team was ready for the Gios to come on through. Here we go.
I've always wondered, when it comes to these LPL chants, is there a designated chanter that does the initial like AL, and then the fans, of course, do the Jiao as a like? Is there a dedicated initiator for that?
I know that it is a fan that does it. Like, it's not an official LPL rep that does starts the Gios. I don't know how they decide who does it, because you never seem to have people contesting it. So I don't know if it's predetermined or what, but yeah, we'll have to ask. We'll have to get some info from if our producers are listening. Calling producer over. Can we? How do the Gios work? Does anyone know? Let us know. Let's talk win conditions though. Here we said early game aggression for anyone's legend. Top esports on the other side, not too shabby on the early aggression. You can see Halo Blades there for this Varus, which, I mean, Varus known for lane domination already. And Top esports are they're the third team in the league for Dragon percentage. This is a team that loves to play around the Dragon. With a Jace in mid and with a Varus in bot, you've got to believe they're going to be trying to stack him early.
Yeah, my eyes are going to be fixated on the flashes in the early game, of course, but you also have to kind of skim over AL's composition that they're extremely short-ranged compared to Top esports. It's very clear that Top esports, they want to be waiting for those 2-item spikes. Hook lands, I don't think it's going to result into too much. Zora needs to get out of here, though. He's getting so low. Well,
yeah, Ignite was used there by Mark. Weibo tries to get stunned down as well. Yeah, Ignite going to be used, but pretty much just to get that damage down. Level 2 hit for Zora, but not for Jitoya. So, hey, one-sided trade. Top esports will be able to slowly but surely stack and then crash this wave.
Because both junglers started their topside jungle, we will get a 3v3 very soon, or at least Tian and Xiaohao will be meeting in that river. But like you said, Cleanse has been burnt from the Samira, so it is going to potentially be a bottom gank very early on in this game. Top lane.
Oh, ZDZ's feeling it. He's still got flash available. He's not going to go for that. And Wayward actually just recalls in front of him. ZDZ has to go for the wave, yeah.
The wave is in a perfect spot. It's frozen in the top side where Wayward, he's forced to TP here. But we do have Xiaohao spotted on a ward, so Top esports take note of this and they are going to back out. But I feel like with all these hooks hitting from Mark, we might have Mark with a K starting in this game 1. They're looking in good form.
Yeah, looking good so far. Was that subtle Cadral flame there? Did I pick up on some subtle flame under the covers there?
Ah, you wouldn't need to mention that one.
But yeah, you can see, I mean, to be honest, not exactly a monumental CS lead off the back of it. I feel like he should have gone for the solo kill. He should have tried for it at the very least. Like, had flash available, so he could have followed Wayward, but decided he couldn't go for it. As Xiao Hao tries to hover in the bottom side, but won't find anything here.
The problem is Xiao Hao, because he was routing towards that bottom side, they weren't too sure if Tian was around that top lane, and just in case he was going to flash over the wall, he might have been met with 2 people from the side of top esports. We have another 1v1. The Conquerors are stacked up.
Certainly are. Wayward dips on out though. Himself to safety. I say that. Xiao Hao's moving over, but looks like Wayward will fully dip here, get himself back up to the top side. Tien, it's in the lane as well. ZDZ, is he going to go for the bait here? Wayward trying to look juicy. Tien's in the brush. ZDZ knows something's up though. He knows what's going on here. He's not going to fall for it.
Xiao Hao was very lucky and managed to get a ward onto the bottom side of Tian's camp, so they don't see the Maokai anywhere near the bottom side, so it's kind of great discipline coming out of ZDZ and playing extremely safe here, although Xiao Hao is also hovering his lane for the time being, but the game, so far so good. I feel like the first dragon is going to be where the first huge 5v5 is going to occur, but for the side of top esports, they need to wait for item spikes, especially in Rookie and JackieLove, compared to something like the Nico and Samir that do have great inbuilt damage in the first 15 minutes.
Good start to this top lane though. ZDZ gets himself a plate, will get himself that recall off as well. Should be able to get back to lane before missing out on any minions. So good start versus Wayward. Feel like winning out the mind games, so not falling for the gank. And now you see big crash towards this bottom lane. JackieLove just returning with a serrated Dirk here, but we'll take a second to clear this wave. And you know, we were talking about Jace in the mid lane, Varus in the bottom lane should be able to go for a Drake's, but actually it's AL off the back of resets will find priority.
That's a lethality Varus! In 2023, that is a rare occurrence coming out of JackieLove. AL's going to secure this first dragon with the priority in the bottom side. So that's going to be great, as we did just say that AL, they do have the better team fight for the first 10 minutes. Mark has the flash.
Yeah, close one for Mark, but he's going to look for the engage once again here. Zora the target, Pop Blossom across team. It's only on to Mark, but he's down now. And Rookie being chased out. Just show you, he's stacked up and he's taking him to pieces. This top esports just get wrecked.
Come on, top esports, you can't do us like this when we were just praising you for 10 minutes straight, but that's 2 kills into Zhitoi's pockets, and that's exactly who you want to be getting ahead in this early game. At AL, they come out on top with also a dragon.
Oh no,
Jackie.
He's been caught out as well. The Q should be able to land, and there we go. Even a flash just to guarantee it. That's 3 kills for Chichoya. He's got a triple kill on Samira at 7 minutes into the game. This is doomed for top, surely.
It's an absolute disaster, and it's after AL secure that first Ocean Soul as well. Mark even has to burn the flash, but with everyone being so separated from the side of top esports, Harder just has to go in with the Pop Blossom and it secures. I mean, Mark does fall down as the first person, but we talked about how Rookie, he needs a serrated Dirk. There's not much damage coming out of the crew of top esports, and this is the result. I mean, even JackieLove had to burn double summoners because of a greedy freezing wave attempt.
Yep, trying to step up to the wave, got punished for it, and now basically even in CS, while Chichoya is going to be able to sweep up all of these minions, and down 3 kills. You can see Serrated Dirk and a BF sword as well as boots there. Chichoya, he's in a phenomenal position in this game. And you have to wonder, what is the response here for top esports? Because again, this is a team that snowballs for their wins. This is a team that when they're ahead at 15, 100% win rate. Can they get ahead at 15 though, when they're already almost 3,000 go down?
Yeah, it's a terrible feeling to be the side of top esports in this game 1, but perhaps in this upcoming Rift Herald, unless AL rotate their bottom lane duo towards this fight, which the most fed member is through Zhitoi, having the BF sword and the serrated Dirk, they shouldn't have that much of a clear advantage when it comes to the pure 3v3. we do see AL starting up the Rift Herald, which is going to get spotted on a ward, but from how terribly the first Dragon Skirmish went, I'm assuming Top Esports, they're waiting for item spikes, they're waiting for Tien to have this level 6 and then work towards that Demotic Embrace, because that's when they finally have the enough damage to kind of deal with AL.
See, if they're going to be able to do it, I'm curious how objectives are going to be played out, because like Jackulov playing Lethality Varus is like visceral flashbacks to 2020 for me. Hook, I don't know why Mark is looking for fights in the bottom side. Surely they wouldn't win that.
Maybe it's a big brain play. That's the windshield gone from Jitoyi for like a 20-second time frame. Jackulov's gonna look, he's gonna use the Chains of Corruption and get the Samira down to low HP and then make Tien rotate. But I think that's already past the time frame, so scrap that idea. We do have the jungle and support linking up towards his bottom side, potentially seeing Xiaohao here.
Harder, charging on forwards here. Just training a little bit with Rookie. As the root's gonna come through, they're searching for Xiaohao, but that ain't happening. Blast going out to safety. Herald's still in pocket, remember, for Xiaohao. As he looks towards this bottom side, he wants to just fully stack up this Samira, and I don't blame him.
We talked about how this Samira for Game 1 is the win condition for AL, and they're just committing to this. I don't know if it was from pure luck or if Top Esports, they overforced in that first initial team fight, but this is going swimmingly for the side of AL. But the big problem is if you do kind of struggle closing out the game past the 25-minute mark, Top Esports composition, they do slowly come out online.
They certainly do. Here we go, Herald
Tien's
slammed
not
down.
even here,
Jackulov
man.
and Mark in a 2v3 underneath the tower, pulled in and churned down into the blender. Jackulov does get one though, and actually Mark surviving for the time being as well, trying to keep himself alive with the shield. Chichoya low on HP, and Mark is dodging everything. Will be finished off in the end. My goodness, that was way closer than AL would have liked though.
Still is a 2-for-1 trade with the support of AL falling as Jackulov misses out on another 2 waves in this bottom lane. And although Varus and Jace is a very popular duo in the current meta right now, you just don't have that survivability once you don't have that flash ability available.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I do want to go back to talking about the compositions here a little bit as well, though, because I remember Top Esports used to play this style of composition with the Jace in the mid lane, with a Lethality Varus in bot lane, and then have like Carsa on a Nidalee back in 2020. They would play full poke around objectives and would basically just refuse to fight. We'll see if they can exact that style later on. Good
Look,
start
you
to
can
the play.
refuse to fight, but AL, they want to fight because they spotted Tien on a pink ward that was placed by Harder in the mid lane, so they know Maokai is nowhere near this bottom side dive as Xiaohao picks up this last kill and 2 plates into Jitoyi's pockets as well. I mean, this Samira is kind of snowballing out of control. The Triforce has already been picked up for this Viego, and AL's composition, it's very simple. You go for those AoE huge wombo combos coming out of Harder and Zora, and Xiaohao looks for those resets. It is just reset city for Jitoyi and Xiaohao to work off, but it is a very snowbally composition. Once you give over 1 or 2 chances over to Top Esports, it is going to get a little bit difficult to close out the game.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I've got to say, Jitoya is so fed at this point. You can see his inventory. He's got 3 different tier 2 items. The way that modern AD carry builds go, though, the fact that he gets a BF Sword, a Zeal, and a Serrated Dirk, like, my brain still thinks back to that old build paths, you know, and I'm like, you know, pick your item, man. Pick your item. I know that the Zeal and the BF Sword combined now, but still looks funny. It's the Serrated Dirk there for the early power for that Samira. And I feel like post-reset now, like, I mean, how did Top Esports ever fight for these Drake? We talked about this comp from top being a Drake-related comp. I'm going to hold that thought because Zora's been caught here. The CC chain is pretty good, but Jackulov just dives on. The knockups are there, though, and actually it's a shutdown. Jackulov still alive, taken down by Xiaohao, who gets himself a reset, gets a second one as well. Tien flashes under the tower and will survive for now.
You see the problem with Samira into this composition, so vulnerable to CC, and trying to get off your S rank is incredibly difficult, but at the very end, Xiaohao with the Triforce in hand on this Viego still gonna come out on top with a 2-for-1 trade, and that is 6 deaths in the bottom lane of Top Esports in the first 13 minutes. I mean, that is just not what you want to be seeing for the side of Top Esports, but the whole fight starts with every single ability committed to Zora, but luckily the Bramble Smash coming out of Tien here does stop the S rank, but Viego in this game 1 is just taking control and using the final arrow to get Mark as well. Rookie was rotating, but he just wasn't fast enough.
And I feel like that was all about Xiaohao, right? The fact that he read that play, Tien in the brush, and that play is a immaculate play from Top Esports if Xiaohao doesn't arrive. But the hero arrives, Xiaohao with his cape on his shoulders, flies into the bottom side and cleans it all up. And it means that, you know, yes, Jackulov did get a big shutdown there, so you can see Ghostblade finished off for him, but still, you know, half an item behind the enemy AD carry at this point. Still a massive lead for anyone's legend. And Xiaohao just completely reading what Top Esports are trying to do to answer.
Magical numbers, 2 for Top Esports. They need 2 item spikes, looking at Rookie and both Tien to really show up in those team fights. The Manamune is a huge spike for Rookie, but the early game is kind of spiraling out of control. We have Zora on the top side.
Wayward, I'm surprised didn't get aggressed harder there, to be honest. And speaking of harder, he's actually in the bottom side. But you could see on the minimap, a lot of Top Esports players moving up towards that top side as the play was going off. And I love this. Mark and Rookie, Tien moving over as well. They're looking for a pick. They want to try and find someone rotating through the jungle, but they won't find anyone for now.
Zora doesn't have the flash available though, so he is in a bit of a sticky situation if they decide to take it. The TP from Wayward, it's going to be a 5v5 for this.
Top Esports, full sending it here. The hook from Mark is good. Wayward's there with a counter-strike as well. Pop Blossom defensively, but first kill is taken. The Samir is down. How the hell have they pulled this off? Top Esports, 5,000 gold down and still winning team fights. The shutdown goes into Rookie's pockets. What have I just witnessed?
You know what, Top Esports? Take the cake. I have no idea how that went so well for the side of Top Esports. But of course, ZDZ, he was desperately looking for a flank angle from that top side, and he wasn't in this fight. So it was a 4v5 to begin with. But given in that choke, Jackulov ended up doing so much damage to everyone. And of course, Tien having this demonic as well. With that bush being in the whole mix of everything, they secure themselves the first Rift Herald. Yep.
Absolutely mental. ZDZ on the flank. I mean, got spotted there.
Yeah, over a Pinkwood as well, where we have the Pop Blossom going onto the 2 front line of Top Esports. But look at the Samir. It is so hard to get off your S rank up against the whole team of Top Esports when everyone has pretty much inbuilt CC. If you don't utilize that windmill correctly, you kind of have to wait out all the cooldowns and all the abilities to finally go in. But when is going to be the real case? I mean, the dragon is going to be spawning in 40 seconds. Manamune has been picked up by Jackulov, but a huge gold shift for Top Esports to come back.
Yeah, it's still behind in gold, by the way. They just want to fight at 16 minutes, almost an ace there. They're still 3,000 gold behind. That says a lot about the state of the game. As Wayward, ZDZ sparring as ever. Xiaohao, so far so good from him. The Triforce there. Need to see him have some big team fights as Tien could be in trouble here. The full commitment onto the jungler. Can they finish the fight? Pop Blossom is good, and the cleanups are here. ZDZ diving underneath the tower is harder tanking up, but that's actually just a clone, and that will secure the 3rd Drake.
It kind of just felt like AL, they got an individual pick onto Tien who didn't have the flash available. It was 2 seconds off, which is very unfortunate. But once again, AL, they need those resets. And at the very end, Wayward and Mark also ends up following. And they have an Infernal Soul point going over towards AL. I mean, we get to see the replay. Tien, he drops the Rift Herald, but he overextends. Even Xiaohao feeling very confident going up for some extra bit of damage onto this Malka. But he is so incredibly squishy. As AL, they just go target them one by one, while you have to work off the poke from Jackulov or Rookie if you want to see these fights going your way.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, despite that previous fight working out somehow for Top Esports, like, Top Esports composition doesn't actually want big all-ins. They want a slow, steady fight where they can poke out before it all kicks off. I mean, Jackulov still hasn't even finished stacking his Muramana. This Lethality Varus not hitting that hard just yet. And the same for Rookie on the Jace. He's still only on the 1 lethality item. So the side of Top Esports, they don't actually want Tien caught out like that. They never actually want to fully commit to the fight.
Yeah, and I just feel like it was a bit of an unfortunate timing for Tien not having that Imperial Mandate either. He just picked that one up, but this fight he will have the flash available. However, AL, I mean, they're now dragon stacking to an extent where they're most likely looking at a soul point around that 23-minute mark. And Top Esports, I mean, yes, we said how the 2-item spike is going to be ideal for you guys. However, this early game has been so accelerated where Jax isn't going to provide as much compared to something like the Renekton.
That's the thing. We're talking about having a lead at 15. What happens when you're, 4,000 go down at 18? And they've got 3 Drakes as well. That's a very different conversation to who's ahead at 15. Yeah, maybe the Muramana will be online for Rookie by the fourth Drake. I can't count. But I don't think it would be online for Jackulov at that point. So you still be a little way away from where Top Esports want to be before fighting. AL sitting pretty, and again, it's off of the back of early presence. Like ZDZ has had complete control of the top side of the map. You can see him sparring with Wayward now, who Wayward finally starting to get some items online, will do a bit better in that 1v1, but ZDZ had complete control of that. And then Xiaohao just dominating the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and the scary thing is AL now have this soul point kind of pressuring Top Esports to force that 5v5, but AL realistically can just look to turn, and then that's Baron. I mean, if you lose too many members, that is quite literally Baron, unless Rookie and Jackulov stays alive and they look for the poke that can potentially outrange AL and then have them way too low to commit to it. But that is such a scary thought for Top Esports to be in because they have no towers whatsoever, so no party to really get that ward down towards the bottom side. But we haven't seen too much out of Mark and Tien this game 1, and they really should start lining up towards Wayward and get this Jax ahead. Oh, TP from Hada.
Arda is behind them right here. He has been spotted as the route will go wide, just a tiny bit of poke out of that TP. The one problem you've got as well with Top Esports is it's really hard to face check. Like, you're great at playing neutral objectives if you can get into the river, but it's very difficult for this composition to actually make its way in towards a river.
Honestly, I feel like this conversation could go either way because AL, they don't have a true front line. ZDZ is quite literally the only bruiser that AL can rely on. And you saw how the teamfight went when the Renekton wasn't in the conversation. It went terribly for AL where they nearly got aced. But Top Esports, I mean, they don't really have great follow-up CC. Yes, you have Tien and Mark to work off. Jackulov, he needs to sit very far behind with the Chains of Corruption just in case someone accidentally dies. And Jitui, with the Gale Force available as well, just jumps onto your head from 2 screens away. So being in Jackulov and Rookie's position, I mean, your positioning is going to be key, but Zora, I mean, he has the flash available on this rel. That is going to be the most important summoner spell on the side of AL. As Harder, he is looking for that follow-up alongside Zora.
Yeah, if the Pop Blossom lands on Jackulov or Rookie, it's over. The fight's already over at that point.
It's Jova.
It absolutely is. And that's speaking as a Joe myself. I am somewhat of an expert on the topic. 45 seconds until this Drake comes up. Anyone's Legend in control of mid lane for the time being. They don't have massive amounts of vision, but Top Esports might try and threaten onto Baron instead, but against an Infernal Soul, is that a trade you're willing to make?
That is not a trade, especially when you don't really have fast, consistent DPS. It's not an on-hit Varus, it's a lethality Varus. You have to be looking through the poke. Rookie now has the Mana Mune completed. They have to fight this 5v5.
Yep, Jackulov, like 50 stacks away. He's close, but he ain't finished stacking just yet. Blue buff is up. Will help Rookie get that CDR, but Tien caught again. That's huge damage right before Drake.
Look at the vision control that AL's been able to secure towards the bottom side as well. Top Esports, they can't look to start the Baron up. I mean, you can't just give away this Infernal Soul for free.
They've got to try. If there's one thing Varus is good for, it's stealing Drakes, but the Drake is down to 2k already. It's just going to be a 50-50 at this point. They go in and they take it. Pop Blossom on everyone. And Top Esports are mincemeat. The Panda Warriors making it happen as they bring down Top Esports.
Huge Pop Blossom from Hard. I mean, we were talking about how this Nico, once she gets her hands onto the carries of Top Esports, they are not surviving this team fight. Now with 3 surviving members, they're going to walk towards the Baron. No jungle in hand either for Top Esports. They're just going to secure this.
Unless there's some kind of miracle from Jackulov, this is going the way of anyone's Legend. 4,000 gold lead. Infernal Soul. In case Pop Blossom wasn't doing enough already. Ward comes out from Wayward. Oh, the Q is going to be on cooldown. No, Jackie Love's done it too early. Wayward goes in. Can they find the steal here? Oh, it's close, but it's not close enough. Jackie Love onto the back line. Harder's in trouble. The TP from Rookie. They're trying to make some heroics happen, and they might just have done it, but Rookie goes down, and Jackie Love's alone. They get a couple of kills, but it's a triple for ZDZ.
Jackie Love really thought he was Gumayushi in that moment, but he didn't get the Q off. He charged it too early, even burning the TP from Rookie as well. It's just going from bad to worse. With this fight, the Samira secured that last dragon while Hada occupying the entirety of top esports with that single Pop Blossom. Although Jituyi did get stopped with his S rank, Xiao Hao honestly getting so much done on this Viego.
Phenomenal stuff from anyone's legend. I will say, Jackie Love has been stealing Barons on Lethality Varus since before Gumayushi was a pro. I don't think he's too worried about trying to be Guma at this point in his career. I feel like he's got his own reputation to uphold at this point. 6,000 gold lead though for anyone's legend, and I'm still a bit like gobsmacked that they're so far ahead. Look at the scores underneath the names. 4-10 versus 11-4. It's almost opposite standings between these two teams. But anyone's legend are absolutely taking top esports for a ride.
Yeah, you talked about how AL, I mean, if you want to be challenging these top teams, you have to find advantages in the early game. Wayward, you don't want to be there.
It's over the wall. Can he get out with his life? I don't think so. I mean, he can't even 1v1 Xiaohao at this point, as Xiaohao is monstrous, and Wayward is trying to find a way out, but Xiaohao has found him. No, he hasn't. He misses the stun. Oh, Counter-Strike. Oh, but there's a stopwatch in play, and that will end the potential heroism from Wayward. He's taken down, and in the meantime, Tien has been found again.
ZDZ quite literally 1v2'd the jungler and mid laner of top esports by himself with the GA in hand as well. Now he's just gonna recall with that Baron reset. AL, you need someone in the mid lane. Jackie Love, he doesn't have that flash available. Zora can honestly just look towards his mid and instantly one-shot Jackie Love if he's not too careful.
Yeah, Jackie Love. I the thing about the Lethality Virus as well is one of the things it brings to the table is that wave clear. As you can see, you know, ZDZ just shrekking him. They thought they'd got him. They were very wrong. But the wave clear doesn't do much against Baron minions. You can't clear these waves, and AL now taking 2 tier 2 towers. They can move down towards the bottom side of the map. I will say, Elder Dragon is up in 2.5 minutes. Please, AL, I am begging you. I am absolutely begging you, AL. Please don't 50-50 it.
You're telling me top esports can still come back to this game because we have 3 items coming online, especially with Jackie Love picking up that Sereldas as well. And Elder Dragon 2 minutes away. To be fair, Jituyi was the one that picked up that final Infernal Soul Dragon.
Yeah.
So the smite didn't land. TP coming out of both the solo laners.
Wayward, not the greatest ward of his life, but he'll hop onto a minion, get himself out to safety. There's AL. No Baron in pocket anymore, so the wave clear will be much stronger from top esports, but it should be enough for them to just walk on forwards. Xiaohao happy to tank the tower for a moment. As Rookie at least gets something on the opposite side of the map, but it is pittance comparatively, as every single tier 2 is taken. We're talking about these neutral objectives, but how do you even get into your own jungle now that all your tier 2s are gone?
I'm gonna be real, although Rookie traded a tower in the top side, which is great as you have bounty gold coming back into your pockets, but because AL traded for the bottom tier 2, they have complete control of this upcoming Elder Dragon, which is going to be one. It does seem like it is going to be a 50-50 Elder Dragon flip, but the kind of problem for top esports is how are you going to be landing these skill shots when you don't have any vision? I mean, maybe you can look for the steal with the amount of range you have. They do secure themselves a scuttle, but you also have to consider the fact that they also need flank wards for Wayward if they want to pull off a successful team fight.
Certainly do. We need some kind of miracle Counter-Strike. We need some kind of miracle everything, to be honest. We need Tien not to get caught before the fight as well, which does seem to be a bit of a theme across the course of this game. Stopwatches in the top 2 players here for the side of top esports. You can see one there for Harder as well. And in fact, there's one in the pocket of Mark too. So keep your eyes out for those stasis. 20 seconds on Elder Dragon. last-ditch effort from Top Esports.
Triple GAs picked up for AL as well compared to triple stopwatches. I mean, you had to kill AL pretty much twice in this upcoming Elder. Wave states are terrible for the side of Top Esports as well. You see where we're trying to fix it. That's the chains of corruption gone.
Look at Chichoya's health, though. Like, he is so low. The poke is finally starting to actually come online for the side of Top Esports. This is the first time we've seen them get poke off before a fight happened in the entire game. Pop Blossom from Harder. It's on to 2. Mark and Tien here, but those stopwatches can finally come into play. Zora goes down. 1 for 1 so far as the retreat comes in, but they're on to Rookie. He flashes away. Mark playing to save his carries. Wayward on the flank, and Top Esports keeping themselves alive here. The GA's coming through. Like you said, Counter-Strike comes into play, and another stopwatch comes on in. Xiaohao stepping forwards, but surviving. This down goes Wayward. It's 2 for 2 so far, and the fight goes on.
Rookie has the TP though. I'm assuming AL, they want to be looking for this Elder Dragon as fast as possible. Look at the wave state in that top lane as well. Baron's also an option for the side of AL, but that's still 2 GAs available for the 2 main carries of anyone's legend.
There's no way that you can flip Elder against a lethality Varus, though. Like, he does, what, 2,000 damage if it's slow and you proc the W? You can't afford to go for that one. They need the fight before going for the objective. Top Esports managing to keep themselves safe. Ultimate's coming back online for both teams as well. The bell is ringing, I can hear it. We're headed towards round 2.
Luckily for Top Esports, although Tien died, he still has that stopwatch available into his pockets, but the worrying factor is that both carries of Top Esports, no flash available. Zora, he's looking for a flank with no vision whatsoever in this bottom side jungle.
Oh, TP comes out from Wayward. He could get caught here. Counter-Strike on cooldown, but the rest of the team, AL need to move towards this Drake. They need to protect the objective from Top Esports. The poke coming through, only onto Zora so far. Here comes CDC on the bottom side of the play. Roots across the team. Chain of Corruption is in there as well, but Mark's already down. Traded support for support as Wayward causing a ruckus. Chichoya into his GA. CDC, Xiaohao pushed back on this one as CDC will fall. And Top Esports, I don't know how they've done it, but they're managing to make the magic happen. The mojo is coming out of every hole right here. As 22 for 15, Top Esports 4K down. They find an Elder anyway.
They find the Elder and now they're gonna work towards the Baron. How have you ever seen a team lose when they get these 2 major buffs into their pockets? And AL, they throw an unlosable game.
It's an absolute tragedy for AL. And Top Esports, I'm pretty sure they can't believe what's happening either. I'm pretty sure they're all blown away by what is going on. Elder taken, Baron taken, and suddenly this game is within their grasp.
Yeah, you see AL getting so desperate, trying to find their hands onto JackieLove and Rookie, but they spaced this Nico perfectly, where the Pop Blossom and the Magnet Storm only landed onto Mark, and of course, they're more than happy to take that if you are Top Esports, while Wayward on this Jax as well, extremely tanky, but you see the GAs are popping like flies, just so he died to the Dragon. Well, although G2 had to burn the flash, I mean, securing the Elder and the Baron at 30 minutes, you can take your Infernal Soul buff because we're just gonna end the game in the next 1 minute.
So Baron and Elder for, what, another minute and 20 seconds. This Top Esports have to get so much off of the map during this time period. They need to get so much poke down. The true damage on top of Varus poke already is going to be so horrendous to deal with. But they've not broken into anything just yet. Mid-tier 2 taken, still a minute to push with.
Wait, they are just going to continue with this 1-4 composition with the Jax consistently harassing in the side AL. I mean, they have to wait out this Elder Dragon for another 20 seconds or so, but JackieLove has that G available with the cleanse as well, so I don't know how Zora is going to get his hands onto this double carry composition from Top Esports without his flash available.
Yeah, the poke is absolutely horrendous. Zora almost taken out. And remember, they only have to get you to, like, you know, they only have to do 3/4 of your health, then Elder will do the rest. The Baron wave pushing in still 20 seconds on Elder. This is going to be a mid-inhib taken for Top Esports. Harder has to retreat and help his team, which should open up the top tier 2 as well. And Top Esports, for the first time this game, they've got a gold lead.
Luckily for Ale, I mean, G2 finally managed to pick up that BT up against this Jax and Varus, who I believe are sitting on 4 items now. So these two guys are absolutely out of control in terms of the damage graphs. But I still feel like ZDZ, if he's able to get that flash CC, if Top Esports not too careful, maybe they can upset the fight. Ale, they just need one person to die for those resets, but it's looking really slim with the chances.
And I will say, the way that this game plays out now changes dramatically, right? The lethality, Varus and Jace. Hang on, flank TP comes out. It's ZDZ behind. No, it's harder.
It's harder.
With the pop blossom, Jackie flashes away from it, but the rest of the team jumps onto him. GA into players. Harder has fallen down. Rookie has to carry. Jackie knocked back, but still alive here. They're winning in the meat grinder, but Jachoya comes in and just gets hammered into the floor. Rookie with a quadra kill, and Top Esports with game 1.
And Rookie, once again on this Jace, stands up and grabs this win for the side of Top Esports. With how the early game went, it was looking so doom and gloom. But being Top Esports, they managed to take this first game. We're not too sure how we got there, but we got to Elder and Baron stage.
I mean, that was a wild ride. What a roller coaster of a game number 1. Top Esports, you know, we asked for consistency. We asked for a strong showing going into playoffs. Well, we got a win, that's for sure. Whether or not we got consistency and a strong showing, I don't know. But hey, showing that when you put them against the wall, they can still fight a way back.
Yeah, and this whole kind of goal shift, or at least bringing Top Esports back into the game, was from that initial 4v5 force where ZDZ wasn't at the Rift Herald fight. And that allowed time for Rookie and Jackie to slowly scale up with those lethality items, and it became an issue. I mean, yeah, take the Inferno Soul, because we have Elder Dragon Soul kind of sniping you from afar, but at the end, it wasn't a clean game from Top Esports. They managed to close the game out, however, they have so much to take away from that first game.
I mean, the fact that they still managed to win that is insane. I will say that the use of ultimates from Top Esports, very good. In the Elder Dragon fight, like peeling back with the Maokai ultimate, using the Varus ultimate on one of the root targets to keep spreading those roots around, deny the engage. However, a lot of those earlier fights, leaving something to be desired, right? Jachoya had a really hard time trying to carry. Like, he had so much gold to start the game off with. It didn't feel like he had a significant impact in any of those later fights.
Yeah, Top Esports composition is pretty much plan shut down G2E as much as possible from avoiding that S rank from popping off, of course. But I still feel like in that early game, I mean, we talked about how AL, they needed the lead into the Samira's pockets, and that's exactly what they got. They also got Xiaohou ahead on Viego out of everything, and they did have a huge gold lead. However, having this composition, you can't give opportunities over to Top Esports. They needed item spikes at 3 items, but, you know, you give them an inch and they'll take it to a mile.
Yeah, I still just can't believe Top Esports won game 1. I'm still just reeling from that. It's absolutely insane. With how far ahead they were. They were like, what, 6,000, 8,000 gold ahead, and halfway through that game, it's actually mind-bending. I can't wait to see the gold graph. I'm desperate to see that gold graph.
We need a shout out to my man Tien in the jungle, by the way, because he was really struggling on this Maokai. He had the Demonic, he had the Imperial, not the most tanky guy in the world, but maybe the Imperial was just putting in so much damage for Rookie and Jackie Love to work off as well. But look at the damage difference. This was a 3-0 star for G2E on this Samir as well. But if you look at just damage delta champions, you would have never expected that to be the case. ZDZ on this Renekton ends up doing the most, where he found a 1v2 kill up against Tien and Rookie. So I feel like ZDZ kind of just got dragged into the whole mess of this.
ZDZ and Elo, hell, honestly. The gold graph looks like a cross-section of a tropical island, doesn't it? Where you've got the mountains, and then you've got the Marianas Trench on the right-hand side there, where Top Esports finally get themselves some gold. Mental stuff. Like you say, ZDZ, absolute MVP for the side of AL, doing his best. Xiao had a phenomenal early game as well, but it felt like these fights, like Top Esports doing a really good job of spreading out and not letting what was essentially a wombo combo style composition from anyone's legend hit everyone. Not getting all caught by the Pop Blossom, not giving Jachoya the opportunity to just fly around the team, get those resets on the E and just take over. Really well played, honestly, later on in the game for Top Esports, but definitely a lot of question marks for what happened earlier.
You can kind of see this game one from two perspectives. Either Hada and Zora, they weren't kind of engaging those fights correctly, where they used both the Pop Blossom and the Magnet Storm multiple instances onto either Mark or Tien, which aren't the most valuable players of the team fight. Or you could also see Rookie and Jackulov just spacing AL out of this universe, and they were able to get so much done because they had no threat on them whatsoever, because you didn't have the CC getting targeted on you, you didn't have ZDZ going for the flanks. I mean, at the very end, you had Hada going on that TP flank where he did get a 4-man Pop Blossom, but without the Zhonya's in the hands of your Nico, he also died as well. But Jitui for this game one with the Samira lock-in, we respect it, but even if you give it to like a god, I don't know who else, I mean, Abel maybe on his Samira, he wouldn't be able to pop off in this game because it's just so difficult to ever get that S rank.
There's so much CC on the side of Top Esports. Really, really tough one. He got an early lead, played it really well early on in the game, but struggled in those team fights. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out how this one continues, because if game one is anything to go by, this series is going to get messy.
그러다가 SB도 아니 근데 지금 전체력이 아니 그려 들어갑니다. 페이지가 아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어 페이지를 먹었고요. 여기 3을 없어 트리플 K 아니 한타 어그로 픽공을 도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가니 딜라이 잠깐만 왜 안에 찍어야 그러니까 펜타킬 You wanna know where I am You wanna know exactly what goes on If you stand where I stand
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And you count the saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertack Gaming comes up big again.
テレポートを守るために怒りなき間のバックライン発射そこに合わせのポンプブロッサムただフェザーストームでよけていますがアリアを捉えることには成功しているただイコライザーものすごく痛いそれに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップさああとは体力の杭ひろきとそしてワシダイはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得デートネーション大霞
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda Sonic, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup se hace de Orozo, el tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, Furia de Dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la vaca ahora sí, y porque se le cuchilla por parte de Seo, hace una vaca, doble, del pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho, nadie, se lo roba, Movistar R7, triple asesinato y quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no da las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta de Seo.
R7, el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura que está defendiendo el Nexo.
계속 예 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요 와드 뒤쪽에 인터가 안 했는데
영재가
타이밍 잘 잡았거든요
예 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞비를
그냥
맞비를 아니 우와 쇼메이커 E o Asa acaba ficando com a eliminação. Desconta agora na mesma moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico na equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada da Fúria. Será que dá?
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show them all that you're gonna shine like a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from if you love, don't need to change for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, you're incredible. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our second game of our second series after, you know, I would say Top Esports, very clean, very simple win in game number 1. Would you agree with that statement, Kitty?
The last 2 minutes of that game was very clean and very simple and very straightforward for Top Esports to execute. But let's pretend the first 15 minutes never happened. The 3-0 start for the Samira never happened for Jituyi. And yeah, the game went swimmingly. I mean, a win's a win, right, for Top Esports. And they're now on match point up against AL, as Rookie is going to be our MVP on the Jace. You talked about it, Korean Jaces. They just built it. They have like extra damage inbuilt into their passive, but with a 27 damage share, it's just, you get to the 3-item point, you get to the Wonderland, and you pop off.
Yeah, and even in the fight where Jackie Love got caught out, Rookie just took over, got himself that quadra kill. Really, really well played by Rookie. I was excited to see the Jace locked in there. You know, he was hovering in his ear earlier on in the draft, but they decided to commit to going for this poke composition, and it looked beautiful later on in the fights. We're going to show the early fight that they won, because we love to retcon how the early game went.
7-3, that
just
never
look
happened.
at the fact they were 6,000 gold down at the start of that fight. I just want to remind everyone.
Yeah, the scoreline wasn't 7-3 or anything. Oh, 21-12 with an Infernal Soul in AL's pockets. But at the end, it was a 50-50 flip. And Top Esports, they won the team fight. They got the GAs out of the main carries. And they forced AL from this absolute burger flip of a game. And honestly, huge credits to them. At least they were able to secure the most important objective once you do reach the 35-minute mark. And Tian, although having a bit of a doozy on this Maokai, he did manage to come back and climb back through the carry of his Jace and Varus.
I just love that, like, you know, people always talk about how stats can lie and you can use stats in a misrepresentative way to tell a certain story. I feel like the same is true for highlights, because if you look at that highlight package, it looks like a clean, simple win for Top Esports. We're just ignoring all of the fights that went absolutely sideways for them, and the fact that they were down and goal pretty much every single one of those replays. But I will say, those fights all looked very good, especially for Rookie grabbing himself a quadra kill. Not too shabby. I will say, morale in the AL camp must be at an all-time low. They were that close. They were that close to getting the upset against Top Esports.
Lads, it is not looking too great for AL, but of course, I mean, you kind of have to critique their composition coming into game 1. It's very confident. I'll give them that. It's the Samir and the Viego lock-in where they did have a huge goal lead in the early game, but coming into game 2, it's a fresh play, and I feel like if you are going to give ZDZ the Renekton, which did do extremely well in the laning phase and the team fights, perhaps you can consider something like the Sejuani. But if you look at AL's wins, it is through Xiaohao. It is through Xiaohao playing carries in particular. So they're in a bit of a hard place to really give up on whatever they want to let open.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, if you're playing the Renekton, I'm just saying Nidalee, Elise. These are junglers that can do well with the Renekton.
Classics.
Look, you're out of playoffs already. Let's see some shenanigans. Let's see some power in the jungle role. Xiaohao almost carrying on the Viego. He did a fair job, to be honest. Like, just absolutely camping that bottom side. This time, Rookie going to go for that Azir that was hovered in the previous game. The Sejuani you were talking about, taken away from Xiaohao before he can even consider it.
Ooh, that is a Diana hover from Xiaohao. He has played it in the summer split. It didn't win though, so maybe, like you said, AL, put up something spicy for this game. Maybe they go for another approach. It is the Viego lock and they deny the Renekton here perhaps, away from Wayward, Renekton, Sejuani, but Sejuani just works with all the top laners available in this meta, the Jax, the Renekton. Even Cassante is going to put up quite the punch in the individual 2v2 matchup. We'll have to wait and see as it is dropped to 4 and 5, but top esports, I mean, you do have champions still up and available like the Rakan and the Xayah as well. I mean, you can also take away the Alistar right now because AL's already shown their mid laner.
I will say it's really interesting to see AL just lock in the same draft again. Just saying, like, look, it wasn't the champion picks that were the issue, it was the execution, which I think is a very mature way to approach this game number 2, because I agree, like, the early game was great. The way that the composition worked, it wasn't an issue of this composition not being good from AL, and the early game showed that they could pilot it. It was an issue of what happened later on in the game that were the issues. Top esports, though, completely changing tack. They've banned the Samira, they've taken away the Renekton this time, and instead going for kind of more scaling in the mid lane, not putting themselves on a quote-unquote timer in the way that they did in the previous game, although I'm not so sure I agree that they were on a timer, since they seem to only get stronger throughout the game. It was a bit weird, despite their lethality carries. Braum and Alistar taken off the board, though, and it will be that Varus one spot.
All right. You know what? My eyes spot out. A Tristana is going to be let open for this game too, Jitoyi. If you want to stop Jackie Love nice and early, I mean, you can consider this. However, Top Esports, they're saving that counter pick for Mark. But with the Braum taken away, I mean, the Tristana could still work, as you have the Rel to pair up with. I don't know about this Kalista hover, man. The Kalista up against Azir Varus, your range is pretty much non-existent. So are they really going to try this?
This is a snowball or die pick. Okay, all right, we swap over. It is that Tristana that you talked about. I'm kind of glad. To be honest, I don't think that was going to work out well. I would have been hyped to see a Kalista, but I'm not sure it would have been a good look for Kalista. This would be a big pick. A, because ZDZ loves a bit of Jax, but also that would be the exact same pick that Wayward had into ZDZ in the previous game. I'd love to see a Quinn.
Oh
okay,
my god, of course they switched to an Ornn. That is so late. Although I do love the Ornn, because if you look at Top Esports composition, they have extremely long range coming into game 2. They have the Call of the Forge God to really threaten Jackie Love and Rookie's positioning for those team fights. Mark, what is going to be your counter pick into the Rel and the Tristana? Most likely the Nautilus, where you can disrupt Zora's ways of engaging in these team fights, but a relatively different approach to this game. From the side of Top Esports, they switched out the Jace for the Azir this time around, so Rookie, the game is going to be a lot slower compared to the Jace. Jace and Varus together, they have a lot more agency when it comes to around the 25-minute mark. Once you do pick up, or at least complete the Mana Mune, but Rookie, you need that Rabadons, you need the Void Staff, because AL, they have the Tristana this time around, and she is a lot more flexible in how she can commit to the team fights.
She certainly is. And also can still fulfill the same role in the early game that they were using the Samira for, right? Where you're dominating the early scraps. You can still have Xiaohao focus on this bottom side to try and shut down Jackie Love in the early game if they want to, which worked pretty tremendously for them in game number 1. But then Tristana, like you say, scales better, can approach the team fights differently. You can just play front to back as Tristana if you want to later on in the game. Like, the draw a bead passive does mean that Tristana's range is pretty respectable late into the game. So Chichoya can go for that all-in style, can go for a more passive style, whatever works in these team fights. Yeah, like anyone's legend, changing tact a little bit. We'll see how it's going to pan out. The one concern I have for anyone's legend is that all up top for ZDZ, I'm not a fan. I feel like ZDZ was one of their strongest players in the previous game. I feel like he was one of the reasons that they was like existing in a lot of the fights. And now taken away from that. I mean, Ornn will bring a lot to a team fight, but I kind of like seeing ZDZ with a bit more carry potential.
Hey, if the games are going to go to 35 minutes, the Ornn is going to be immense value. But like you said, up against the Renekton and Sejuani for this game too, ZDZ is going to be a victim of multiple ganks in this early to mid game, and it really depends on if Xiaohao wants to cover for the Ornn or play towards the win con in Jituyi once again on this Tristana and Rel. We talked about flashes will be important for Jackie Love. If you lose that, I mean, you're going to get repeat gank after repeat gank. So it is going to be pathing dependent. We have the Viego pinging towards that red side, so perhaps an early 2v2 on the top side will be the start to this game.
That would certainly be, to be honest, early 2v2 with Ornn Viego versus Renekton Sejuani. I know who I'm favoring. I don't think that is a 2v2 that will look good for anyone's legend. That said, though, they get an early kill. The reset coming through for Xiaohao. The rest of the fight is doomed for top esports. But yeah, we'll see how the early pathing is going to pan out.
That Xiaohao needs to get a kill. He just needs to be there as moral support for ZDZ. He's like, don't worry, bro. I got you. You're not dying to Tian and Wei with this game too. All they have to do is deny the early kills to go towards this Renekton, because obviously this time around you have great setup for the team fights. I can't really fault AL's composition for this game too. You see a repeat of this game one bottom lane. Zora's so low every single time. Zora's trading so much health in this lane, and I'm not a big fan of that.
No, Zora getting chunked out. And again, the Hail of Blades for Jackie Love. I've got to assume that this is the lethality virus once more. One thing in favor of AL, though, they've got a Tristana. You have so much push to fight for the level 2, and it will be level 2 gain for anyone's legend first this time around. So not quite as much pressure. This time, Chichoya not going to have his cleanse and that burn early on.
Yeah, all eyes on Xiaohao in this early game. Maybe try to bully out Tian, looking for the blue buff already. Are we splitting the map? ZDZ, you're on your own, buddy. Tian doesn't know this, though. They don't have a ward spotting out Xiaohao, so he is just going to enter towards his bottom side jungle without a single blue buff to be waiting on the other side.
Over the wall, Tian just in time to see his blue buff snagged away from him. Does drop a ward onto Xiaohao. Xiaohao saw the ward and did use his smite, so Tian would have advantage on the Gromp, but trying to move these bot laners over. Jackie Love really wants to just be farming here.
This Gromp
contested. Tian's going to go down. It's first blood for Zora. Oh, the commitment from Tian.
Look, the best thing for top esports is at least it's the Rel getting the first blood and it's the red buff going towards Zora, but I really didn't expect Tian to die for this Gromp.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to take a look at a replay there. Like, you could see Jackie Love was loath to join the play because there was a wave crashing in the bottom side. He wanted to get that CS. Tian, I think, just maybe underestimating the damage coming out from Xiaohao, because he's kind of just still hitting the Gromp. Gromp is hitting him. Xiaohao is hitting him. Just
oh my god, the contrast on this guy's game is, it's very bright to say the least, but you know, whatever works for you, man. Xiaohao didn't have the smite available here, so it was just going to be their eyes locked onto Tian. And yeah, he's just autoing him to death. And the Gromp goes to Rel, the first blood goes to Rel, the red buff goes to Zora as well. I'm not too sure what Tian was thinking there. A bit of a disconnect from the jungler once again of top esports.
Yeah, just, I'm not really sure. Not really sure on that one. Tough situation to be in. Xiaohao now focusing on this bottom side once again, like we saw in the previous game. Tian wants to answer it though. Xiaohao on a ward here. Mark can look for the engage. Zora and Chichoya are solo on HP. Jackie will flash it to the backside of the play as Mark has to flash to safety as well. Zora the target here, but it's one for Chichoya. He's getting the resets. Jackie Love, next target is Chichoya. Over the wall here.
What?
Flash forward from Xiaohao to finish Jackie Love. And Tian is going to be alone in the play, but he finishes the AD carry, and it's only the junglers remaining.
What Where is Jitui going on this Tristana? I am so confused right now. I feel like that was a huge winning play for the side of AL, but the Tristana jumped over the wall, and then after getting the reset from the kill of Xiaohao, he jumped onto Tian's face and just dies. I feel like that could have been so much better for AL.
Bit of a weird one, honestly. I thought he was just going to jump on Jackie a bit earlier, but we'll take another look. Everyone just piles on Mark to start the play.
Yeah, Mark lives for an extra few seconds, but Jitui getting this reset. I mean, he is at a great angle to jump onto Jackie Love once again, but he goes over the wall, so he misses out on 2 or 3 autos from Jackie Love dying even faster. And this final jump really confused me.
What?
He could have just jumped to safety, even burning the cleanse, so it ended up being a 2 for 2. I'm not too sure what these players are thinking, Munch.
I think that's got to be a misclick, right? Like, he must have been trying to click towards Tribrush and kind of fat fingered it and got stuck halfway through the wall. And you know how it like shortens your jump if you do it against the wall? That's the only thing I can think of, because that was.
But how do you fail that wall jump? That is like the thinnest part of the wall.
Yeah, I don't know. But either way, he'll go down. And look at the CS lead down in that bottom side now. Jackie Love almost 15 CS up.
Look, it could have gone a lot worse for the side of Top Esports if Jihu didn't decide that sequence of event to play out. So like you said, Jackie Love in the Varus matchup once again, he didn't do too bad, honestly, given the start he had. In Game 1, he was very even in CS, even had a slight gold lead when Jihu had the huge tower plates and kills going to his pockets. We've seen this before, but we don't have Zora this time around hovering Xiaohao.
Xiao trying to get onto the Gromp there. Won't get his chance though. Tian walks away, but a sizable lead and just complete control for Xiaohao in the jungle matchup. Zora moving over with the wave crashing in the bottom side. They should be able to start a Drake for themselves.
Do like how Hara, he is utilizing this mid lane priority to constantly hover towards his bottom side, so Xiaohao is enabled to go for those camp stealing events. Tian not being able to secure a single Gromp so far into the game. He's feeling a little bit defeated, but we highlighted how Sejuani and Renekton is going to be a huge win condition in this early game, so I'm expecting Tian to get level 6 of this red buff and slowly make his way towards his top side and then force something at the Rift Herald.
I thought Wayward was going to go for some proxy farming then. He's just going to head out onto the map. There's Harder and Rookie, very neutral in the mid lane. In a much, I don't know, more... It's weird, isn't it? Because we're getting towards the 8-minute mark, and I feel like this has been a more action-packed game in one way, but in that there's more kills. But actually, I feel like the previous game kind of had more action overall in the early game. It's a weird one. It's a weird one. I feel like we just had more kills out of an early scrap. Xiaohao still having a fantastic early game, though. This has been true in both games in this series. I feel like Xiaohao is kind of diffing Tien as Mark and Zora going toe-to-toe. Jackie Love whiffs the ult, though, and in goes to Choya. He's a level down, though. That's bad news. He drops as Jackie Love and Mark win out the 2v2. Zora will fall as well. Double kill for Jackie Love. He's finished off by Xiaohao, but the damage is done.
So you force the flash out of Zora as Jackie Love uses the Chain of Corruption, but Jitoi, he thought it was an angle to go in himself, but he didn't really have the damage to finish off Jackie Love. And even Mark, he leveled up during that fight, and it was just an overall losing fight because Zora was using all of his abilities to escape from the initial engage of Mark. We'll get a replay of this. The hook lands onto Zora as it cancels his dash away to safety. But there's also a huge wave pressuring Ale as well. But you see Jitoi utilizing the Q cooldown from Jackie Love, but jumping into the Nautilus isn't the smartest idea.
Yeah, Mark pretty much had his whole kit available to him. Just roots him up, and they just take him down. They just out DPS him. And now, in the meantime, ZDZ is trying to clear the wave. Wayward wants to set up a dive. Tien already tanking.
What?
Okay, attempt number 2.
The wave's gone!
What is happening? What the hell is happening in this series? Tien's gonna die to the tower!
What? Munch, I need CPR. I need CPR right now. What did Tien just do? That is the goofiest dive I've ever seen from a Sejuani. That could have gone the worst way possible. Maybe an outplay from ZDZ, or the top and jungle just completely goofing that 2v1.
And TN has the Herald as well. Like it's a fine theoretical play,
Oh my
but just
God, we
let
have to
the
witness
minions
this
tank
again.
the tower
Look,
for God's
yeah,
sake.
ZDZ pretty much gets 90% of the wave with this Call of the Forge, and then the final E comes out. Tien tanks the tower already, forcing the flash out of ZDZ, and then Tien tanks again. And he doesn't drop aggro. He doesn't think Weibo can finish off this Ornn himself. He had to go for the extra whack and secure the kill for himself.
He walked in for an auto attack. Like what? What? I have nothing. I've got absolutely nothing. That is the goofiest play I've ever seen. I don't know, man. Like, Kitty, I'm done. Do you want to solo cast the rest of this?
Look, we said and we highlighted how this game up against AL, it is a form check for Top Esports. This is the last series in the regular split to prepare Top Esports for the run in playoffs. But Tien, I mean, you're not leaving me much hope. Xiaohao's in this top side though.
Good flash from Weibo. Tien trying to move over to help in the 2v2. He might be too late, but the stuns come on through. There's TP in from Rookie as well to try and clean this one up. TP now from Harder as the Empress Divide keeps them safe for now. And Top Esports will disengage. Supportal combat in the mid lane. Zora and Mark CCing each other up, but no one's there.
Someone save Rookie, man. At the end, it was Viego and Ornn winning the 2v2 on the top side. They utilized how wayward he had to burn the flash from the early exchange. And Xiaohao, given the exact lead compared to game 1 on this Viego, having the trifles already, don't look at the gold difference in the jungle right now because it's kind of repeating itself from the first game.
Wayward charging forwards again, and you're absolutely right. It's just shenanigans. Just shenanigans is all I can say. 25 seconds until the Hextech Drake comes up. And I feel like Top Esports probably the ones in the driver's seat at this point for the Drakes. Like, you've got Azir with Leandri's on. Jackulov has finished off his Ghost Blade. Like, certainly in terms of the AD carries, he's the stronger one of the two at the minute. As he actually is going to look for an all-in here, isn't he? He's going to look for the chains. That's jump on cooldown. He can flash chain. He can flash chain and combo here. Xiaohao's in the area, so is Zora. But Jackulov, you know he's hunting for it.
Zora has the flash available. Okay, well, that's ultimate exchange from Mark, but I feel like even if Jackulov goes in for the flash chains, Jitsu can honestly buffer it with the cleanse as well, so it's very dangerous. They need Rookie's ultimate to come online because you have to consider the fact that Zora and Hada have their engage tools available for this upcoming dragon, and they have to position very carefully and play front to back to allow Jackulov to get his poke off.
They really do. And it's enough that anyone's legends decide to concede the Drake. So one apiece now. And again, Top Esports, this is their usual way of playing, is focusing on the Drakes. They do love to try and stack those Drakes early on in the game. This bot lane presence from AL across the course of the series has been like a big boon for them in stopping Top Esports' usual playstyle, denying the way that this team usually tries to find advantages in the game. Xiaohao has honestly been doing wonders for AL across this series so far.
Yeah, and something that I've noticed is Tien decided to go for the Even Shroud as that mythic item, but honestly, I wouldn't be too mad at a Locket Sejuani. It's something that Hung does quite a lot, the jungler of WE, and you look at just the amount of AoE that AL have with this composition, but maybe it is just personal preference as we do have the Rift Herald spawning in 1 minute, but AL, this Viego is extremely fed, and Top Esports, they're still very far away from consistent DPS out of Rookie.
They're looking for Tien. He's been found on his Grux and just gets rinsed. Was not ready for the 2v1 there with Zora headed over as well. Maybe the opposite play though. Chichoya has his jump available. Gets caught out. And the cleanse is clean. Nicely played by Chichoya.
Mark still has his ultimate available though, so they're gonna look to push the wave in and look for a redive onto this Tristana. You see Zora already resetting and making his way towards his bottom side, so I think that is just a pick onto Tien and they get away with it.
Really nice bit of play. The cleanse after the jump, really, really clean from Chichoya to get himself out to safety. It does mean, like you say, no opposite play from Top Esports. The wave wasn't in a good spot. And it does mean that they can't find anything. Weibo trying to find pressure in the top side. I'm surprised how much like jungle presence we've had on this top side, to be honest, as well. With an Ornn in the game, usually you don't see that much focus on him. But it's been a wacky one, hasn't it? Harder, though, and Rookie. They're PvE players today. They're both chilling. Even CS, just farming out the mid lane. Not been a participant in any of the action.
Lucky for the side of top esports, so they are going to secure this Rift Herald for free with wards, spotting out the support and jungle of AL, but that does mean they give up this tier 1 tower towards this Tristana, and I just feel like, I mean, you have to place that Rift Herald towards the mid lane and break open the map as fast as possible, although the tower plates are already gone, but at least it's a return play.
Yeah, so Herald comes down. It will be a trade of tier 1s. And which one is more valuable does depend on your perspective as the CC chain is onto... Oh no, they walked into the Bot Blossom. Okay, Auto comes out. Jacula finishes the job. Tier 1 taken down in the mid lane here, as well as a bonus kill. So, all things considered, mildly positive trade. In fact, no, now definitely positive trade as Wayward has grabbed the top tier 1 as well.
I definitely saw Jackie Love's life flash in front of my eyes, although he had to burn the cleanse. I mean, that is 2 tier 1 towers, like you said, opening up the map so much more. I mean, Zora, what are you doing? You're alone in this top side. You don't want to be there by yourself.
He's pretending he's got
Zora.
friends. He's pretending he's got teammates on the way. And to be fair,
You
Shout
say
Out
he
was
doesn't
on the
have
way.
friends?
Whoa, that's not what I said. That's taken out of context, I swear. Although, isn't that Rel's entire lore that she's like an exile? So maybe I was referencing the lore.
Wait, that went really dark. I didn't know Rel was like, okay, I'm so sorry, Rel. I didn't mean to poke at your personal lore, but you already see the Tristan and Rel are freed from the bottom lane duties and they're rotating themselves towards us. I would prefer the Tristana to be in the mid lane, get that mid lane priority, and then work towards the dragon, which is going to be mountain for either teams. We get a replay of this mid lane. It is just Tien landing a really nice glacial prism onto this Nico. He used the clone, I don't know for what, maybe for extra movement speed to get into this lane. I feel like the clone would have been massive value to block on the initial 2 ultimates coming out of top esports, but they get the tower, they get the gold, and Jackie Love gets the kill.
Yeah, a bit of a whiff from Harder there. I can't believe Jackie walked into the Pot Blossom as well. But I guess just wanted to guarantee that he'd be able to get an auto attack in no matter what there. It's now top esports. I mean, a lot of gold in Jackie Love's pockets. I feel like the AD carries are the opposite way around to what we saw in the previous game of the series.
You also have to consider the fact that this Tristana was the one being the aggressor in the 2v2, but not taking the correct time framing, I'm assuming. But I don't know, this Tristana, the 2 times we saw her in those skirmishes, there's a lot to be left in the air. This is going to be a huge team fight though, it's going to be a 5v5.
TP in. Here we go. 5 players playing for the Drake on both sides. 7k on that Drake as Tien tries to move in as well. ZDZ's pretty tanky on that front line. Call of the Forge. What? ZDZ completely whiffs it. It's a nightmare. As the ults come on through, the CC is there for top esports. Chichoya left alone in the back of the pit. He has to fight a Renekton by himself, but Jacula trying to get the DPS out. This lethality not working out, but Rookie has been chilling this entire time. Xiaohao, though, taking over the fight himself, using those resets, getting onto Rookie, but he hasn't got the damage, and Wayward does.
And Rookie once again stands out on top for the side of top esports, all for a second dragon in this game. They are going to be able to secure this mountain going into their hands, but that was a scrappy one with how ZDZ started the fight. I'm pretty sure Call of the Forge God made a literal L on the map with how Ornn was positioned. I mean, you see ZDZ getting CC'd by the Chains of Corruption from Jacula, but pretty much this entire fight, Rookie and Jacula untouched from the carries of AL. Harder's ultimates in these 2 games on the Nico, extremely confusing because you're not getting much done. You're CCing pretty much the front line of top esports, which are extremely tanky as well in the Sejuani and Renekton, and you're not having any threat on the backline.
Yeah, almost finishing off Rookie there, but doesn't have the damage. Wayward stuns him up, finishes the job. Chichoya caught at the back of the pit against an angry crocodile. That is not a 1v1 that you want as a Tristana, let me tell you. Yordles don't do well against giant crocodiles. And well, Top Esports, it's not a clean series at all. But they do have a 2,000 gold lead. They've got 2 Drakes. Harder going to try and check onto Tien. We'll just take a bit of a tap. As the rookie's in the area as well, Harder's got to be a little cautious on where he steps.
Most definitely, but I'm just looking at the item differential between the Tristana and Varus. Only a Kraken Slayer picked up, and the Ninja Tabbies, by the way, for Chitoyi. Not too sure if Ninja Tabbies is the one you're supposed to be getting. You shouldn't be in range of Wayward or Jackie Love in these team fights, as you do have the jump to buffer any CC out of Top Esports. Bit of a confusing build to say the least, but still, Hada, you need to pop off in these team fights. We've seen you have amazing pop blossoms in that game 1, but not in this game 2. And being one of the main setup for AL to work with to allow Xiaohao to get those resets, he's depending on your Nico.
Yeah, I feel like even in game number 1, later on in the game, we did not see, like, consistently on, like, Mark alone or onto Tien, but we didn't really see him hitting the whole team later on in the game. Like you say, a lot of that was down to the spacing from Top Esports. They played well around it in those team fights, but it's also about Harder trying to find his opportunity. I'm not sure I've seen him imitate a minion a single time across the course of this series, actually, which I know it's kind of a gimmick, but it is also kind of what Nico does.
We haven't seen a single transformation that is correct. I also think Hada could be utilizing his clone a little bit better in terms of how he's able to dodge out on skill shots from the side of Top Esports. They're very single target considering that Tien, Mark, and Jackie, I mean, Chains of Corruption can spread, but still, it's very single target. Maybe he can bait out one of the crucial engage tools from Top Esports to really swing these team fights away. But Top Esports, they have complete control of this top side, and they want to look for a pick.
They certainly do. There's just darkness around the Baron. And you know, in the previous game, it was tough for Top Esports to threaten the Baron because they had Jason Lethality Varus, so not much DPS to burn through a Baron. This time they've got an Azir. Azir is extremely fast at finishing the Baron off, so not as much of a concern for them. They definitely can try and threaten that objective. 7 stacks on the Dark Seal for Rookie as well, so if another fight goes well, you can fully expect a Medjai's.
And the side waves are pretty terrible for AL as well, so you already see ZDZ and Hada. The solo lane is responding to both top and mid. Top Esports can just continue to dance with this idea of Baron until Dragon spawns, but that pink ward in the river really triggers me because somehow and in some way AL managed to get a single ward at the back of the Baron pit, so they know that Top Esports is never going to be starting this Baron up, and they're going to reset and work towards the bottom side.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the ward in the river is like to spot out the cheeky wards that are just outside of the pit, but realistically you need 2 pink wards in the area, or at least to sweep the area that isn't pinked, you know? Pink ward in the pit, sweep around.
Who got that ward? Like, who walked into the face of Tien and Rookie while Rookie had complete control of this top side? But to all the support mains or whoever's buying control wards, please place the control ward in the Baron pit itself to spot out those sneaky wards, of course. But, you know, I
figured out who
respect
it was. It was Harder's clone. That's why we've not been seeing it all game. It was busy, like warding Baron, and you know, yeah, it's like Peter Pan's shadow. You know, it's kind of sentient. It's got a mind of its own. It's helping out. Deep flank, but Zora's spotted. I don't think he knows he was spotted either. Could be in trouble here, as they're gonna just start grouping up. Rookie's found him. Zora has a blast code. I think he gets out of this one. Top Esports look for the rest of the team, but Mark can't find it. Wayward behind the team, though. Xiaohao has already used his ultimate. In fact, a lot of ultimates blasted out from both sides. And Zora finally found by Rookie. Many ults expended to kill that support, but an advantage found. Mark still has that depth charge, and it makes it impossible for AL to contest.
At the very end, this greedy Rel did fall as a result, like you said, but it is Rookie once again finding the angle onto Zora and getting him picked off. I honestly thought with how that fight started off, Top Esports pretty much missed everything on the 4 members of AL, but now they're looking to recontest for Vision in this top side. Mark.
A little cautious there, but Scryer's Orb will spot out that Baron's not happening. And it means Wayward can just stay down on this bottom side, clear the next wave, maybe finish the tower. Although he's out of minions, so probably won't get that tower, but he will find a cheeky little red buff. So a little bonus for him as Choya wants to move over, will spot the red buff in trouble. He's like, hey, that's my red buff. I want that one. And actually, Wayward fully respects it because he knows that he doesn't have any teammates anywhere nearby.
I would have taken it. It's a level 13 Tristana. Come on, I would have. Although ZDZ is showing on bottom wave, I would have just egoed it, but that's me. Anyways, AL, they're regaining this vision control in the Baron pit. Rookie's by himself. I don't know if they can look for a pick onto him. He has the Merc and the Flash available. Not enough CC to really lock down this Azir with only 2 members. They need chain CC out of Hada and Zora. They need to work together, but that's something we have yet to see in these team fights.
Not to mention, he also had that Emperor's Divide, so even if you do like get under tower, he could just lock you up underneath the tower. It can be very difficult to dive on Azir. They're so good at just forcing these outplay moments. And AL, under pressure this time around. Last time, they were the ones ahead in gold. And it's not a dissimilar composition to what Top Esports were playing with in the first game, where they do have that range advantage. They can just play through the poke. Wayward getting stacked on down in the bottom side. Pops the Dominus, trying to escape for now. Flashes as well to keep them busy, but Xiaohao is down in the bottom side, which guarantees the Baron for Top Esports. Wayward getting away with what he can. He's sliced and diced, but there's no tower here. He's doing massive damage, and he might just finish Xiaohao. The stopwatch comes through to keep Xiaohao alive. A valiant effort from Wayward, but it's Baron for Top Esports.
I'm not too sure if that's the play that you want to be looking for, but I don't want to be that guy. Jitoyi was also rotating towards that bottom play, but man clicked back twice. I feel like the Renekton could have died a lot faster, but Tristana just was very hesitant on committing to that play. But now Rookie, level 16, reaching the promise of Neverland for this Azir. I have no idea how AL is going to kill off Rookie and Jackie Love now.
Yeah, I mean, the Rookie is in a monstrous position. Same for Jackie Love. Like you say, level 17 for Rookie. He's 2 levels up on ZDZ, 3 levels up on Harder. That is insane. Especially considering Harder is not that far behind in CS. I mean, he's 30 CS down, but 30 CS, is that 3 levels? Surely not.
That's 3 levels at 27 minutes. And I feel like, Munch, although Top Esports, they were given the opportunity to win the game at Elder this game too, they don't want to give that opportunity over for AL, as they're just going to go with a 1-3-1 composition. But you already see that AL's composition, they need to force huge 5v5s. They have the setup, they have the tools, the flashes available in the solo laners as well, but you just have to make the call. You can't really bleed out like this.
Yeah, it's a tough one to watch, honestly, where Top Esports, they have every advantage. Like you say, 1-3-1. Going to be their go-to play as Wayward heads up towards that top side. Still 2 tier 2s up on the map. Still a minute on the Baron buffs as well. But Wayward not having the Baron buff, obviously he was the one that they kind of traded on the opposite side of the map. So he doesn't necessarily have the same level of pressure that the rest of the team has. But as long as he keeps the wave pushed in, they'll still create map pressure for them to work with. Tier 2 being threatened in the mid lane. And that's the poke we're talking about. Azir can bring a bit of that to the table as well. It's not just Jace.
And here's the problem for AL. They need to work off flanks if they want to pull off these successful team fights, because you can't fight Top Esports because of Rookie's front to back ability. But you already see no vision setup whatsoever, but they have to try.
They're going to make an effort here, the Glacial Prison, to deny the initial engage. TN flashes to the rest of his team, and in comes Rookie to set up the play. The shoop de whoop from Rookie, and AL sent packing, flashing under the tower now as Xiaohao desperately tries to hold on to the game, to hold on to his dignity at this point. He's had a fantastic series, but unfortunately, there's only so much you can do. Top Esports dominate the second game in this one. Rookie looking like an all-star to finish this one out, as Wayward will happily tank up the tower. And Top Esports will finish the series out in 2-0 fashion.
Rookie once again delivering on his Azir. That final fight felt as smooth as butter. But Top Esports, they're gonna win this last series of the summer regular split and continue their win streak to 3. So huge shift in momentum, but still a lot of lessons to be taken away up against AL.
Yeah, I will say second game much from most of the players on Top Esports was much cleaner than the first game. I will not say from every player on Top Esports. There were definitely some intriguing moments. But, you know, at the end of the day, they get the 2-0. At the end of the day, they've guaranteed themselves at least 4th seed over the course of the split. Now, the onus is on LNG. LNG have to win their final series. They're in good form right now. They're against NIP for the final one. You should expect LNG to be favorites there. But Top Esports, if they finish in 4th, they'll be on the same side of the bracket as Billy Gaming, which I feel like that is a banging matchup in a best-of-5 Billy versus Top Esports. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, best of fives just gives such a different flavor when it comes to esports and competition. But yeah, this series was a form check for Top Esports, and Rookie is definitely in his best version. He is in form, he is ready for the playoffs, and this meta suits him so well. We saw the Jace, the Azir, and he's just constantly delivering on these team fighting champions. Jackie Love also 2 games of the Varus, getting set extremely behind with how AL was specifically targeting through the bottom lane, but he was still able to show up when it did come to those major objectives and huge team fights. So the rest of Top Esports, they still have a couple of days to kind of brush up on themselves. We saw a bit of a disconnection specifically from the jungle and the rest of the team, and those tiny mistakes could be taken advantage of by the teams that we have in the playoffs, and it's not something that we should speak lightly of, because that could be their playoffs run ending if they don't fix on this mistake.
Yeah. We honestly, Top Esports, I think leaving a lot to be desired, to be fair here. My personal stance on Top Esports right now is they are doomed in playoffs if they play like this. If they don't button up some of these mistakes and clear up some of the issues that they're having, they're actually just doomed, aren't they? Like, with the form of BLG, JDG, LNG, even teams like OMG and Weibo could be a Top Esports that's on this kind of form. So, like, if they want to make it to World, they've got to book up their ideas here. So I'm excited to see them at best of 5, and I firmly believe that they will improve by the time we get to playoffs. But yeah, definitely some question marks to be asked towards Top Esports. But that is their split done now. The regular split is over. Jackie Love, Rookie, absolutely excellent form from these 2 players. Mark looking pretty decent across the course of the series as well. To be honest, everyone looking pretty good, except for TN had a really rough series. It just has to be said.
Yeah, to be fair, you can also kind of see from the other side of the perspective where Xiaohao was consistently calling Zora into Tian's jungle and bullying out the Sejuani completely, but we even saw mechanical whiffs from the 2v2 in the top side, 2v1 in the top side, so leaving a lot to be desired. But like you said, I mean, Rookie on this Azir, we don't need to talk about the damage difference in the mid lane, but I feel like Top Esports, as long as they're able to kind of clean up on their early game, their team fighting looks excellent. But the concern is if you look at our top teams in the LPL, at least the top 3 teams above Top Esports in JDG, BLG, and LNG, is that they have significantly better mid-jungle synergy when it comes to the skirmishes, and that could be somewhere that they struggle on.
It certainly could be. I mean, I don't really know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know how you fix some of these issues when it is, you know, sort of individual mess-ups. But equally, like, in game number 1 of the series, we saw that individually, the mechanics of this team is insane. They won a fight while there were 8,000 go down off of catching a mistake from anyone's legend and outplaying them. Like, it really does go both ways, which I guess is the nature of Top Esports historically. But this split hasn't felt very Top Esports in that way. It's not felt very, like, just flip everything, you know? It's felt like a bit more of a stable type of Top Esports. This series, they've very much got back to their roots.
Just looking at the KP, Xiaohao had a 91% KP on the Viego, and Hada was sitting on 18 on the Nico. So bit of a contrast in terms of the mid-jungle duo, but I do want to highlight Xiaohao. He looked fantastic both games into this series up against Top Esports and has a lot of potential in the upcoming year of 2024, and I feel like he really proved himself with this summer split. He didn't stand out as much compared to spring, but taking these individual wins away from the likes of EDG and RNG, I mean, I'm looking forward to see how Xiaohao takes his career.
Yeah, I'm excited for the future of Xiaohao. That is for sure. We're going to head over to the stage because I believe we've got Wayward for an interview.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Weibo, the top laner for Top Esports. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. It is your last game of regular season and you just got a very clean 2-0. So first question for you, are you satisfied with your performance and especially around over the regular season and totally you got 12 wins? Are you satisfied with the result you have got for regular season? 欢迎Weibo来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜滔博在这场比赛当中2比0战胜了对手，同时这也是你们在本次常规赛的收官之战。其实回顾整个常规赛到目前为止，滔博取得了12个大胜场。想问一下Weibo的选手，觉得今天这场比赛的感觉如何？以及回顾整个常规赛，对于自己目前队伍取得的这样的一个赛果和战绩还满意吗？
今天收官之战的话还是挺满意的。然后我们整个常规赛的成绩还算比较 OK 吧。
So firstly, I'm very satisfied with this 2-0 victory because this is the last game of our regular season. And overall, I'm very think that we got a very decent performance result in the regular season in standings. And coming to some in-game contents, why did I pick Jax? Because this is your very first Jax games in 2023 Summer Split. 那么其实，在今天游戏当中看到Weibo这边也做出了一些尝试嘛，尤其是在第一局的时候选出了贾克斯这个英雄。我发现这是你在夏季赛的赛场上第一次拿出贾克斯，是想要尝试一些新的东西吗？还是有其他的考量呢？
因为贾克斯可能在季后赛的版本会比较火热的上单，然后我之前也是比较喜欢玩贾克斯嘛，然后就找一下感觉。
So because that Jax will be popular in the meta of the playoffs, I just want to have a try now. And you know that I used to play Jax very well. Maybe I just want to try to feel how to play Jax this time before the playoffs. And still something about game one. Game one was a very big comeback for Top Esports. When your opponent got almost a 8k golden leads and 4 Drakes leads, how did you guys manage to bounce back around the last Elder Dragon team fight and just secured a Baron? Just took down this game very smoothly around the last 2 team fights. Could you please tell me about more details about this part? 那么其实今天的第一局可以对于看观众的朋友们比赛来说，发现是滔博的一个究极大翻盘。想问一下，在阵容其实经济上落后8000，并且局势上落后4条小龙的情况下，滔博是怎么样从最后一波远古龙魂团，然后又转到了大龙，实现了双龙会，结束了对面的这样一个对局呢？你觉得可不可以跟我们分享一下当时更多的一些细节和关注的点是在哪儿呢？
其实我们那个阵容打到后面的话是比对面阵容好的，然后那么远古龙团他们先开团，就是比较着急，然后给我们机会了，然后我们就慢慢拉手去打赢。
So maybe that our draft is much better powerful than our opponent's draft, especially coming to the very late game. And in that Elder Dragon team fights, our opponent just started to engage, and we can just punish their mistakes and just like kite and space with our opponent to take down that Elder Dragon team fights. And coming to game 2, I think your opponent really played around their jungler Viego. He did a lot of things to do. So from your perspective, what was the focus point in the game 2? But it seems that Top Esports still control the whole game pace very well. 那么其实在今天第2局可以看到对面的打野为福耶哥是积极的在带动游戏的节奏，对面的你们的对手也是想围绕他打出一些东西嘛。但是从整个赛局上来看，滔博这边还是掌控了更好的游戏节奏，所以你觉得在第2局你们能够比较顺利拿下的原因是哪个部分做的比较好呢？
首先我们第2局的 BP 是比他们好一点的，然后我们当时优势就正常运营，他们就没有任何翻盘的机会了。
So first of all, I do think we have a better draft and better banter strategies than our opponent. As long as we manage normally and do what we need to do, they will not have a chance to take down us. And final question for you, our playoffs is about to come. So what's your expectations from your perspective in terms of your own play style, your own performance, and overall, what kind of goals or how far do you think you can go in playoffs? 最后一个问题。现在滔博的常规赛已经是顺利收官了，我们的季后赛马上就要开始。想问一下Weibo的选手，对于即将到来的季后赛，关于个人的表现、队伍的状态，有哪些方面的期待呢？你觉得滔博能在季后赛走到多远呢？
我个人的表现的话，我觉得我希望我自己是越来越打得越好，然后团队的目标就是走到最后吧。
是进决赛吗？还是？
就进决赛。
So in terms of my own performance, I do want to perform much better and better in playoffs. And in terms of overall our team, we do want to make to the grand finals of Summer Split. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢维沃来到我们的赛后采访，也期待滔博在季后赛精彩的表现。Back to you guys. Bye.
Great to hear from Wayward, as always, saying like they want to make it to the grand finals. Not confident enough to say he's going to win it all, though. I just like that they asked why is he playing Jax, and he's like, well, on the next patch, Jax is better. I kind of just want to practice for that, which kind of says a lot about like the stakes in this game for top esports.
I mean, to be fair, Jax is also pretty good, considering the fact that ZDZ loves the Renekton, and it's a counter matchup, so I'm not too mad at this. You know, go practice your Jax King, as it is going to pick or ban in the top side, to say the least, in patch 13.13. But I just heard a little birdie in my ear that Jackie Love got MVP in the game too, as I believe he had a 6 score to end of the game, 7 and 3 or so along the lines, working off the synergy alongside rookies engaged from those Shroomer shuffles. But once again, this guy, I mean, his third most played champion is the Varus, and it's sitting on that 70% win rate in his entire career history.
Yeah, 35% damage share as well. Really, really great stuff from Jackie Love. Fantastic game, dominant in the early game, and then managed to take that lead into the team fights as well. I feel like Mark and Jackie Love were looking really good in the 2v2s across the course of this series. It was just that it was never 2v2. Shouthouse spent so much time at the bottom side, they already got a 2v2, but when they did, they won it.
Yeah, and you could see from the start of that skirmish where Zora just couldn't really play the lane properly. He picked the Rel 2 games in a row blind, and Mark utilizing this matchup and just disrupting every single opportunity away from AL. But you see it in these team fights that Jackie Love, depending on his spacing on the Varus, which is extremely important, he went untouched for the majority of this team fight, unless Xiaohou was onto him, of course, which was the only person that was able to get his hands onto this AD carry. But at the end, a relatively clean game out of top esports, but still very confident seeings from Jackie Love himself.
Certainly were. And I mean, this play from Rookie was really clean at the end of the game. Had the Zhonya's, or the stopwatch there to keep himself safe, and then just flashes over as well. As the rest of the team cleaning up. Beautiful stuff. And top esports, like you said, like when it comes to team fighting, this team is fantastic. When it comes to that late game, like their formations are perfect. The way that they play around as a team, like clearly the communication is on point. It's just some of these early game movements, it doesn't feel like they're on the same page. Sometimes like it feels like TN is a bit disconnected from the rest of the squad. So maybe they'll be able to fix that up by the time we get on into playoffs. I certainly hope so. We're going to jump into a break though, and then we move into our third and final series of the day. And I think this one might just be a bit of a banger. We've got Weibo versus RNG. It's Xiaohu versus the organization that he made his name on. And not only that, both teams around the same spot in playoffs. This is going to be a banger, and it's going to be one that could decide who makes it into top 6. We'll have to find out after the break.
我们会给你几张图片，然后你需要根据这个图片猜出这个图片对应的是哪一位选手。
看图片猜职业选手。
对。
这个是不限于 LPL 吧？
对。
哦，简单这个。
这是一个什么？是背包吗？还是纸？
实力入了。这是电脑屏幕啊？还是这是什么？
这是帽子还是导弹啊？
不知道。
帽子一个选手。
这是什么意思？这是顶帽子。
需要提示吗？
提示吧，提示吧。
第一个提示是，他是一名 LEC 的选手。
LEC 的选手 ，LEC 是欧洲吗
？LEC 选手就是形容他操作很像魔术师。
应该只会给知名选手。LEC 有什么知名选手吗？
还有提示吗？
他是一名中单选手。
中单，还有呢？
他的 ID 和这个图片有关。
Caps，Cat，哦不对 ，Caps， 这只能是他的呀。Caps 吗？
对。
哦，我第一时间愣了，我以为是个管道，那个 Caps，这都不用提醒啊。
Caps，哦，这是帽子吗？
与 开始以为它是？
我以为这是电脑屏幕，然后黄色的那个是尺子，我也在量屏幕。
这个是反向帽子，这是木桶吗？垃圾桶，也是一名选手吧？
是垃圾桶吗？这个垃圾桶鸡兔吗？感觉鸡兔很喜欢把别人对标扔进去了。
有什么姓桶的吗？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCS 的选手。
LCS 是什么
？LCS 是欧洲赛区是吧？
不是。
海丽莎。
难道是玩酒桶吗？应该不是。翻译过来意思都不一样。
第二个提示是，他是一名 AD 位置的选手。
LCS， 想不出来。
汉斯沙吗
？Z 位吗？是 Niki， 欧城？
不是。
欧城是欧洲。
他的这张图片与他说过的一句垃圾话有关。
然后呢？没有。LCS 的，然后又很出名，就垃圾话出名的 WBG。
哦，大师兄，大师兄，
我记得好像之前有个国外的说什么要钻进垃圾桶，大师兄吗 ？Double Lift 的。
之前有一个把队服丢垃圾桶里那个人就是 Double Lift 吧。
垃圾话，大师兄，哎。
Double Lift， 在座都是垃圾。
哦，在座各位都是垃圾，是吗？原来还能扯到这里来。那是 Double Lift 的。
나 더블 리프트밖에 모르는데.
对的。
对吗？
对。
这么有名吗？帅。
怎么感觉都有点难啊？
笑点赞，乌兹，高振宁，
全是外国选手是吧？
不一定。
点赞哥，一个日本的点赞哥，我不知道，但我不知道那个叫什么，不是那个吗？
不是。
笑着点赞，热晒。
不是。
怎么知道的这？
这是 Deft 吗？这是什么？微笑点了一份，笑点点赞，微笑。
谁知道啊这个？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCK 的选手。
谁？哪个 LCK 选手这么开心
？Pusik， 不是吗？这怎么猜？这感觉都差不多啊。那第二个呢？第二
个提示是，他是一名中单选手。
喜欢点赞还是？
中单点赞。Showmaker， 不知道，完全不知道。
这个图片是他的标志性动作。
哦，拍照的标志性动作，就是 faker， 这也太抽象了。faker 吗？就是他比较招牌的点赞动作。
就是喜欢这个点赞动作可以。
faker，
你可以模仿一下 faker 这个经典合照的姿势吗
？faker 第二个应该是 faker。
对。
第一个稍微有点难啊，笑脸。还再给点提示吗？第一个，除了
这是一整张图，这是一整张图。
哦，这就是 faker 呗，就喜欢微笑这样。我以为是两个人。
这个猜不到呀，这是啥呀？这干嘛呀？
四圈，瞎子玩的好的，不对，官方 Riot。
这个是秀神吗？
这也是选手，那总该轮到 LPL 了吧？
干嘛？打拳啊？重拳出击吗？
什么脑筋急转弯吗？我想想，热晒，
多音币，
小天，
拳击，他是出场动作拳击吗？还是什么？是不是卓呀？
提示吧。
他是一名 LPL 的选手。
哦 ，LPL 选手还不是他俩，那还有谁打拳啊？
他是一名上单选手。
369也不会啊。哈特，那谁打拳啊？我拳说一遍得了。
他参加了今年的 MSI。
那就只有阿斌啦。
哦，斌哥，哎，我的，我这个冲浪强度没那么高，我这个打拳的应该是斌哥吧？
这不会是冰吧？
冰。好像听说他之前还蛮常看那个拳击比赛的，然后有拿他的队友当傻包，还好我那时候跟他已经不是队友了，对。
我挨过他一拳，只能说。
斌哥，看斌哥最近喜欢打拳。
陈哲斌，斌哥吧
？LPL 选手吗？
对的。
斌。我太帅了，我秒答什么都是，我太了解 LPL 文化了。
陈哲斌。 打拳。
那你可以模仿一下斌哥打拳吗
？OK， 斌哥打拳，斌哥打拳。哦，他是往前打的，他喜欢这样打。
就这样，就他还是比较有力量的。
然后要不要学一下斌哥打拳？
打不了一点。
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third and final series of the night. I'm joined by Kitty as we head towards a crucial series here. It's RNG up against Weibo, and my God, the stakes could not be higher. 6th seed is literally on the line here tonight, Kitty.
Yeah, a bit of a hidden banger coming into this final week 7. I know it's EDG versus Weibo Gaming for that final day, which is highlighted as the match of the week. But this one, like you said, the stakes are extremely high. RNG, they can potentially knock down Weibo Gaming to that 7th to 8th position, but they do need to secure both series wins, which they do have remaining in this weekend. Weibo Gaming, they need to win the next 2 series, but it's going to be really hard to say with confidence given the state that they're in. They're bouncing off a series loss from IG where they weren't able to grab a single game win up against that roster.
I mean, where was that IG all year, by the way? The one that just beat JDG and then Weibo. Like, how is that your final couple of series coming in? Like, come on, IG. Anyway, Weibo, though, their remaining 2 series, Weibo currently sat in 6th place. Their remaining 2 series are against EDG and RNG, who are the 7th and 8th place teams. They are the teams that are going to be trying to snag that spot away from Weibo. Now, EDG don't have the game difference to be able to make it into 6th seed, but RNG do. If RNG can win this series, win their final series as well, which is a reasonable, I believe it's like Rare Atom or someone like that. Oh, it's LGD is their final series. They're like, that's comfortable. RNG at this point, if they beat Weibo, they are favorites in my mind to make it into that 6th place spot because they'll be able to tie up Weibo and they should be in a good spot game difference wise. It all depends on that Weibo EDG series and how that one goes down as well. But there is so much waiting on this series. Round 2 of playoffs is literally at stake here.
Yeah, an extra best of 5 to play could be the difference for your playoffs runs for either of these organizations in RNG and Weibo Gaming. And RNG, I mean, if you compare them to their spring run, this is a huge improvement given the consideration that they are in contention for that 6th position. And Weibo Gaming, I mean, you're kind of still in the whole mix of everything, but given the state and given the remainder of their split, it's going to be a little rough. However, I'm still sure that they can come back from their really rough loss up against IG, but because most people considered that IG series to be a form check for them to be going up against EDG and RNG for this remaining 2 games or series. So it's going to be a little bit left to be desired, of course, but it's going to be a really fun one. Like you said, Xiaohu versus his old organization for tonight. It's bittersweet. It's Wei versus Xiaohu, and it's kind of like how you've moved on from your ex, but they're still there to haunt you because Wei has been looking fantastic in RNG's wins, while Xiaohu, on the other hand, we've seen a huge kind of change in adaptation to the current meta where we do know that they love something like the Tristana, and Xiaohu looks fantastic on the Tristana, but I'm starting to doubt it just a little bit because we saw in that IG series, it wasn't all rainbows.
No, it certainly wasn't. Certainly wasn't. We can head over to the stage and look at our line, or in fact, we can look at our lineups for the day. It's Breathe, Wei, Tangyuan, LP, and Lumao. And honestly, across the board, we've got insane matchups because it's Breathe versus the Shy. It's Wei versus Wei. It's Tangyuan up against the player that he replaced in the mid lane in Xiaohu. LP versus Light, and then Lumao versus Crisp as well. Lumao and Crisp, both absolute legends of the support role in the LPL.
I've been waiting for the day where we get to cast Wei versus Weiwei because of Weiwei's addition into the summer split for Weibo Gaming, replacing Karsa as that starting jungle, of course. But here's the roster that you guys have been waiting to see. A lot of redemption to be done by this roster, and I feel like coming into today, I mean, we have to also talk about the top side of Weibo Gaming because I feel like that could be a very interesting dynamic depending on how Breathe shows up. I feel like Breathe has been someone that has been flying under the radar where he is relatively underwhelming in the laning phase, but he has been showing up in those major team fights, while the Shy, I feel like, can be a little bit flip-floppy depending on how he is on the day. It's a very big form check. I'm not too sure. Maybe we'll get the Angel, maybe we'll get the Devil. We're not too sure, but obviously it has to be through how Weiwei and Wei can support their two top laners in this game one.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, on the topic of Weiwei versus Wei, every single split I seem to get this matchup. It doesn't matter which teams they're on. It doesn't matter which organizations these two players are under. Like, I seem to get Wei versus Weiwei every time. And they're always on the way somewhere because they're junglers. It's a nightmare. I'm looking towards the mid lane, though, because I feel like Xiaohu versus his old organization is very exciting anyway, just in of itself. Naturally, that's going to be exciting. But also, Xiaohu versus Tang Yuan is a very interesting matchup because I feel like Tang Yuan doesn't necessarily bring the same carry potential to that mid lane role. He's very much been a facilitator on the side of RNG. Whereas for Weibo, Xiaohu very much can be the mid lane carry. Like, we've seen a lot more carry-oriented picks from him than we have from Tang Yuan. So I'm curious how that's going to pan out in the draft, because I feel like maybe Tang Yuan could be a potential target in the draft if you ban away things like the Annie. Like, what more do we see out from Tang Yuan?
Yeah, like you said, a lot of utility champions that can allow Wei or LP to pop off in these major team fights. But I feel like on the discussion of Xiaohu being someone that had to step up in recent weeks, become the huge carry that Weibo Gaming so desperately depend on, it is a bit of a change in situation where Light isn't able to be that hyper carry that they used to rely on. If we throw it back to Aphelios Jinx Meta or even Zeri, I believe I had this one game that's so ingrained into my memory of just Light breaking ankles on Caitlyn. He's no longer given that kind of situation because of the meta shift. We're into Kai'Sa Xayah meta, and I was doing some digging. Kai'Sa, you know, it's seen as pick or ban for the side of blue, but Weibo Gaming, they don't prioritize this champion. They often give it over. And if you look at the win rate for Light, it's getting a little bit worrying because over 18 games of the Kai'Sa, he only has a 39% win rate on this champion. So I feel like if Xiaohu doesn't do well in the early game, they kind of just fall flat. And that's exactly what IG did and how they were able to really shut down and have Weibo Gaming on such a chokehold.
I mean, honestly, so many of the top teams in the LPL, it does feel like the early game is the crux of it. If you lose out in the early game, they struggle to find that momentum. And we've seen that across the LPL, honestly. We saw that earlier today with AL versus Top Esports. Now, Top Esports did manage to get back on the horse in the first game, but we saw the early game challenge. I really feel like that is the way to make a mark on the LPL right now. It is to be aggressive in the early game and try and find those scraps early on. And RNG are a team that I feel like have been pretty proactive. I feel like Wei has been the absolute superstar of this team for me. Breathes had a decent split for himself as well. And I feel like there have been so many questions towards LP, right? Because he was filling Gala's shoes coming into this year. It was like, yeah, LP for Gala, like most people favoring Gala over LP there. LP has been like a stable role player AD carry. Can he go up to that next level? And we have had some real pop-off games from LP. We have had some games where he's been that superstar. And it's series like this where you get the decision-making moments of like, is this player going to become a superstar? Is this player going to be that guy that can step up in the moment where it matters the most? When 6th seed is on the line, can he still be that pop-off AD carry that the team needs him to be?
Yeah, the biggest two questions coming into the summer split for RNG was in Tang Yuan and LP because they are replacing such big shoes. And Tang Yuan, I mean, I have this written down. It's just he's proven time and time again that he is one of the most improved rookies of this split.
Yeah,
he used to be critiqued the most with his champion pool and how he's able to really impact the game because of confident in shoes, but that's no longer an issue. I feel like playing alongside Wei, who does give great leeway into these situations, I mean, we also have to bring the conversation back to Wei, where he has a huge tendency of playing towards that top side and linking up with Tang Yuan. They often find leads through Breathe, through Wei in that early game, and LP and Luma, they have been able to stabilize themselves out in the early game, and it has really become a team identity that RNG can stick to.
Yeah, it certainly has been so far, and we'll see if they can do that against the Shy, though, because the Shy is a wild card, and I feel like every time you talk about the Shy on broadcast, it really can go any way. Like, he's a player that is permanently inconsistent, but kind of in a good way, almost. I don't know. It's a strange one with the Shy, but he's a player that, whether it's his jungler helping him dive or whether it's the enemy team diving him, those plays always get a little bit messy. They always get a little bit crazy, and you can never quite count him out of the situation. So obviously it'll depend on how the draft goes as well, but I'm curious to see if Wei will still focus up towards that top side because, I mean, across the Shy's history as a player, jungles have focused him. That's kind of his whole thing, is that the jungler will try and gank the Shy.
Name a more iconic duo, the Shy and getting ganked in the LPL. I'm sure there's nothing more iconic. Maybe LPL and winning World Championships. Who knows? Who knows? 2023, it's looking pretty good for China. But bringing it back to the Shy's conversation, you know, he blessed us with the Quinn top lane versus Renekton in their most recent series up against AL. And the Shy, he's been experimenting with some freaky champions. It's the Rumble, it's the Quinn, because of this rise in priority in the blind Renekton. And those two are such dominating individual matchups where the Shy, honestly, if he's left up alone up against Breathe, who has been showing a bit of inconsistency in that laning phase, it might explode out of control.
So what you're telling me is Kalista top is back and the Shy's going to bring it out, because I remember the Shy playing a lot of Kalista top and it looked real good in certain matchups. I'd be all over that if the Shy still wanting to experiment. I don't know if this is the series for experimentation. I would say this is something where if you've practiced it, sure, bring it out. I don't know if you want to bring something out that you're not sure about, though. RNG stepping out onto the stage. We are in Shanghai, neutral ground here for the two teams. We'll see how confident RNG are feeling. I feel like this is a team that, again, all split along. They've been trying to prove themselves. This is very much a rebuild for the organization. A lot of players with something to prove on the roster. Lumao, you know, after going to MSI as the sub for BLG, joined this RNG roster in the summer, has had a reasonably decent split for himself. You know, he's not topping the tables, but has looked better than when he got knocked into a sub position.
Yeah, and you see the veterancy and the experience kind of, not tainting, that's not the right word, bouncing off the rookie players of this new RNG roster, where we also have to talk about how, once again, it's Xiaohu versus Wei in the head-to-head. They both share 4 titles with each other throughout the spring of 2021 and 2022. So it's going to be really interesting because we know both of these players know each other's playstyles to a T. So the early game is going to be kind of mind games. And given how our first 2 series went, if this one's not bloody, if this one's not scrappy, I'm going to go to bed a very angry lady.
Okay.
I want chaos.
You know, I don't think the players care that much whether or not you go to bed angry. I think 6th seed is it. No offense. I care, and I'm sure everyone in chat cares, but I think 6th seed might be more important to them. We'll see how the draft goes though, because like you say, a lot of the top teams have been more and more bloody and more aggressive, and it has been paying off. JDG, BLG, they love to dominate lanes and then transition those advantages into neutral objectives. We'll see how the draft is going to go, because that is going to determine everything, and I'm curious what the focus is going to be. I think Kai'Sa very likely to just be banned out. We've seen a lot of red side bans on Kai'Sa to just deny that pick coming on through. But we've got 2 quite talented AD carries stepping up. Light and LP, I feel like 2 AD carries that have always been like under the radar when it comes to like who's your top 3, who are the big names in the LPL. Light has certainly made arguments for it, especially when he was on LNG. But both of them still never quite been in that upper echelon. I'd love to see them pop off today, try and prove themselves.
And talking about Light and LP, I think the word that instantly comes to your mind is stability, and at least they can reach to that mid game without too much of a fuss. But my biggest question is going to be about Crisp and Luma and their form check coming into this game, because if you kind of take a look at RNG's losses, it is through a bit of a scrappy team fight from Luma and Wei, and this goes back to their series loss up against BLG, where honestly, credits to RNG for taking every single early game away from BLG, who is considered to be the best early game team that we have in the LPL. But unfortunately, some of those leads were thrown from panic team fight engages from Luma in particular, where they just weren't able to close out the game, and it did give the series over to BLG. On the other hand, we have people like Crisp, where in the current meta, I mean, he's great on champions like the Rel, but we've seen him also play champions like the Alistar, where it is a bit of a new meta. I don't know what to say about this, but it's kind of more like Weibo Gaming, they have great drafts, but at the end, the execution sometimes isn't there, and that has to be consistent if they want to secure the 6th position.
It certainly does. And I've got to say, I feel like this one is going to get messy. The more I think about this matchup, the more I think about this series, there's no two ways about it. This has to get messy. I mean, RNG, in their last 5 series, have gone to 3 games. They took BLG to 3 games, but then they were taken to 3 games by Anyone's Legend and lost that series. They were taken to 3 games by TT. Them and NIP, absolute banger of a series, by the way. Week 6, NIP RNG, go watch that one if you're bored at some point later today. Really, really good series. But RNG and WE as well, all 5 of these series going to the distance. And I fully expect that today, because I feel like neither team is massively consistent. Neither team is consistently able to find those win conditions and find those opportunities coming out of the draft. So we'll have to see. I'm just excited to get into it because I feel like there are so many storylines flying around. I feel like we've been talking about this matchup for so long at this point. I just want to see some League of Legends, and here we go into the draft.
Game 1 of this series between RNG and Weibo Gaming. We already see 2 of Weibo's champions taken away, as the Sejuani and the Rel Jungle, perhaps as a flex, has also been denied away. While, I mean, it's going to be really exciting to see the mid-jungle dynamic between Wei and Tangyu, and of course up against Weiwei and Xiaohu, because the carry potential is in different positions. Wei is also often seen as that person who's willing to carry and take the charge, while on the other hand, Weibo Gaming, Weiwei is a great facilitator that allows Xiaohu to shine.
Focus towards Sangyuan started off an instant lock-in for the LeBlanc. The Annie taken away from him, the Nico taken away from him, but he's comfortable with this pick. It does leave Tristana open and Kai'Sa. That is a hell of a rotation for Weibo to start the draft.
We've seen a lot of Tristana for LeBlanc trades in the recent weeks, but that also means the Kai'Sa gets locked in for Light. I mean, this is going to be a real challenge because that was one of my critiques for the side of Weibo Gaming, but I'm sure they're more than happy with the draft so far, with the Renekton getting locked in, being considered. We've seen the Viega and LeBlanc quite often as a duo, but the problem is you need to have a very hard-hitting support that can provide those engages, so Lumao's position in this game 1 is very high.
Yeah, Lumao going to be crucial. Him and Chris both as supports that have certainly been massive moment makers in their previous teams. You know, Lumao, when you think of him on JDG, massive player. Crisp, when you think of him on FPX back in 2019, feels like a long time ago now, but a dominant player in his time, and he's going to have that Rakan. And I feel like Crisp has been consistently a really good support throughout the years. Like, you know, it's a long time since he won the World Championship, but I feel like he has maintained his form over those years to an exceptional level.
Yeah, I mean, Chris is definitely one of the most standout players in the side of FPX's entire roster. Honestly, that entire FPX roster was just such a pleasure to witness, especially Doinby. I miss him so dearly. But coming back into this ban phase, 4 on 5, the supports are going to get taken away. Like you said, I mean, the engage is going to be extremely crucial for Lumao to make up as that lack of frontline, but we'll have to wait and see. We still have champions like the Alistar available, where we have seen Lumao pick that up as well, but Weibo Gaming, they're most likely going to save this counter pick for the Shy, and I'm just wondering if we're going to get a Cassante. Oh, I mean, we have the Renekton getting locked in, but I'm wondering if we're going to get a Quinn or Rumble as that final response.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Shy, we have seen the Quinn from him. It was a win, so I'd be here for it. We'll see. Whether or not they need 380 carries on the roster, though, for the side of Weibo, that's a different question. Blitzcrank taken off the board away from Lumao here, as the Rakan denying the Xayah by default at this stage. Could be a double tree ban, even, honestly, from the side of RNG if they want to get rid of something like the Maokai as well. And there it is, the double tree. Deforestation on the side of RNG.
I wonder if they just lock in the Poppy here, because although you lack some sort of AP jungler, the Kai'Sa is more than happy to make up for that. It is going to get locked in, as we have the LeBlanc and Renekton already showing that could be flexed towards top side. We're not too sure yet. We have seen the Shy also play the Poppy matchup into the Renekton in previous weeks. We'll have to wait and see, but RNG now looking at their bottom lane options. The Xayah could be considered, the Draven would also be great, but that does mean it's feast or famine for LP in this game 1.
Certainly would be. It's all-out aggression across the board. Honestly, Draven locked in here. Oh, Emilio. I feel like Emilio fell off of a mountain, didn't he? I can't remember the... Like, Emilio just feels like he went from first pick, first ban to barely ever getting picked these days. Could be good with the Draven though, does give you the extra range on the axes, gives you the burn as well. Can be fantastic for dominating the laning phase. LP and Lumao gonna go for the double ranged bottom lane here, leaving Light and Crisp to kind of struggle through the early laning phase you'd expect.
There's a reason why Milio kind of disappeared from the meta, and I feel like it's mainly because people realize this champion gets easily countered by AoE knockup, as Nico, Rakan, all these champions just get onto Milio's face, and he's pretty much inescapable when you do get into those sticky situations. It's the Cassandra getting locked in for top lane. He should be fine. Top lane is going to be a relatively even matchup for the time being, but my eyes are definitely going to be on this bottom side. Like you said, LP needs to get ahead early on this Draven, or Weibo Gaming, they're just gonna eat away at those towers.
They certainly are. I've got to say, I'm looking at mid lane, and it's not just because it's Xiaohu versus RNG. It's also Tristana versus LeBlanc, which you expect heavy trading in that kind of matchup. Xiaohu having the counter pick against his old team, against the player that has replaced him. And Tangyuan, this is his first year in the LPL. The fact that he's had so long until finishing off the year against his, the player he's replacing, right at the very end of the summer split, and with seeding on the line, this feels like a huge moment for Tangyuan to show us what he is made of, to show us that he is a worthy replacement for the Emperor of Spring.
Like you said, playoffs is at the stakes for this best of 3, and we have spicy drafts coming in for this game 1. Shiv versus Shiv could be what the middle lane is going to look like, but Tristana is supposed to be the favorable matchup up against Tangyuan in this LeBlanc as the most critiqued player of Spring. He has to show up against his old mid laner of RNG.
We'll see if he can, and we'll see how Xiaohu is feeling up against RNG as well. He's got the Tristana, he's got a great matchup for himself. Feels like the tools are there and available, but Weibo have been inconsistent. Here's the Gyos come in. A lot of support out here. Oh, got some bonus Gyos coming in. A lot of support on both sides, not surprising at all. RNG, always a house favorite, regardless of who's on the roster. And then obviously, when you look at Weibo, they've got so many legendary players within their ranks that you anticipate fans every single time. Let's talk game plan, Kitty, here. There's everything on the line for these two teams. Lumao has to back away as late invade coming out. Weibo going to drop a ward on the red buff. Let's talk game plans of how this early game should be played out. We'll start with RNG.
Because if you look at RNG's team composition, it's relatively straightforward. As Tangyuan, we've seen this champion do extremely well in the hands of Yago, where you have to be chowing down on those side lane towers as you pick up the Shiv. But Viego has been a champion that we've not too sure on in terms of how he fits into the current meta, because we've seen it pop off in the hands of Tarzan or Jie, but it does require you to full clear in the early game, while Weiwei, this game 1, he's on the Poppy, and Poppy, what she does best is forcing those flashes and forcing these ganks with that Hex Flash in hand. So as long as you're able to really spot out Weiwei across the entire map with these wards, which has been set down at each other's red buff, RNG, they just gonna dip their heads in until that first item spike.
Wei gonna try and go for an invade here. He's not even gone for his Raptors just yet. Still level 2. Walks over a ward as he heads that way, and Weiwei beeline towards this bottom side. You can see Crisp toying with the idea of moving over as well, but Wei decides better of it, backs off. Well, we don't see a scrap just yet. Goes back to his chickens. Weiwei might follow him into the jungle, but no, just gonna drop a ward in Pixel Brush.
That's the value that Tangyuan starting the W, going over for a few orders onto Weiwei, but deceptively putting a ward down as well, spotting out that the Poppy was rotating after Wei walked over that ward over the river. But top lane is getting a little bit spicy. I do still believe that Renekton finds early advantages up against Cassandra. The flash stun!
Breathe! Flashes in, couldn't quite find the kill. The Shy walks away on 100 HP, but the pot is taken away. So's the door and shield. And look at that regen coming through for the Shy. He'll be okay on this one, survives. But I love the killer instinct out from Breathe, wanting to make things happen, as is Wei. RNG have entered the server, and they mean business today.
And Wei walked over that ward, over the dot bush, so Wei, he is just going to kind of path away from this Viego, as RNG, they have both mid priority and bottom side getting pushed in, so Wei, he has to just dip down and trade the blue buffs.
He has to try. Wei going to move over to that blue quadrant as it's Scuttle Crabs traded for now. But you see Wei is going to move up to this top side now. Neither top laner with flash available, so it can get dicey. But Tang Yuan seems like he has priority in the mid lane on the minimap. As Wei walks over a ward, will be spotted. He can't go for an evade here.
This Poppy is getting tracked perfectly by the side of RNG. Like you said, even Breathe being very disciplined and placing a ward down in the river, just denying all gank opportunities. W hits.
Damage onto LP, but I don't think they can follow that one up. But it's a great little trade. Honestly, Weibo, you're happy with a trade like that? Because at the end of the day, if there's one thing Draven wants to do, it's win lane. So you can win out those trades if you can find big burst damage and get out of there before we can really return it. That's the dream scenario.
I'm wondering what approach of build LP is going to go today. We have seen a lot of Triforces and Essence Reaver as the two different builds, at least first item that the Draven could consider. We'll have to wait and see. Both of them do provide a lot of different stats, as Triforce does provide a bit of extra survivability with those stats. But we do have the Poppy once again on the ward, and I feel like this is something RNG does extremely well, which is placing down early vision, shutting down the enemy jungle of any potential gank opportunities. But once again, it's going to be about how the AD carries are going to really shine in those team fights, and I feel like LP, he is already getting some sort of a pressure in this 2v2 matchup with the Draven as a counter into Crisp's Rakan. So he's not going to be able to land any successful Ws if he's careful with this, as Light, because he's going to be most likely AP Kai'Sa. Oh, he got lethal tempo. It's an AD Kai'Sa, I'm pretty sure. So we'll have to wait and see for the item spikes.
That could well be the... I mean, the thing is, when you start longsword, you usually think Shiv, but I mean, basically, every AD carry item starts with a longsword, so could still be going towards the Kraken Slayer instead. We'll have to wait and see what Light ends up building on this one. As Wei moving towards his bottom side. TP's out of both mid laners into their lane once again as Wei tries to move in. Light wide on the W, and I think Wei, yeah, thinks better of it. He'll return to his jungle.
The warding is just perfect from the side of RNG, and that's exactly what Wei needs to full clear and slowly reach that level 6, and that's exactly where RNG start to look for those successful skirmishes. I feel like this is a relatively slow start. We were expecting a very bloody game, but no one expected Lumon to 5th pick Milio as that final answer. But that is going to kind of sting in the future team fights, because if you look at RNG's composition, the only true frontline is going to be Breathe, but even Breathe doesn't have reliable CC or AoE to really zone off Weibo Gaming, so they have to play these fights very carefully with how they space with LP and Tang Yuan.
Oh, Wei. He's found big damage onto Wei here to start a fight off. Could be in trouble as Wei doesn't get grounded. The rest of the team moving over. Wei is down to 300 HP. It's a great little shot from Lumao. Or should I say Messi. Crisp looks for the engage onto LP, and the flash from Wei as well. LP 1 HP, but he walks away. No, the auto flies in. Light with both summoners to finish the job.
God, the second LP uses his E, you see the flash commit from Crisp, and it lands onto this Draven. A bit of a greedy hold on by the AD carry of RNG, and Light, he ends up getting first blood.
Phenomenal stuff from the side of Weibo, and all off the back of Wei finding an opportunity in River, just going to town onto Wei, showing the early game power of this Poppy, and then the bot lane responding in kind.
Yeah, you see just the Poppy being an extremely strong solo champion when it comes to the early game, but Lumon not having his heal available to really help out Wei here. But the important thing is LP didn't flash the initial engage from Crisp, and at the end, I mean, it's just a bit of a greedy exchange as Light picks up the kill at the very end, so losing the stacks as well. I mean, we talked about how this Draven, he needs to be ahead early.
It's a really tough one as well, because LP even flashing after the slow from Wei. So even after the flash, he's still slowed. And that CS advantage that was picked up by LP as well as all of those stacks, now kind of mitigated by the fact that Light gets first blood, 400 gold. He is headed towards that static shift to start us off, so perhaps will be the AP Kaiser coming through after all.
Here's the link of the iconic 2v2 in the top side.
Shy in trouble, flashes out to safety along with his W. He'll get out of there. Summoner burns, but he keeps his life, and that's the most important thing.
And alive the Shy is a happy the Shy's way. He is just going to put some extra pressure with the Rift Herald up and available on the map right now. They do have a pink ward for the side of Weibo Gaming as Weiwei starts this one up. Xiaohu has complete mid control, so he gets first move. I'm assuming one of the supports should honestly move over as well, unless they think it's no need, as the Straven's still relatively decent in the lane, picking up those plates.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got the good matchup, right? They're still going to be pretty comfortable in the 2v2. Having that range advantage thanks to the Cozy Campfire. Everyone jumping on forwards. I think that was a Hex flash from Weiwei. I think his flash was already on Gordon, and then Tangyuan obviously flashing out. Good attempt there, but Tangyuan, great reactions to know that's happening.
Not gonna lie, that was a really scary jump scare from both the Yordles of Weibo Gaming, but once again started up by the side of Weibo Gaming for this Rift Herald. That is exactly what you need when you lock in the Tristana composition. Get these plates early on, take down the mid tower as fast as possible, and then rotate this Tristana towards the side lanes and really utilize how she spikes with that Kraken in her pockets as well. We'll have to wait and see, because now Weiwei does have that available.
And it feels, to be honest, like, it's not often I say this, it feels good to have a fairly quiet early game here. It's actually, yeah, spotted. And then suddenly,
oh, Jesus!
flashes out to safety. So you can see the grin on his face, like, oh my god, I've never seen such surprising Yordles in my life.
The scary
he'll
thing
survive
is
it. Great reactions, great reactions.
Yeah, because the scary thing is, Weiwei didn't even complete his Hex Flash yet. He only saw Xiaohu jumping in, and he already committed the flash. He knew Weiwei started the Rift Herald, dragging along the aggro, and he just was extremely disciplined and not being afraid to use that flash. As you are LeBlanc, you have 2 dashes inbuilt into your kit, so it's not going to be as much of a trade-off compared to someone like LP on this Draven, who still has a lot of room to go for those skirmishes.
Certainly does breathe. Crashing a wave in on the top side. The Shy doing very well in CS, actually. If he'll be able to hoover most of this up, it'll be about 10 CS up. I love the little ult there from LP in the bottom side. He's got 3 plates for himself, clears the wave to make sure that there's no chance of Light answering with any plates of his own, even with the static shift in his inventory. His Breathe has started to proxy farm at this point. Weiwei with Herald in pocket, but he's on the bottom side of the map right now. Could try and get Light a little bit ahead, or could even focus towards Xiaohu. You do have a Tristana in mid lane.
And the problem is going to be for the side of RNG, with this dragon spawning in 1 minute, without Breathe in the 4v4s, is going to be extremely difficult to kind of play off picks and at least a straightforward engage compared to the side of Weibo Gaming, where Crisp and Wei were already linking up for this mid lane.
Oh, Tangyuan is going to get blown to smithereens. Xiaohu with a beautiful combo and the team on board. Herald slammed down in the mid lane, demolished procced as well. That's 3 plates taken now. And a beautiful set piece from Weibo.
And Tangyuan not having that flash available does mean Poppy with that W available, she's not going to be able to escape from that exchange. And with the bottom lane throw rotating up, I mean, take all the plates you want, LP, because Kaiser's going to go back with the 2-0.
Once again, Light grabbing a lot of gold out of these plays. And just such a nice combo coming out. Tangyuan goes down, Xiaohu grabbing that kill, then Light grabbing the second. It's the perfect targets, the perfect recipients for that gold. And like you say, LP, yes, he's getting a fair bit of gold himself. He's got a CS lead. He's got 3 plates. Don't know if he'll be able to find a 4th one, though, honestly, as 2 minutes still on the clock for trying to get these plates, but Xiaohu's so good at clearing the waves.
Can we get a moment of appreciation of Crisp's Rakan so far into this game? Extremely clean flash W's coming out of this man and not giving any opportunities to react for the carries of RNG. And this is going to be its 8th game on Rakan in the summer split as well. Most played, but we'll have to wait and see. Dragon getting started up as we have a 5-man rotation coming out of both teams.
Breathe trying to zone away the enemy team here. Weibo got the first Drake of the game, so this will slow down Soul as RNG going to trade it here. 1-for-1 so far. And it will be a Chemtech Soul for this game. is Weibo grouping up in the mid lane. They'll get at least one plate. They might be able to finish this tower with Demolish with a Tristana here. This tower should go down. A couple more autos will do the trick, and that's with plates still up. They finish the mid-tier 1.
They just want to get the job done. A full-on 5-man ARAM just to get tier 1 in the mid lane. But still, you want to free up Xiaohu from getting constricted in this middle lane and then start working towards those extra tower plates that is going to be provided through top and bottom. But with the Rift Herald spawning into, you already see Xiaohu pathing towards there as well. I mean, they're more than happy for LP to be taking up these solo plates in the bottom side because this Tristana is kind of snowballing out of control.
Certainly is. I feel like we've got many AD carries getting out of control in this game. There's 2 AD carries on the side of Weibo getting out of control, and LP getting all of these plates, having a CS advantage. I feel like he's getting real close to finishing off some items and becoming that Draven that we all know and fear. There we go, Triforce picked up alongside a serrated Dirk, and a Triforce finish for Wei as well, simultaneously. This is actually quite a big item spike across the board. Even though they're down in gold, right now RNG are strong.
And I'm gonna be real, I don't think RNG can give the second Rift Herald over to Weibo Gaming, as Xiaohu is just gonna take down this tier 1 top lane tower instantly if that goes over. But if you look at RNG's composition, how is Wei realistically going to get his resets? The ultimates are shared out from the RNG teammates. Okay.
Instantly answered. I thought that was going to be Breathe kind of being baited in by Xiaohu, but I think Xiaohu realizing that, you know, you can look as juicy as you want, but that Renekton's going to one-shot a little Yordle. As Tanguyen trying to finish the tower off. The Shy, I think he wants this one. Will he be able to find it? No. Surrounded by minions here, can't push it. So Tanguyen grabs that tower down. Does mean it's a 1,000 gold lead, 3-kill advantage. As we broach the 15-minute mark, feel like we need to revisit compositions because Herald is coming up. Feels like Weibo have control.
Yeah, and the biggest problem is Tanguyen not having that TP available to join in on this fight, while Weibo Gaming, they had that option in the hands of the Shy. But back to my question of how is Wei going to be able to get those resets on this Viego, because you have to consider the fact that this LeBlanc with the static shiv build is a very slow poker, and she doesn't have the instant burst that can get someone to reset range. So we'll have to wait and see what RNG's execution is, because if LP dies again on this Draven, I think the game is pretty much over if he doesn't get the stacks.
Tanguyen should be able to get away. I love that the Shy is just constantly looking for the scrap against Tanguyen. He's not letting him farm for free. Certainly not. Wants to punish every single step. His way clears some vision. And that vision control that was garnered by Weibo not too long ago has been denied to some extent. There is one deep ward, which I will say, TP available for the Shy. There's a ward behind where RNG would be postured. That can be dangerous with a Cassante.
RNG have been able to kind of slow down the game. Tongi has the TP available.
Oh, Breathe is going to be in big trouble. Crisp again with a perfect combo. Breathe doesn't even get to move. He's mincemeat, taken out of the picture. And now with the Shine TPing in the top side as well, Weibo want to start the Herald. They want to grab this for themselves. Tanguyen trying to answer on the opposite side of the map. I don't know if he'll be able to get a tier 2 though. He's going to reset after all.
He doesn't have a wave to work off in the bottom side. Well, RNG, that's their front line gone pretty much out of the fight as he gets caught out by Weibo and Crisp once again. I mean, the link up between the support and jungle of Weibo Gaming for this game 1 is insane, with the dragon spawning in 1 minute as well.
Shahu's even going to be able to get a tier 1 in the top side. This is before Herald was even taken. They're taking objectives around the map here. And this is clean from Weibo. We have been begging for clean games from Weibo. Tanguyen at least will answer, does get that tier 2, decided not to reset and at least get something on the map for RNG. And that keeps them in touching distance. 2,000 gold down now, but that Herald still in pocket for Weibo. So you got to figure out where Weiwei's going next. They did a great job of tracking the Poppy early. They've got to keep that up.
Yeah, now you also have to consider the fact that this is going to be second dragon going to either teams, but RNG Luma, he's going to struggle to get that vision control before Crisp, as he just doesn't have the same type of threat if Weiwei and Crisp decide to link up once again. And that's definitely going to really stagger RNG's major objective stacking, as you already see. I mean, Weibo Gaming, they're already setting up for this.
Yeah.
But I don't know, RNG very quiet early game, and we haven't seen too much of a proactive call coming out of this roster.
I think the thing is as well, when you're comparing the supports and their ability to gain vision control. Like, you've got on the one hand Emilio, who is totally on his own, and then on the other hand you've got Crisp, who's on a Rakan, which already you're super slippery.
Oh, look at
But you get any CC down. Hang on. Xiaohu in a bit of trouble here. Breathe and Wei jumping onto him. Oh, but the Buster shot hits both of them. And here comes Wei to save the day. Yordle Patrol on duty, whirling death across the team. Wei surviving. His Breathe is the target. Wei goes down as well. And Weibo, I mean, this is a masterclass.
And the bottom lane of Weibo Gaming are just constantly there first. You see this 2 times in a row now, having that 4v2 numbers advantage. They're looking for more.
Certainly are. LP and Lumao backing away from this one as the Herald drop down. This should be another tier 1. This will be the final tier 1 taken across the map. Here is they're going to go for a dive here. Lumao's gone, and that means LP is on his own. He's damn quick, though. Will walk away for his life.
How did Tangyuan die in top lane against the Shy? I need a replay because bottom could have gone as worse as possible for the side of RNG. They already lost 2 members, but they end up losing 3. I don't know how Tangyuan ended up getting locked down by this K'Sante champion.
And I've got to say, Weibo, after every single series they play, like being so messy, being so all over the place recently, the fact that they're consistently going into 3-game series as well, and then they come in today. Well, like, what a performance. It feels like everyone is firing on all cylinders. Here's the replay. It's got to be top lane, right? No! We still will never know.
Surely we'll get a replay after this skirmish because it is just numbers advantage. Light flying in, Crisp flying in from 2 screens away on this Rakan, once again pulling off the clean flash W just to get rid of Wei before he finds those resets. Onto Wei. We do have, I believe, Breed getting caught out in the top side and needing to use his ultimate. We'll never find out how Tangyuan died in the side lane. But even so, I mean, this LeBlanc is really struggling to find the same type of influence compared to Xiaohu on this Tristan. And that's double 80 carries available to threaten Baron.
And that's the big question we had coming in today is, can Tangyuan have a big influence on the game when his Annie is banned away? And instantly we saw Weibo coming in, banning that Annie away from him. The Ahri hasn't been the same kind of priority ever since the static shift came back into the game. And it feels like Tangyuan struggling to have the same influence. Now, I will say, he's had a lot of presence on that bot lane. In the side lane, like manages to get the tier 2. Is this it? Okay, this is what happened up top.
So Tangyuan already has his W distortion on cooldown. He uses it once again. Dashes into the Q3.
Gorgeous.
The Shy predicts Tangyuan's dash and then uses the all out to finish out on the job. Where is Tangyuan's final distortion from the R? I mean, that was just clean.
The Shy absolutely smurfed on him. That was gorgeous. Like, I know that there's a lot of people complaining about K'Sante, but like when it's used like that, the Shy managing to out-mobility a LeBlanc and predict the way that Tangyuan was going to play. It's not even like Tangyuan was low at the start of the play. That was all just the Shy immaculate gameplay.
Yeah, reading Tangyuan to a T, with even the final prediction of Tangyuan's only escape, which is through the wall, but the Shy flashes over preemptively and prepares for that. I mean, that is a really insane 1v1 and huge redemption for the Shy, especially coming off that series from the side of IG, but that's Baron started up for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Tangyuan in the bottom side, both with ears. Crisp has to dash away to his team here. Baron down to 4k as RNG committing. Breed in the middle of everyone trying to buy space for his team as Weibo looked for the fight instead. Breed taken down. 3 men strong in the river for RNG, but they're going to be outnumbered here if they stick around for this one. Tangyuan with a bomb on his head as well, as they will retreat. But this AP Kaiser is starting to get those resets, is starting to chunk. That's Baron taken for Weibo.
And RNG trying to just get the scraps on the map with that tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Can they get a second one? The Shy is still alive. I don't think that's a tier 2 for the side of RNG. You see, the map is completely dark for RNG to work on that Baron. And that, honestly, was just such a scrappy fight for this roster. They were so split.
Yeah, I mean, Tangyuan trying to get a hit on the tier 2 tower just runs in the opposite direction the second the Shy shows up, and rightly so after the previous play. Fantastic fight from Weibo. Bait them in by starting the Baron. isolate a player, take him out, and then take the objective. I mean, it's just clean. It's just absolutely clean from Weibo so far in this one. And you do have to wonder, like, what is the difference today? What changed in their morning routine that we get this version instead of the one for their most recent series?
Well, the difference is other than the one Ocean Soul going over towards RNG, they haven't been able to secure anything else on the map. And that includes kills. They're currently 0 and 8 and down 4k gold. I mean, yes, they're lucky enough that Tangyuan on this LeBlanc has been able to secure side lane towers, but with the Baron available, the static shift isn't going to be able to push as fast, especially with the Shy consistently in response to the side. Look at the tower taking ability, it's gone.
Yeah, these two Yordles definitely know how to take down a tower. And, I mean, you throw Ziggs in the mix as well. You've got a real team on your hands there. Moving to the mid lane now for another tier 2. Demolish not available, but I don't think that's going to matter too much. 2 towers taken down. Another job successfully achieved by the Yordle demo squad. Now up to the top side they can go. The wave not there though, unfortunately for them, but still a full minute on the Baron, so they'll be able to take that final tier 2, you'd imagine, and be able to pretty much just open the map for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You see RNG just letting these towers go one by one, but the problem with their composition is that they don't have a force to get onto the numbers advantage, while Tangyuan, I mean, he is still trying his best to push on these sides. But Baron buff in the pockets of Weibo Gaming, someone could just instantly recall with Baron and just respond to Tangyuan. But this game, this is the Weibo Gaming that we've been waiting for, and they have woken up in game 1.
They certainly have. I mean, all of the tier 2's taken now. Weibo looking fantastic, and if they can bring this format in playoffs, I think this could be the team that everyone wants them to be. I mean, there are so many fans internationally for this team. Like, Weibo, after buying the spot from Suning, had a pretty underwhelming entrance into the LPL, but now this roster, Xiaohu moving over, the Shy up top, Light and Crisp have been fantastic in the bottom lane, and Weiwei has been a phenomenal jungler as well. Like, it does feel like the pieces can come together, and on paper it looks fantastic, but so often we've seen it just not really live up to that expectation. But the Shy looking fantastic today with the solo kill onto Tangyuan. The rest of the team working together so well in the bottom side of the map. Does feel like everything is kind of peachy keen for the time being for Weibo. However, RNG, they love going to 3 games. Their last 5 series have gone to 3 games. Can Weibo finish this in 2? I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself. They've not won the game yet, but they are 7,000 gold up. I feel like the odds of them losing at this point, have I just cursed it? I might have just cursed it.
I don't want to be that person, but we've had a 8k gold lead by AL in a previous series up against Top Esports, and somehow, in some world, that game still went to Top Esports. Tangyuan, oh!
Ooh. Good little blink back from Tangyuan. That's Weiwei's flash on cooldown. Tangyuan, I don't know if he can get out of this one. You'd expect he can. As a LeBlanc, you can be very tricksy, but look at the minimap. There are so many players collapsing onto him. Tangyuan, now with the Shy joining the fray as well, he's going to be able to find him, and that's Distortion on cooldown. Pulls him over to Xiaohu. There's nowhere to go. How do you escape this? The bomb taken away. And Tangyuan taken out. The replacement of Xiaohu finished off by the man himself.
Tangyuan just gets completely ping-ponged around by the members of Weibo Gaming, but this game is looking damn perfect from this team. But I also need to highlight that Light, he's hit the holy trinity of 3 items on this AP Kai'Sa now. He's gonna start hurting, and LP, he doesn't have any lifesteal. Anyone on RNG has that lifesteal, so they need to force as fast as possible before these Void Seekers start connecting.
I mean, the Whirling Death to try and clear the wave, but the demolition power on the side of Weibo is so strong. That's an inhibitor opened wide with Drake coming up onto the map in 50 seconds, Baron 10 seconds after that as well. Feels like Weibo in complete control of everything. One thing I will say for RNG is they've got some vision around this dragon. Maybe there's some kind of miracle. Maybe they can get into a brush and find a pick before a fight could happen.
To be fair, Weibo Gaming have so many ways of executing out this game. You can go for the Baron, you have double AD carries, give over this 4th dragon, you have great vision setup already in that top side, or just straight up look for the 5v5 and end the game. You don't need this final dragon. You seal the deal with an ace, and the game's over.
Crisp has found him. And Lumao taken out of the picture. Xiaohu wants a little bit more as he just jumps over the wall, trying to find LP, flashing forwards for it. His breathe is there alongside Wei, but I don't think LP has enough bodyguards. 2 just ain't gonna cut it as everyone slams on down. There's 2 for Light as he'll look for a 3rd as well. Breathe is gonna turn golden, and you'd expect the team to give it on over. Not sure they gave it, but it's a triple nonetheless. 13-0. This is absolute obliteration from Weibo.
And lucky RNG, they had no wave to work off for the side of Weibo Gaming after getting 4 members of the opposing team. They're going to secure themselves both the Dragon Soul and the Baron. Most likely going to group as that 5 member and just force into the mid lane with such a huge item advantage.
Taking another look is Lumao, I think thought he was safe, but Crisp just flash engage, and then Xiaohu is like, yeah, I'm not done with this one. We've got the numbers advantage. Without that exhaust, he probably just gets the kill on LP then and there.
Can I just say respect to LP taking exhaust this game. I don't know how he managed to get that exhaust onto a Tristana that's sitting on like 600 range, but it still delayed his death quite a lot. But this game is done and dusted for this RNG squad. And you kind of have to go back to the draft. I mean, you locked in the LeBlanc as that first pick for the blue side, trading off the Tristana and the Kai'Sa. The final response was this Draven, but the Draven got set so far behind in that early game, and I don't know if Milio was the final champion to lock in.
Wei spots the distortion pad. He's behind enemy lines. He's dropped his ward down. There's a recall coming through from Tangyuan. Wei in the area as well. Xiaohu's going to be able to find them. Jumps into the brush. He's searching. Do they know where he is?
Oh,
the Shy
sees them.
pops the Scryer's Bloom. They're going to be spotted. They're going to be denied their exit. And they will be taken down. Wei with an ult over the wall, but he's going nowhere. You can't escape this one. As he moves into the top side of the map, Tangyuan alongside him as well. I said they're going nowhere. They're going to the top side. They're getting away with it. The Shy trying to close the gap, but there's a blast code, and it sends him to the other side of the world. Wei, he'll be able to get into the brush. They actually both got away with it.
And the best thing is they denied a good 20 seconds away from this Baron buff getting secured by the side of Weibo Gaming. So that is a huge dump for this RNG squad without a single member dying. But now here's the problem. Xiaohu has that wave working in, and also mid as well. How are you going to respond to this?
The siege coming through from the side of Weibo. Tower already down to half and will be finished off. RNG, can they find a miracle fight? I feel like they need to actually commit to a fight. We haven't seen RNG just group up and go for it throughout this entire game. 10,000 gold down, and they're bleeding inhibitors. You can't, like, yes, you're losing the game, but, like, at least try and fight them at this point.
Oh, my tongue is so low.
Knocked out of the play once again. Another tower goes down. Nexus Tower's bare. And they're just going to finish this game off. The knockups come on through. Weibo absolutely destroying RNG. Not a single kill given over. Weibo, playoffs form acquired.
15-0 is the scoreline of Game 1. Not giving a single opportunity over to this RNG squad. This is the Weibo Gaming that everyone expected, and they are definitely on form for tonight's series.
They certainly are. On form is one way to put it. That was decimation. RNG, like, it didn't feel like they had any control of the game. The only, like, benefit that they had early on was they did a really great job of tracking the Poppy, but beyond that, it felt like everything went the way of Weibo. Felt like they were winning across the map pretty much. Like the solo kill for the Shy, all of those early skirmishes on the bottom side going the way of Weibo. Just immaculate play. And I have to say, I came into this series expecting like Weibo not necessarily on form super well with how recent series have been going. And RNG, they've been going to 3 games with everyone. I expected an absolute scrap. And I mean, we didn't see really anything from RNG.
To be fair, if you look at RNG's composition that they have decided to lock in for this game 1, it's very not RNG, specifically for Tangyuan in the mid lane. There was a huge target ban going towards this player, and he just had to default to the LeBlanc and take that away from Xiaohu, because that's also something we have been seeing from this guy in the summer split so far. But overall, I think we need to give a huge shout out to the synergy between Weiwei and Crisp. The whole game started snowballing once Crisp got that flash W onto LP. Bit of a greedy play from the Draven of RNG, but a huge instinctive proactive play from the championship support of FBX back in 2021, and that's just showing the veterancy and how cutthroat they are once you give these opportunities over.
I mean, the second you make a mistake, this is certainly a team that will punish. Like, topping the damage, despite the fact it didn't look like he was doing that much damage during the fights, those W's consistently flying out and chunking people out. Xiaohu, the Demolition Master himself, not quite on the same level of teamfight damage, but I think he did more than his fair share of the work.
Pretty sure Light hit his Rabadons as that 4th item with this game going to 31 minutes, but everyone pretty much just did whatever RNG did better, because you look at RNG's composition, it is the LeBlanc versus Tristana matchup, but it is just also a race to whoever gets that first Rift Herald, and with Weibo Gaming rotating 4 members towards the mid lane and shutting down Tangyuan as early as possible. I mean, this LeBlanc was just set so far behind and she couldn't come back into the game. I honestly thought it was a very worrying situation to be Weiwei on this Poppy, because you saw those wards consistently catching out this Poppy. We also have to remind the audience that Wei pretty much triple buffed the Poppy in the early game, and Wei had a significant advantage picking up that Triforce significantly, relatively early in this game 1 as well. But I just feel like the whole draft in general didn't really work together, especially towards the bottom side. It is a very big critique where we said Luma, he had to make up for that lack of engage and at least be something that Breathe can follow up with. But, you know, Viego LeBlanc, without that setup, it's really hard to get anything done on the map.
I felt like for RNG, their game plan became just play Tangyuan on side lanes and see if we can just split push our way to victory. The second the Shy got a kill onto him, I feel like that game plan just fell through the floor. Tough game number 1 from RNG. I'm sure they'll go back into their room and figure out how to change things up. Game 2 coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
The longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohu wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder!
Oh wait, Ruler's going to do it again. Ruler's going to go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and you know, maybe some Jackie love as well. Got to give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like, they're gonna have mid wave crushing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what he'll do to the middle. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
Though, as Beitwan is still in the pit. He will secure the Baron. Fofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you gotta watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct. He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And UCal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down UCal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emote as EDG go clutch.
Through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. So come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. Song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards the second game of our third series. And I mean, Weibo, I don't know what they had for breakfast. I don't know what changed in their routine, but my God, what an entrance to the series. 15-0 to start that one off. Absolutely nuts. I'm joined by Kitty, and we're also joined by Chris, who'll grab himself that MVP.
Yeah, very well deserved on this Rakan as well for game 1, now bumping his most played to that 8th game as well. But this guy was just getting every single play done on the map. And if you just look at the kind of damage dealt, yes, Talion was extremely gapped in mid lane, I will not lie, but it's because Chris was consistently pressuring alongside Weiwei and putting so much lockdown onto this LeBlanc where she couldn't really play the game. And that goes back to the conversation of Rakan versus Milio. You kind of see the differential when it came to these skirmishes. Weibo Gaming, they were there first, they committed to the skirmish, and they got things done on the map, while RNG very reactive and how they were kind of struggling to get any vision on the map whatsoever.
And I feel like when you're looking at these replays, it's not like an individual gap from anyone. It is Weibo playing as a group. They're catching people out from RNG, and RNG, the team play, the coordination was not there in the same way. Weibo were finding people, working as a team, all diving in together. And this composition is phenomenal at diving forwards. This is exactly what they love to do. And it felt like the whole gang was on that same page. Every single one of those replays, Weibo starts the fight with a man advantage, and then Crisp finds a pick and kicks it all off. Like, it felt like for RNG, they were not ready for that. The vision control, like, we were complimenting the vision to start the game off, but then the longer the game went on, it didn't feel like they had any idea what Weibo were going to be doing next, where they were going to be on the map, and consistently getting caught out. It felt like every single time then Weibo would take a couple of towers, or they'd take a dragon, or they'd take a baron, and, you know, that's how the game snowballs out of control. I just want to see something more from RNG now. We move towards the second draft here. Like, you can't go through a whole series without a single kill. That cannot be allowed to happen, RNG. Like, this is it. We sold this series as fighting for 6th seed. You cannot lose like this 2 times in a row.
There's ain't no way RNG are gonna get dunked on in this series without putting up a fight. But, you know, coming into game 2, it's a fresh play and anyone's game to take away. And we have to obviously reconsider what RNG's approach is, as Weibo Gaming, once again, they secure themselves that red side with the counter pick as well. As this one, classic image of Xiaohu saying "Nasha" as they get that 15-0 scoreline in game 1. So a huge statement game coming out of this Weibo Gaming roster. But yeah.
I just love that. You've got the picture of Xiaohu over the moon. And, like, that's how you'd expect everyone to be feeling off the back of game number 1. And then it cuts to a shot of Xiaohu just, like, stone-faced, not a single emotion available. Like, Weibo, they know the series ain't done yet. They know they're still going to keep playing this one. Keep calm and carry on. It's Britain. We've made it to China.
Yo!
No?
The LED signs are always so impressive from the fans, of course, and you see that the arena is completely packed for tonight. Game 2 about to begin, as RNG were expecting a completely different approach because whatever you guys had in game 1, it didn't work.
No, they're going to have to mind the gap in game number 2. And in the early game, it was a jungle gap in favor of Wei. But unfortunately, for the rest of the game, it did not work out. And the thing is, like, Weiwei caught Wei one time. These are the sentences that are hard to say. In the river. And then from that point on, the game just flipped completely on its head, and RNG lost control of everything. So now, game number 2, Tristana and LeBlanc both going to be banned away. Azir, Jace, Nico also banned. Annie taken. And now Xiaohu. There are 6 mid laners taken away. Where do you go from here?
I mean, Tongyun is just gonna go back onto his Annie, which is his most played champion into summer so far, sitting on a ridiculously high win rate, might I add. But champions like the Wukong are still up and available for Weiwei to grab away. Champions like the Kai'Sa and the Cassandra are also up for grabs in terms of what they prioritize. But I feel like with this Kai'Sa getting locked in, I mean, they're just looking for a very similar poke comp that we could see out of both Xiaohu and Light once again. Sejuani can also be considered here with the Renekton being extremely comfort for the Shy, but I mean, there's just so many champions available. The Zyra Khan's also up for LP and Luma if they want to take that, but it's anyone's game.
It certainly is. I'd love to see a carry locked in for Weiwei, but it is going to be the Sejuani in the end alongside that Kai'Sa. So very powerful picks. That can't be argued as Wei goes for the Wukong. It's a classic combo with the Annie. Perhaps could go for another priority pick. Maybe your AD carriers can be something that can be pinched quite hard, especially now that the Kai'Sa is already locked in for Light.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just lock in their feelers as they do just here. Most play for LP as well. Huge comfort, just defaulting to what's been working for them so far into the summer. Just those huge AoE ultimates coming into these team fights and playing front to back for these hyper carries that is going to be provided towards LP. But we'll have to wait and see. Renekton and Jax is still up and available for the topside matchup, as we will see a narrow down of the support champion pool coming into 4 and 5 bans. Champions like the Rakan most likely going to be denied away from Crisp. I mean, considering how well he did in that game 1, right? But champions like the Rel and Alistar also up for grabs.
Certainly are. I feel like there's a ton of stuff on the table still for both teams here.
No Milio,
Weibo. No Milio. I hope we don't see the Milio, honestly, after the previous game. I'm not convinced by... To be honest, I feel like every time I see Milio Draven, it's underwhelming. And that duo, like, it can be dominant in the lane, but against top teams, they all know how to play against it. They all know how to dodge it. Nautilus is going to be taken off the board. I'm looking towards Xiaohu, though. Like, what does Xiaohu pick here? I feel like Syndra is the one that stands out to me as a big pick, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't think it'll be locked in, but Xiaohu, his classic is the Rise. I would love to see a little bit of Rise coming on in. It doesn't really fit the composition. It wouldn't make sense in the meta, but I'm just saying I'd love to see it. I think it'll be Syndra, though. Oh, no, Syndra's back. Oh.
Yeah, Syndra's
It's going to have to
gone.
be Rise.
Okay, Punch. But there's a champion that everyone's completely forgotten for some reason, and that's Ahri. Ahri is a champion that JDG and Top Esports really enjoy for their mid laners, so maybe that could be a route for Xiaohu to take as well, and they look and force those mid-game skirmishes and look through those individual picks. You also can go with something like the Talia, where you're able to play with range up against the Wukong, and of course Breathe is most likely going to lock in the Cassante or the Renekton as that counter matchup, but we'll have to wait and see. Luma, I have a feeling he's also going to lock in a melee support as well, so Talia might be huge value here.
Silence going
That's
to be
the
found away.
Alistar for Luma.
Talia could be very valuable. And like you say, yeah, Alistar available. We'll see. We'll see how this one's going to go. It feels like we're getting into the depths here with even more mid lane bans. Xiaohu does not look phased on my screen right now. He still looks comfortable, cool, calm, and collected. Is Weibo. Going to go for the Rel next. Have that hard engage coming out from Crisp. And Crisp has looked good on this Rel pick as well.
And the scary thing is in his entire career history, he has a total of 29 games. Man is sitting on that 72% win rate, so they're more than happy to kind of blind this Rel into the Alistar matchup, where I was wondering if Breathe was going to show us the Poppy top as that counter into Jackson Sejuani, and he does it. This is the first Poppy game in the summer, and I feel like this is a much more RNG composition that they're comfortable to execute on, looking for those 5v5s.
Let's see what comes out from Xiaohu. Final pick, knows the entire enemy composition. The Yone hovered and will be locked in for Xiaohu. It's been a little while since we saw Yone. I mean, we saw a lot of it earlier on in the year. They seem to have fallen out of fashion. For Xiaohu, bringing it back in, and especially alongside a Sejuani. I like the look of it.
We have seen a bit of Yone in the LPL, and Weibo Gaming, I mean, they have triple melees for that top side, synergizing perfectly with Weiwei Sejuani, but I'm already getting a little bit worried. I will not lie. How is LP gonna survive these teamfights? You don't have so much peel, considering that you have an Alistar and Poppy that most likely want to go in, so Tongyun once again on this Annie, he has to kind of play both peel and front to back team fights for LP to really pop off in those mid to late game team fights. But of course, coming to this game too, Weibo Gaming, they're showing us a very different side of what their meta read is, and with 5 mid lane bans, I mean, Yone is going to be quite the T, because this champion is once again looking for those side lanes.
And I've got to tell you something that's quite exciting coming into this one, because I was talking about the Rise, his most played champion. I was talking about the Syndra, his second most played champion. But Xiaohu's gone the opposite direction, because this is the first ever game of Yone for Xiaohu. He has never brought this pick out on stage before. This legendary mid laner who's been playing longer than you've been alive is bringing out Yone for the first time ever here on the LPL stage up against his old organization. Let's see how he's going to do alongside the Sejuani. Let's see if he can find that advantage once again over Tongyun.
Like you said, Weibo Gaming, they need this series win up against RNG to secure top 6. Let's see if they can clean it out with the final touches.
I've got to say, it doesn't look like a fair mid lane matchup, does it? When you've got a cute little girl in a winter coat with a backpack up against, like, anime warrior dude, shirtless, abs out, 2 ninja swords in either hand. Like, it's not, you know, that's not a fair fight, is it? Realistically speaking.
I'm pretty sure Yon is like possessed by some spirit or demon, as he's already died before. He's Yasuo's older brother, but he's just permanently 18 looking. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Exercise does a lot of good stuff, and also demon possession, apparently. But you know, it's great for the skin being possessed by a demon, from what I've heard. I've not tried it myself, but you know, really good for your complexion. Let's talk compositions here. Let's talk win conditions. You see, both junglers starting towards the top side here, pathing down towards this bottom lane, which is kind of the opposite of what we set up before in the draft when you've got that Jax and the Sejuani. You'd expect the top side, but against that Poppy, it feels impossible to actually play for top lane.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if RNG completely changed their game plan and just focus in on getting LP ahead. If you look at RNG's composition for this game too, LP on this Ophelos is the only consistent damage source that they can rely on once he picks up the Gale Force and the Kraken Slayer, of course. So Tang Yuan, I mean, he needs to look for mid priority before Xiaohu picks up his Berserker Greaves and really starts bullying the Annie out, and then start rotating and putting pressure onto Light and Crisp for the first 6 levels.
See if Xiaohu can get out of that lane at all, or if it's going to be all about Tang Yuan. Like you said, he's to get the boots before he can really do much of anything. I'm looking at the junglers as well, though, because in game number 1, Wei had complete vision, complete knowledge of what Wei was doing on the map. Managed to get that invade off on the blue buff, managed to pretty much track everything until he was caught out. And then it all went the way of Wei. Might be Tang Yuan caught out this time as Wei moves into the mid lane, but Tang Yuan should be able to walk away with his life on this one.
They do have complete knowledge of Wei on the red buff, so with Tang Yuan leaning towards there as well. Wei wasn't confident enough to kind of commit to this, but we see the Sejuani bullying out the Wukong, but Xiaohu isn't going to have first move to this.
No, but he's got enough presence to keep Tang Yuan there, apparently. As Crisp moves over as well, it's going to be a smite fight, and well, Wei didn't have smite, so Wei's going to win that one by default. Chicken's taken. Support of both Crisp and Xiaohu hovering means that they can take that one, as Crisp is now maybe looking for Lumao. Look at this absolute vision control. Oh! Lumao's having none of it. Get out of here, Crisp!
Honestly, I don't know what I expected out of that interaction, but because Wei had to use the smite onto his red buff, Wei just took the Raptor camp in broad daylight. The Shy is proxying up against this Poppy because we already know Sejuani and Poppy, they're not going to be able to get their hands onto Breathe this early into the game. Perhaps a mid lane gank. Tang Yuan doesn't have the stun.
Xiaohu will back away. Luckily for him, Wei couldn't close the gap early enough, and like you say, Tang Yuan doesn't find the stun for now. So, still relatively quiet as our jungle is kind of sparring back and forth a little bit. Lumao, I will say, getting big value out of the headbutt so far this game. Denying Crisp the potential pick of the bottom side. He keeps on headbutting Light as well to try and deny CS. We saw that at level 1. So looking forward to a bit more of this Alistar from Lumao, as does find a ward in the lane as well and denies any potential shenanigans for later on.
You already see Light starting that call, so it's going to be a relatively even matchup until those items come in. But you kind of see Tang Yuan already having a lot of mana usage in just clearing the waves, so he does have to TP back for this first dragon. I am assuming Xiaohu also has his Berserker Greaves available as well, but RNG most likely going to be the ones looking for the 5v5 in this upcoming major objective, while Xiaohu on the Yone, I mean, he needs his ultimate to really gap close onto LP if they want to look for the win.
Breathe with great reactions there. Knew the Shy was going to try and go for the trade. Gets a grasp proc as well. And that is this top lane in a nutshell. If you can get the steadfast presence, deny the leap strike, deny the counter-strike stun, Poppy wins it. However, if the reactions aren't good enough from Breathe, if he doesn't get that grounding, if he doesn't stop the stun coming through, the trades can very quickly start going the way of the Jack. So it is very much down to execution.
It's kind of a mind game of who uses their CC first in the top lane matchup. Of course, it should be relatively easier to execute as the Poppy. You have to just be reactive, while the Shy has to be a little bit more cheeky with how he procs the stun, or at least the leap away. We'll have to wait and see though, because you already see RNG securing that vision control in the river, or at least priority, as LP decided to take the Berserker's Greaves to have that extra bit of movement speed to kite away from Xiaohu.
Yeah, going for the Berserker Greaves first. And we'll see if it's going to pay off for them. Wei's in trouble again.
Not
this
again!
Wei, he's loving that popcorn chicken. Just swipes him off of the counter. Wei not having a fun time. Does not have that same kind of jungle dominance that we saw in game number 1. First Drake is up onto the map here, and Lumar wants to try and get some vision control. Him and LP will be able to clear the control ward. In the meantime, Xiaohu and Weiwei playing towards that top side. Still a minute and a half until Herald's up onto the map. Crisp does have to be a little cautious where he walks in that jungle.
And he does have the Tibbers available. I wouldn't be surprised if he just drops it onto either Crisp or Xiaohu just to burn them out, at least put them to half HP to really force that numbers advantage. You don't have TP available for Xiaohu, but we'll have to wait and see.
Nice little sidestep from Tangyuan. He'll get out of that one. As Weiwei not far off a level 6, about 3/4 of the way there. I feel like that's the moment where things start to actually get a little bit dicey for Tangyuan. Luckily for him, the sidestep means he doesn't have to burn his flash or anything like that. Flash is going to be crucial for the side of RNG, pretty much all players, once Weiwei has that ultimate online, because there's a lot of burst and follow-up when a Sichuani ultimate hits.
And the crazy thing is look at the vision control that Weibo Gaming's been able to find in the opposing jungle. Weiwei, you need to kind of CS up and find that level 6 here. We have a bit of a wraparound from the bottom lane.
Looks like a fight might kick off here. Headbutt used defensively as LP is onto Light. Light is alone in this play right now, and the sustain is there from LP. Moonlight Vigil forced. Light still has his own ultimate available, and honestly, I think you'll take that as Weibo. You forced out the ultimate from the enemy AD carry, but Light is so low, I don't know if they'll actually want to stick around.
And Weiwei has finally started doing his Gromp. I feel like both junglers are really desperate looking for that ultimate to come online, as we still have the red buff available for the RNG jungler. But like you said, Light has 2 cookies in his inventory, so should be fine taking that trade-off. But once again, whoever gets the objective first and gets that vision control should be the ones coming out on top. But Breathe is getting pretty low in this matchup.
Yes, Grandmaster's Might was being used there. Demolish will be procced. That's one plate for the Shy, who just then strolls on out. And the thing is, like, yes, Poppy is going to be able to withstand the Jax, but you're not exactly going to find kill pressure very much. The Shy, being able to crash these waves in, has opened up for Weiwei to start the Herald. Solid start in the top side.
And the biggest difference for RNG's composition is that they don't really have a great answer for this Jax and Yone in the late game. They're most likely, Weibo Gaming is looking for a 1-3-1. The ultimate from Xiaohu.
Xiaohu wants to finish off his replacement. Tangyuan just walks away, though. Not a single ability used. Just strolls out of the mid lane. RNG still commit to the Drake. It's just Xiaohu making an effort of it and won't find anything. Can at least get himself a plate here.
Honestly, credits to Xiaohu for going for that. We had the entirety of RNG starting up the dragon. They were not far off, and he still went for the kill angle onto Tangyuan. He doesn't have the TP available, so unfortunately missing out on a couple of waves on the tower. The Shy. Aww.
I think Breathe was ulting him to try and make the wave crash, but it was just a tiny bit too late. The Shy was holding that wave further away, but it does freeze. And that's really rough for Breathe. He doesn't have teleport available. This should lead to a reasonably large CS lead for the Shy if he just holds that wave there.
And you see Weibo Gaming's priority on these early game tower plates, and it's been doing wonders for them. I mean, yeah, RNG take the first dragon, because once you prioritize these tower plates and they get their item spikes around that 3 item into the game, I mean, they can realistically just contest at the 3rd or 4th dragon and completely take you out in a 5v5 skirmish. But we'll have to wait and see. Weibo Gaming, they are putting a lot more attention towards that top side, because either the Jax or the Yone ahead means that RNG, they don't have an answer in that side lane, and they have to force 5v5s in mid.
Certainly do. And it's going to be, it will be exciting when we get to those 5v5s, because I feel like we've got some big ultimates in this game, right? Where, you know, on the side of RNG, you've got the Annie Wukong. It's always fantastic for starting 5v5s. The FLA Assault on top of that. Alistair loves a big old team fight. But then on the other side, Weibo, not too shabby either. You've got the Rel for the engage, Xiaohu ulting across the team, Weiwei's ult to start fights. Not to mention Light and the Shy will be more than happy to dive on in if an engage is found. So it does feel like both teams can go for team fights. It's going to be all down to when and where those fights are found, as Lumao tries to find the ward. Xiaohu does have his soul to jump on back to.
And Xiaohu also spots out where Wei is for the jungle in support of RNG, moving together, which are also going to get spotted on this dot bush. A very slow and quiet early game coming out of both teams, but I feel like if there aren't any major objectives to really fight over, Weibo Gaming are slowly coming out on top. They have to wait for the Kai'Sa hitting 3 items to look for the poke. And honestly, I have a feeling that once they do reach that stage, it's going to be pretty difficult for RNG to reach this Kai'Sa, because she's going to be 2 screens away throwing those Void Seekers at you.
Yeah, she really is. I mean, the AP Kai'Sa is so difficult to play against. And, I mean, Weibo, they can just sort of play a very slow game. And remember, I'm looking towards the Yone from Xiaohu, because let's say we get into this scenario. Oh, hang on, it's a dive at the top side! Breathe just absolutely wrecked the Shy.
He just dunked on this Jax under tower as well. He had the flash available, but no one really expected the Poppy to do so much damage from a single combo. That's 2 plates into his pockets.
Not too shabby. As Breathe, I mean, he's a player that was known for his carries back in the day, but very much came into his own on these tanks. Now on the Poppy, obviously comfortable. An attempt of a play onto Wei here as the whole team jumps on in. Xiaohu just CC'd up the entire time. He dived in and then just got rinsed. RNG trading 1-for-1 those. The Shy in the midst of everything. It's just an absolute maelstrom of chaos on the Rift here. Wei flashing out safety. The Shy on 1 HP is Light trying to trade the kills as well. LP in a 2v1 against the Rel, against the Kai'Sa, but they'll walk away. It's 3 kills for RNG.
And the game explodes out of control. The solo laners of Weibo Gaming shut down from that skirmish. And LP, he comes out on top. He survives, although flashing over the way, the wall. I mean, this Aphelios goes untouched.
He certainly does. Manages to sweep up some of those kills. We get another look at the solo kill here. I feel like just a bit disrespectful from the Shy.
Yeah, the Shy did manage to dodge out on 2 Qs beforehand, but because he used the counter-strike to get that minion, I mean... Anyways, we had double TPs coming out of both top laners for this skirmish, and it did look really good for Weibo Gaming. Like you said, Xiaohu instantly shut down. Cyclone cancels the Shy's dash onto the carries of RNG as well, and then Light on this Kai'Sa. I mean, he has a static shield, but it doesn't provide as much consistent damage compared to something like LP, who does have the red and white in this team fight. And I can't believe LP just walks out of here flashing over the wall.
I mean, did you see the hit that the Shy did onto LP? He just W'd him, and it did like half of his health almost. That was a brutal tap, but that was pretty much... It was pretty much the only time that LP took damage in the whole fight. Aside from just kind of passive AoE. That was one of the most difficult team fights to track I've ever seen, where everyone is literally just jumped on one spot, everyone just smashes R. It felt like it was just a stat check of like, okay, who has bigger health bars? Because whoever has bigger health bars, you're winning the fight.
Pretty much, because Weibo Gaming, although they lost Xiaohu very early on, Crisps came in and had a huge Magnet Storm, but it wasn't onto LP, so he was free hitting that entire fight. And something else that was extremely crucial was the Shy came in with a great flank TP as well, but the Cyclone just unfortunately cancelled that counter-strike from landing onto 3 or 4 members. But RNG having complete momentum right now. They're gonna start this up, but LP doesn't have any summoners available, but Weibo Gaming, I don't think they have what it takes to really trade for this and then go for the Rift Herald.
Yep, so 2 Drakes for RNG. It's a really nice start for them. Gold is almost exactly even. And hey, like RNG compared to game number 1, they have an infinite increase percentage-wise in kills versus the 0 of game number 1. 4-1 now. As Wei trying to find his opposite man, but Wei with the clone difficult to engage upon. Lumao, however, Could be a juicy target. Has to use his ultimate.
Yeah, but once again, RNG, look at their composition. They want to be looking for these scrappy 5v5 forces out of Weibo Gaming. Crisp is caught.
Oh, Crisp is gone. See you later, Tibbers. Gonna absolutely one-shot him his way. Looks for the Shy as well, who will be knocked up, but the counter-strike comes in. W goes wide from Light, and I think that's all she wrote for Weibo on this Herald attempt. They're gonna have to back away and look for the next play.
You really see this composition crumbling. We have the Gale Force available for Xiaohu. The combo isn't going to land from Luma, but RNG, they're in a very comfortable position in this game because they got kills into the pockets of Annie and Aphelios while not trading any major objectives, because you need to remember the fact that Xiaohu has to look for angles on side lanes. He's not going to provide as much compared to Tang Yuan on this Annie when it comes to straight up 5v5 roles. And Weibo Gaming, they have to play the game a little bit slower and kind of go through the macro and slowly tear it down at RNG.
And I will say, we were talking about, you know, this Aphelios being the main damage threat. So far, Tang Yuan has been the damage threat. Crisp walks in and, I mean, where does his health go? He's just
You
gone.
walked in and you never walked out, I guess you could say. But wait, he definitely ran out of the Rift Herald pit as Breathe wasn't even there. That was a 4v5, or at least the top laners weren't there. And imagine if Poppy was in the equation, she could just use the Keeper's Verdict to bounce someone out. And I feel like RNG, they're really using the momentum. The next step is to take down these tier 1 towers with that Rift Herald in hand.
So we reset once more. 17 minutes on the clock here, and it is RNG with the lead. This is more what we wanted to see from RNG. I feel like game number 1, I was like pulling my hair out, waiting to see the RNG that we have seen consistently. They go to 3 games in every single series, and maybe they just wanted to lose game number 1 so they could guarantee 3 games. They were so confident in their game 2. Maybe not. But we do see them finally fighting for the early game, finally making things happen, and maybe just target banning Xiaohu could be the answer. There was, what, 5 bans towards Xiaohu across both teams? Or 5 bans towards mid lane at very least. As Tibbers going to come out in the top side. Wei is going to be here. Just hits onto the clone, like you say, but it's enough to save Xiaohu's life. The threat of it at very least. It's a tower taken regardless, though. And it is RNG pushing the envelope on this one. 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and that goes back to our point where Weibo Gaming, they've been extremely reliant on Xiaohu being the main carry for that early to mid game, and then it allows to give a leeway for Light to really scale up on these AP carries as well. But coming into game 2, RNG targeted Xiaohu's entire champion pool and every single mage answer into the Annie that can outrange her. So, like you said, the first Yone, I don't know why I had a stroke. Yone game coming into
I'm pretty sure you said it right.
I know, but my tongue just twisted on itself and it was really awkward. It's been a long day, but TB from the Shy. Oh, that's Xiaohu.
Oh, Wei's in so much trouble. He's already used his clone as well. The stun comes out to Xiaohu, but it doesn't matter. Wei's been caught out. And remember, game number 1, Wei getting caught out in River. That was the moment that Weibo kind of just took control for the rest of the game. Light moves into the mid lane to clear this wave out. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds means Wei will be back on the map in time. But Tang Yuan might not be lucky enough to survive long enough. He's underneath the tower here, clearing the wave. Will survive. Just one-shots the wave, basically. Lumao next on the chopping block. Weibo are desperate for another pick, but they're not finding it. Now a TP in from Breathe to try and capture a player. They're on to Xiaohu here, and the damage is good. Tang Yuan on to the man he replaced, and he finds a kill. 3:02 now in the game as the Shy threatening. Tang Yuan again flashes forward, and again finds his mark. The players of Weibo scattered to the winds.
And RNG, they bought so much time. Their jungler's back for the play around this Ocean Soul point now. And that was just clean team fighting coming out of Tang Yuan's Annie. And there's a reason why this guy, most played in the summer, also has a 75% win rate. Luma.
Oh no, they're finding even more. Crisp has gone down as well. The Shy is trying to escape with his life, but Helicopter has to come out just to keep himself safe. Herald down in the mid lane, and I mean, Weibo, they kind of have to retreat on this one. This is not only going to be Drake for the side of RNG, but they've got a mid-tier 1. They've got a charge on the tier 2. I don't think they'll stick around for more there, but my goodness. RNG finally back onto things, and this is a bit more like what we wanted.
And RNG take complete control over this game. Although Wei was the one that was initially picked off by the side of Weibo Gaming, Tang Yuan on this Annie just got such an insane angle onto Xiaohu for this year. I mean, this Xiaohu just got deleted instantly out of the fight, to say the least. But we have TPs coming in from Breathe as well, connecting onto the Yone, stopping him from any escape. And we also have the Shy joining in at the back, trying to get his counter-strike onto the AD carry of RNG, but the insta-cleanse and also Breathe and Lumos standing on top of the AD carry. The Shy never found an angle for the flank, and RNG just playing front to back.
And I have to say, like, my biggest conclusion of this series so far is you have to ban Annie against Tang Yuan. We saw Weibo ban it in game number 1, and RNG basically didn't exist. Tang Yuan has Annie for game number 2 and has been the main character of this game. Every single fight feels like his tibbers, his damage is so crucial for the side of RNG to find these moments. It's a bit of a mid-diff here, and it's not in Xiaohu's favor. Emperor of Spring struggling in summer, it seems. That's maybe a bit of a reach on this one, to be honest. But here we go. Weibo contesting on the Baron. RNG in the pit already. 7k on the objective. There's no vision in the pit as the Shy moving over. He doesn't have TP, so this is 5v4 until he arrives. Baron down to 3k. Are RNG willing to just commit to the objective? Xiaohu whiffs his ultimate, and Tang Yuan survives for now as they find Rel, they find Sejuani. Xiaohu can go nowhere. Cut down by LP, and RNG, they're just rinsing him.
Close your eyes, Weibo Gaming fans. That team fight went horribly for the side of Weibo Gaming. Now, the Shy is going to get picked up on the Jax. Can he get a return kill?
Oh no, they can't even finish off Lumao. And Light will go down. It's utter disaster for Weibo. And look, we said these two teams are inconsistent. Game number 1 and game number 2, if you took the HP bars or the name bars off, you'd assume that the winners were the same team. You'd assume that this was Weibo 2-0, but no. The health bars swapped around for this one.
With this, Munch? You have Chris going in, but Xiaohu targeting Tang Yuan, who is the main DPS, misses the Yone ultimate onto the only person that was in range of it. And you had the Shy getting the Scuttle Crab before this Baron was started, and he was so late to the fight. Weibo Gaming extremely split off, and RNG, they want to end the game before this split comes online.
You know, Kitty, this is the first time we ever get to see Xiaohu's Yone on a professional stage, and I'll be really okay if it's the last time we ever get to see Xiaohu's Yone on a professional stage. Oh dear, Whiff Seal, bit of a disaster, keeps on getting caught out on this one, and you know, like, there was a great many bans towards him. It's not worked out, brought out an experimental pick for himself. It's RNG now with the Baron in pocket. Look to siege in that mid lane. Tang Yuan in the side lane, just like game number 1. This time though, his team actually has some presence elsewhere on the map. This time it can actually work out.
Munch, there's double stopwatches available for both LP and Tang Yuan in this upcoming team fight. Weibo Gaming, they only have one chance. The initial engage from Crisp that allows follow-up from Weiwei or Xiaohu is going to be the only time they get their CC onto either the Aphelios or the Annie. But with the stopwatch, I'm not too sure who they target.
What a story for Tang Yuan. Cyclone to deny the engage here. Wei is tanking the tower though, could be in trouble, but the health bars are gone. That was a Moonlight Vigil and a half from LP. As the Shy does get a good stun.
Oh no, not again!
Oh god, no, my eyes! I wish I couldn't see it. It's RNG annihilating Weibo here as they just stroll into the base. The death time is plenty long enough for a Baron up wave to finish the job here. RNG just walking in at 24 minutes. This was brutal. Weibo, playoffs form for game number 1. I don't even have a name for the form of game number 2. Disaster on the Rift, and we're going to 3.
Weibo Gaming fans, you popped the champagne way too early into this series. RNG, they have something to say up against Xiaohu in particular, and this Yone, I mean, Tang Yuan just completely styled on the old mid laner of RNG.
I don't even know what to say. Like, that was just disaster for Weibo. And it's such a very different draft. The Yone was terrible? Like, what is our conclusion here? Where are we at in terms of the series? Because game number 1, Weibo looked so good. They looked so coordinated. They 15-0'd. It was near a perfect game if it wasn't for the side lane pushing. Like, and then game number 2, it's the polar opposite. Like, how do you look at game number 3 here with any kind of reasonable prediction after this has been such a dramatically ridiculous series?
I mean, hey, this is exactly what we wanted out of RNG draft. A heavy skirmishing composition. Tangyuan has his Annie. LP has his Aphelios. There's reasons why these champions are their most played. They're so comfortable and you definitely see them in their element. While on the other hand, I mean, you saw Weibo Gaming's draft. It was the Jax. It was the Yone. They needed to get into the side lanes and they needed to start dragging pressure and split apart RNG. But unfortunately, those first few skirmishes going so RNG favored, the items came online. They were able to contest Rift Heralds by that point, just forcing people out because Crisp in particular on this rel just got insta-bursted by Tangyuan on this Annie. And huge respect, honestly, for Tangyuan because he decided to go the Ludens and the Shadow Flame. He was nuclear on the damage and there's a reason for that. He doesn't want the game going long. He wants to one-shot people as fast as possible before Yone and Jax get to that stage.
And it worked. It absolutely worked. Tangyuan, like, what a moment for him. He'll remember this game for the rest of his career. He went up against Xiaohu in his first year at RNG. He was the guy that had to replace Xiaohu, and then he's absolutely dunked Xiaohu in game number 2 here as well. Like, I cannot imagine how good Tangyuan feels right now. Like, in the locker room, I bet he's like whooping and cheering, fist pumping, all that kind of good stuff. That is disgusting. 7 times the damage that Xiaohu did in the game. That is disgusting.
The 3-1-4-0 incident. No one mentioned this score coming into the second game. Weibo Gaming fans are in absolute shambles after the mid-gap that just occurred on the screen. There's a reason why teams take away the Annie, and this is a very clear example of that. But once again, I mean, I just feel like RNG having this final Poppy lock-in as well, denying so many angles from Crisp and the Shy, and even Weiwei in particular, they just look like they were better in the team fights.
They certainly did. I mean, they had such a tremendous lead. But honestly, it's the early skirmishes that really impressed me from RNG, where we saw Tangyuan playing really well with Wei. That, like, we all know Wukong and Annie is a killer combo in the early game when you've both got level 6, right? Crisp getting caught out by, I feel like a few times, different players from Weibo getting caught out by this combo and not being ready for A, the damage that Tangyuan was bringing, but B, the follow-up from the rest of the team. Phenomenal stuff. Not to mention, Breed getting a solo kill on the Shy, like, on the Poppy, just literally diving him and killing him. I feel like that kind of got lost in the source of the game, but, like, Breed did just kind of smurf on the Shy in this one too. RNG just, I guess, turned it on for game 2.
Yeah, and we were going into that game too, wondering if the demon who is possessed within the body of Yone is going to take over the lane, or a girl with a teddy bear. But it's very clear to say that Annie with her Tibbers dominated game 2, and I can't wait for game 3, Munch.
Yeah, I said it wasn't fair on the Annie. I take it back. It's the other way around on this one. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out how this series ends. 6th place is on the line. We'll see who's going to take it.
그러다가 아니 근데 지금 전체력이 아니 들어갑니다 페이지가 아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어 페이지를 먹었고요 여기 3루 트리플 K 아니 한타 어그로 빅공을 도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가요 딜라이 잡아 왜 안에 찍어야 펜타킬 You wanna know where I am You wanna know exactly what goes on You stand where I stand
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And you cow! The saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertack Gaming comes up big again.
コートを守るための怒りなき間のバックライン発射、そこに合わせのポンプブロッサム、ただフェザーストームでよけていますがアリアを捉えることには成功している。ただイコライザーものすごく痛い。それに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップ。さああとは体力の低いひろきと、そしてわしだいはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得。デトネーションオーカスミ
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda sónica, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup se cedió a los Zoe, tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, furia de dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la vaca, ahora sí, y porque se cuchilla por parte de Seo, doble, del pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho, la 10, se lo roba, Movimiento R7, triple asesinante y quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no duele las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta de Seo.
R7, el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura que está defendiendo el Nexo.
계속 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요. 와드 뒤쪽에 인터가 안 했는데
역대가
타이밍 잘 잡았거든요.
예, 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞기를
그냥
맞기를 우와 쇼메이커.
E o Asa acaba ficando com a eliminação. Desconta agora na mesma moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico na equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada da Fúria. Será que dá? Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch a drop before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch a drop before you get old. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our final game of the day. And we have had a rather interesting series to finish ourselves out here. I came in today excited for Weibo versus RNG, the battle for 6th place, assuming that some of the results happen the way that they have to happen as well. We have had two incredibly one-sided games between our two teams, going either way. And at this point, I have no idea what to expect. The only conclusion I have is you have to ban Annie against Tangyuan. You cannot ever let this man have Annie.
Yep, this guy is sitting so comfortably on Annie, sitting at that 70, or I believe it's 65% win rate so far into the summer, but he went absolute sicko mode in those team fights. He was just deleting people out of existence from getting those individual early picks into his pockets. And we were talking about how LP realistically was going to be the one to carry these team fights, but you saw the work that Tangyuan put in, and every single time Xiaohu couldn't play the game. He was extremely squishy, and it just didn't feel like he was able to get his hands onto LP. As you see, everyone just stacked on top of each other, and RNG, this is where they thrive.
It certainly was, like, just in the absolute scraps is where they seem to do well. And I have to say, like, RNG's mid laner forcing Annie bans. I'm sure I've seen this before, and it was while Xiaohu was on the team, but he was a top laner at the time. Like, RNG Crying was known for forcing those Annie bans. Tangyuan kind of channeling that, not to mention the fact that he was solo side laning for half the game as well. That's a bit of a crying play as well on the Twisted Fate. So I feel like Tangyuan very much leaning into a role here for RNG. It's working out for them in game number 2. Now for the draft for game number 3. It's going to be an interesting one. I feel like the Annie has to be banned. That is the one massive conclusion that we have. But outside of that, I feel like both teams really could change things up. You've got to pick your mid earlier, I think, for Weibo. Like, you can't afford to just let Xiaohu get completely banned out like that. Or if you do, at least, like, play something like the Syndra, play something ranged that... Like, Xiaohu was very clearly uncomfortable on the Yoda.
And I think the best learning from tonight's series is expect the unexpected. Top Esports, they took that series away from AL from an unwinnable state, and now we also have been blessed by Xiaohu's Yone for the first time in his career history. This is honestly a historical moment. We probably won't ever see the Yone ever again, but we were here today, the 15th of July. We have experienced it, and we'll probably never get to have that same type of approach from Weibo Gaming ever again. But now game 3, Tristana has been taken away, but like you said, mid party is going to be key. We have yet to see a champion like the Ari and Wukong to come out of both these teams. I'm wondering if that could be something that they rely on.
We'll have to see. RNG on the blue side, banning away the Tristana, banning away the Jace. They're liking how that last draft went, and I don't blame them, because it all looked peachy keen as Weiwei has his Sejuani taken away this time. Not the same level of focus onto Xiaohu.
And I'm wondering, either the Azir or the Nico is going to be let open by Weibo Gaming as this final ban, or maybe the Annie gets taken away here and you let open the Nico and Azir. No, that is going to be the Nico. So, yo, RNG, lock in the Annie.
Yeah, I mean, why would you not? It does mean Kai'Sa has made it through again, which, you know, Light had in the previous game, and it didn't seem to do that much, but it's still an absurdly strong pick. So you would expect the Kai'Sa to come on through. I wonder what else Weibo want. Do you go for a mid lane this early? I feel like you could get your priority pick in terms of jungle as well here if you want.
You can link it up with the Azir. You can also link up with a lot of junglers available. Wukong is still up for grabs, so perhaps they trade that over for the Rel priority where Alistar is still up and available. So RNG, they need to secure the Alistar on 3 if they really want to have a successful laning matchup for the bottom lane 2v2. But I wouldn't be surprised. Wait, lock in the Wukong. Next one is probably going to be the Aphelios, perhaps. But the biggest difference is that Azir is still up and available for Xiaohu to take, and I feel like Azir is a pretty good answer into Annie in terms of the laning phase, and it also matches the range and damage that Aphelios is expected to do in those team fights.
And Aphelios going to come on through. And like you say, the Azir feels pretty good. It's also like a classic Xiaohu pick. It's something he's extremely comfortable on. Kind of the opposite of a Yone in almost every single way. But also massive range, both for Xiaohu, but also for Light. If he goes for the AP Kai'Sa build, right, they can kind of chill, sit back in these team fights, which is sort of the opposite of what we saw in the previous game. Let's see how these bans are going to go, though, because you could ban away things like the Alistair here. There you go. And try and set up for good lanes.
Yeah, the Alistair and Nautilus is going to get taken away by Weibo Gaming, but top lane is still up for grabs. Renekton and Jack still very much a thing for both the Shy and Breathe to take up, and that is the Poppy getting denied away. They're scared that Weiwei is going to lock that in for the jungle pick, and that's going to leave a lot of questions on what Weiwei is going to kind of secure himself in the 4-5, because we have so many jungle bans coming out. I mean, perhaps a champion like the Maokai or the Nocturne to really lock down on those side lanes. We're not too sure. But I've had a bit of a mixed opinion on Azir and Kai'Sa getting locked in together, because we often see the AP Kai'Sa getting locked in with Tristanas or the Jaces, where they spike extremely early on in the game. But if you compare her with the Azir, he only gets extremely fed and online at 16 with the Rabadons in his pockets as well, and that's pretty late in the game. And Kai'Sa also spikes around the same time, so their early game is pretty vulnerable.
Well, a Nocturne could certainly shore up the early game once you get to that level 6 mark. And Kai'Sa can kind of join in on the... I mean, we've got crazy amounts of dive on the side of Weibo right here, where Nocturne and Kai'Sa can both fly into the play, following up on a Rel engage, following up on a swoop and boot from Xiaohu. And RNG, what do they do to answer it? The Cassante comes out from Breathe, and I love it. I absolutely love this. Into a full dive composition, Renata Glass feels like the perfect answer.
It's been a while since we've seen the Renata Glass, and into Chris potentially as well. Maybe they just default back to the Nautilus, where they are looking for a relatively strong 2v2 in the early game. Or even the Braum. I really like this Braum pick, because Weibo Gaming, I mean, Nocturne and Rel is going to really struggle to find the similar angles that they were able to work off from game 1. But the counter pick has been saved for the Shy. What is he gonna pick? I mean, there's still a lot of great answers into this Cassante. However, I feel like it is just going to be the Gnar lock-in, potentially playing towards the side lane where he can pick up the... Okay, well, that's not the Hull Breaker, is it? Can we just lock in a champion, Shy?
Okay, here we go. It's going to be the Malphite locked in. Not necessarily what anyone was expecting, but hey, it's certainly good at diving with the team, isn't it? The Shy... Me rock, me go in is basically the mantra for him across the course of this one. And I think Weibo have basically looked at the composition of RNG and they've said, look, your damage is on Aphelios. We're just going to pick 5 champions that are really good at jumping at that Aphelios and trying to one-shot him. Lumao is going to have his work cut out trying to protect this AD carry.
Yeah, and you have been seeing kind of a preference between either the Malphite or the Ornn in that top side, but I feel like in this specific matchup, the Malphite does relatively ease out the 1v1 isolation. Up against Cassante, you deny a lot of that tower plate in the early game, and that's exactly what Breathe wants to look for through the Demolish. But like you said, shutting down LP and Tangyuan in these teamfights with the amount of gap closing that they have for Weibo Gaming in this game 3, but we already said this, they need items and they need the game to go relatively slow and even for the Azir and Kai'Sa to really come online.
They certainly do. Weibo going to be looking for a reasonably slow game if they can find it, especially post 6. The Nocturne just wants to be full clearing, so RNG, it'd be nice to see some presence out from the mid lane, out from the jungle. It's going to be difficult, though. The Annie can struggle in the lane against the Azir a little bit. He will get outranged. Feel like we might have quite a quiet early game on this one, but RNG did such a good job of tracking the enemy jungle across the course of the series so far. Feels like the early game, all about jungle, all about vision. Let's see how game 3 is going to go down.
Munch, I just want to speak out on this. I feel like being an RNG fan is so rewarding, especially if you go to the live arena, because every single series has gone to 3. They get maximum value out of those tickets, and they get some of the spiciest games we've seen tonight.
I mean, honestly, if you bought tickets in Shanghai today, you get, what, 8 games? Like, it's going to be I don't know what time it is in China right now. It's 3:30 in the UK, which we
It's
usually
around
finish.
10 p.m.
Yeah, like you've got serious value for money in Shanghai tonight if you are watching. LP spots out the invade, immediately gets on out of there. Light and Crisp won't find any kind of cheese to start us off. Here we go, though. Wei actually starting on the bottom side. We've pretty consistently seen junglers starting on the top side tonight, but Wei going to path up towards that Cassante Malphite matchup.
Do like this from Wei because with that red buff in hand, he realistically can bully out Weiwei in his own respective jungle. But we'll have to wait and see. Also, congratulations to Weiwei for reaching 300 stage games in the LPL. And he's going to be playing the Nocturne for his 300th game. Flash from Chris.
Oh, all in on the bottom side here, but Lumao blocks all of it. That was a flash out from Crisp. At least he does have the Hex Flash, so not the end of the world, but really nice play. The Unbreakable, well, I say really nice play. He pressed E, but the Unbreakable gonna deny it. Actually, is it W or is it E? I think it's W, maybe. I can't remember, but the Unbreakable either way. Here we go. The shield comes up, and there's nothing more that can be done here. Lumao tanks it all.
You see how oppressive this matchup is for the Rel. I mean, Light on this Kai'Sa not managing to get any orders off as a follow-up to Crisp's engage, but we'll have to wait and see because the Braum does have its own issues in these team fights where it is a little bit, I would say, awkward in terms of positioning as you don't really have that much of a escapability compared to Weibo Gaming's composition, but you know, it is what it is. I do want to say though, the Hex Flash getting burnt instantly, or the Flash getting burnt out of Crisp instantly, and LP not budging a bit and not getting a single summoner spell does stop a lot of the gank angle that way we could potentially look for in the bottom side.
I love this out from Light. Gets a cheater recall off. Crashes the third wave. Gets to recall. Crisp protects him from Lumao's Q as well. So Light will be able to get back into lane. Will be pretty much even in CS and essentially gets a free cull for the rest of the laning phase. Realizing after those couple of trades at level 1 that they're not going to be able to find kill threat. They're not going to be fighting that much. So getting some value out of his lane. Really nice bit of smart macro play in the laning phase from Light.
And we just saw a glimpse of the mid lane matchup as well. Xiaohu completely out of mana as we have the Annie slightly winning out in the early game before Xiaohu reaches that lost chapter if he decides to go that way. Is he going to look for a gank angle into his old mid laner?
It would be fun to see, but I don't know if they can really go for a level 4 dive. That feels tough. As Weiwei, he's going to be spotted on the ward here, and it does mean he just has to back on out. He'll keep himself alive. Keep himself alive. He's like full health, but he'll be able to walk away. Just a little tap from LP. Is this wave will crash in? But look at this. Look how many minions are there. And Light is here to farm all of them. Has that cull in pocket. He's going to have a pretty sizable CS lead for himself, assuming he does manage to get most of these CS.
I like how we're like, yeah, he gets the entire wave and instantly misses out on a melee minion. I'm not here to call AD carries out, of course, but we expect both junglers to be having a lot of priority towards the bottom 4v4. Cassante versus Malphite, we've seen this a billion times. The reason why you pick Malphite into the Cassante is because the Cassante can never find solo kills onto you with the all-out as you just dash away with your own ultimate over the wall, and you will be more than happy with how this matchup is going to play out. But, you know, Wei is being as aggressive as ever, and he wants to kind of spot out Weiwei in his own jungle and look for those individual leads, but so far, so good.
Yep, so far, so good for them. I just love that, you know, the Shy gets solo killed in the previous game, and then instantly, head coach Danny is like, okay, Malphite duty. No longer do you get to play fun champions. You have to play Malphite now. You were solo killed. This is your reward. RNG, though, they'll be able to get themselves an early Drake. Good presence from them here. Wei starting this one off, and Crisp is in the area. So is Light. It feels like they want to contest. Ooh, it's a valiant effort from Light. The timing was decent, but won't be able to find anything. The smite comes through from Wei as that's a level 6 versus a level 5, and the Shy forced to flash. Flashed after him, though, and the Shy has an opportunity to trade it back if the dive comes on him, but Wei moving into the bottom lane. Wei's already here. This is getting messy.
That top lane got so scary because we saw that the Shy was still sitting on that level 5, but luckily for him, he leveled up after he flashed over the wall and received some of that experience from the minions under tower. But Breathe so aggressive on this Kasan team, taking advantage of that all out.
And I love that we're seeing Breathe doing... Oh, I think Weiwei got the smite there, actually. Managed to steal the chickens. He'll walk away with his life as well. And a Scuttle Crab as well. Little bonus on top of that. But, like, Breathe has been so aggressive in this matchup. I love that he's going toe-to-toe with the Shy. He's taking him on. Every single mistake that the Shy makes, he is there to punish that. He is there to look for kills. Got the solo kill in the previous game. And living up to the reputation that he's built for himself.
Yeah. I mean, coming into tonight's series, I kind of said how Breathe, he was relatively on the lay low in terms of laning phase, and he really shines through those huge 5v5s set up by either Tangyuan or Wei, and that's where he really gets those insane Ornn ultimates or even Jack's counter-strike stuns onto the enemy team. But this time around, he is feeling confident as ever into the Shy. But, you know, it could go either way. I feel like both of these top laners have been on and off in their most recent weeks. But this series, Weibo Gaming, they need to win this up against RNG. And RNG, they want to stop that as much as possible because they're competing for 6th spot.
Oh, good dash by Xiaohu. The shield protects him from most of the damage there. Tangyuan can use the ultimate to try and find that mid-prio that we see so often from the Annie. But crucially, Azir can still kind of contest prio anyway. Using those Sand Soldiers, he can contest the wave from quite a distance. As long as he commits a little bit of mana, shouldn't get pushed under too hard. I say that, he's been fully pushed under.
It should be relatively fine. With the Rift Herald spawning in 10 seconds, we do have the jungle and mid lane of RNG hovering towards his bottom side, so I'm wondering if they want to give over the Rift Herald to Weiwei because they have no vision set up for this whatsoever. Bit of a strange decision to say the least, because I feel like it's pretty hard unless Wei gets into one of the lane bushes and catches Light or Crisp off guard, but they still have both summoners available.
Yeah, they certainly do. Tries to make something happen on the bottom side. Light is alone here as Crisp moves over. I think he spotted those players. Ward in the tri-brush as LP is alone. Wei and Luma are now definitely spotted. There's no two ways about it. As they go for a blue buff instead, Wave should be able to be cleared as Herald has been taken. And really not a lot in response from RNG. Yes, a blue buff, but really, is that worth tower plates? I'm not so sure. Just going to be slammed instantly in the mid lane here by Weiwei. I was kind of expecting them to, you know, try and set up a dive with the Nocturnal. Oh no, he's just going to use the Nocturnal in the 1v1. Gets the fear as well. Cyclone going to do nothing for Wei. Flashed over by Weiwei. They want this kill and they'll find it. First blood as Weibo have entered the server once more.
And it wasn't just the Rift Herald and the plates into Weiwei's pockets. It's also another Wei, and he gets first blood. I don't know if RNG, they were a little bit lost. They were trying to find angles through the bottom side, but we mentioned how they do have the summoners available in both the Kai'Sa and the Rel, so it kind of just feels like Weibo Gaming, they come out on top without getting punished whatsoever.
They spot him on the wall, and I love the trigger pull here. They're just like, yep, he's got no one near him. Just go for it. Charges on in, knows that he's got the 1v1. Like, absolutely fantastic stuff. And the whole gang from Weibo is on board. You can see, obviously, Xiaohu flies on over, but the Void Seeker is there as well from Light. Like, the whole gang is ready to jump in on the play.
And it's kind of like a dominoes effect because you see Weiwei instantly pulling the trigger with the Nocturne ultimate, but also utilizing how Xiaohu had huge wave priority in the mid lane with the Rift Herald getting dropped, so Time couldn't really clear that and moved to the play first, all out from Breathe.
Shy going to use his flash. Actually, his ult is on cooldown before this play, so I'm not sure what had happened previously, but now his flash going to be on cooldown as well as Breathe is handedly having the advantage in this matchup. So far, so good. And there we go. That's the replay in the bottom right of the ult being forced out from the Shy. It's Weiwei now trying to move into the bottom side. Paranoia not available. And we all know Nocturne can struggle to make these ganks happen without his ult.
So far, so good though, Weibo Gaming. I mean, we talked about how they have a relative... Oh, the flash from Tangyuan.
Flash for flash in the mid lane, or flash for slide in the mid lane. Xiaohu uses his ult, Tangyuan answers with a flash. Xiaohu still has his flash up. As Lumao might be caught here. Crisp and Weiwei just hitting away onto it. Light flies over the wall here. LP finds himself alone. He's gone in the wrong direction, and it will go down. Can't find the kill onto Light. Lumao so low, and here comes the paranoia. Over the wall goes Xiaohu to finish that one off. It's an absolute massacre on the bottom side of the map. Cyclone onto 3. Breathe is here as well. Can they turn it around? RNG with absolute heroics, but it's a triple kill for Weiwei as Crisp has just walked under the tower for some reason. Weiwei goes down. Breathe with 2. What did I just watch?
It was a 3 for 3, and somehow, some way, Breathe makes his way towards the bottom side and collects 2 kills for himself. He utilizes the reset timer with the Shy. I mean, he has also reset as well, but he walked back into lane. We honestly thought that was such a great team fight coming out of Weibo Gaming, but they never expected the K'Sante to show up.
Yeah, Breathe, absolute heroics, but I need to see a replay. Did I just miss something, or did Crisp just walk underneath the tower for some reason? Tanguyen loses half his health to the Shy, who is proxying waves at this point. He's still 20 CS down, but RNG off the back of this fight will grab themselves a Drake. And I'm hoping we get a replay after this Drake to kind of regain control of the chaos that's happening.
Yeah, everyone got their hands onto Lumao for this from completely caught out of the position. We see Breathe making his way towards bottom side because this fight took so long. Honestly, the Void Seeker not hitting Lumao here was so big because that bought more time for RNG to really scramble up as a team. But, you know, it really felt like Weibo Gaming, they were going to come out on top, getting 3 kills into their pockets, but they overcommit. But to be fair, who would expected Breathe to flash over from the wall? Crisp thought he could get out, I think. Maybe he didn't take any damage from the enemy team, but I don't know about that way. As Breathe, I mean, this K'Sante is going to be a huge problem in the side lane now.
Maybe his horse got scared. Maybe that was it. You know, Crisp's horse was so afraid of the action. You know, it's like the musical War Horse or whatever that one's called. I don't know. Anyway, 2,000 gold lead, almost 3, in favor of Weibo. And Breathe with some absolute heroics. He solo killed the Shy in the previous game. He's looking fantastic on the K'Sante. Now 2-0-1. He needs to have a phenomenal game here to have a chance because, I mean, Weiwei 4-1-1 on this Nocturne is terrifyingly huge. There's the AP Kaiser that's going to be online. Xiaohu being a part of a lot of these kills as well. The Azir is going to be terrifying later on into the game. So we need to see RNG staying on that front foot. They need to find some way to shut down Wade. There's still 300 gold up for grabs for anyone that can take down that Nocturne.
You also have to consider the fact that with this team fight getting kind of salvaged by this K'Sante roam, I thought that was just the winning team fight or the winning play for Weibo Gaming. They shouldn't be finding leads like this through Azir and Kai'Sa at this stage of the game because they don't offer as much damage compared to someone like Tanguyen and LP. But we'll have to wait and see because Rift Herald is spawning in 18 seconds. Wards are set up by the side of Weibo Gaming. We know that, Lumao, you need to be with your AD carry and not getting caught out of position if you want to look for a successful 5v5.
They gotta try and protect LP. He's got a stopwatch and a Gale Force. He knows that he's the target. He knows he's got to try and survive for as long as he can. Just pushed in here. Light and Xiaohu working together to gain priority in the mid lane. The static shift will pretty much do that by itself, let's be honest. So Weibo control a river. Herald is up onto the map, but they're not willing to start it off just yet.
My eyes are going to be on how Xiaohu is going to be able to use his Sand Soldiers to really push away the initial engage of Wei and Breathe, of course. But the Shy looking for a reset. He needs his Mythic as well, but it's going to be too late. LP's going to shred this.
He certainly is. TP is available for the Shy, as he has gone for that reset. 5k on the Herald. The tier 1 taken in the mid lane. The Shy's TP back in. He's looking for LP. Jumps onto that backside. He's on his own for now as the Herald has gone down. Crisp flashing away here. The Sand Soldiers are doing a lot. There's a lot of shurikens though with the Cyclone onto Crisp. Now with the engage, LP the target on the opposite side of the play, and LP will fall. Light jumps into the backside, but actually LP's still alive. Shurima shuffle onto everybody. It's absolute carnage as the Shy chases out Tengyuan, but Tibbers saves the day. Tibbers is cut down. The sixth man dropped from RNG, and somehow RNG are on top. Light now the target, flashes away as Breathe tries to chase him down as well, but he's taken out of the picture. Light finds the auto. Wei and Lumao running for their lives, but the Sand Soldiers arrive. The Emperor is on the scene. Tengyuan's TP'd back in, but he can't find a way to fight.
RNG, they commit to the fight again while they walked away with a 2-1 trade. They had 2 more people fall down. They disrespected Xiaohu on this Azir. And man really showed up in that team fight. Like you said, 4-man Azir ultimate. This fight was just purely Xiaohu being the main carry as we have the lights off. Tongyuan had a fantastic flank angle on this Annie, not spotted out by the side of Weibo Gaming, but I feel like no one really cared about Weiwei, and then the Shy landed a double ultimate onto the carries of RNG, and Xiaohu with the Shurima shuffle of 5 just completes the team fight with the amount of damage he applies. But RNG, they could have walked away with the fight being like this with the Rift Herald in hand as well. But for some reason and in some world, they go and look again. But Weibo Gaming playing with the space, they needed this fight to go their way.
And Light getting that shutdown as well. 500 gold extra into his pocket. Getting close to a second item on that Kai'Sa. Light is going to become a monster to deal with. This will be third Drake for RNG though, if they can find it. But the Shy, he knows he's tanky. He knows that they can't bully him at this point. Breathe moving forwards, but will be poked out by the rest of the gang here from Weibo. Honeyfruit will keep the Shy topped up for now. Breathe just being slowly but surely poked away.
White has the static shiv available as well, so that's mid priority going over towards the side of Weibo Gaming. But you have vision control set up for them as well. Look at the deep wards that they have available on the map. They have complete knowledge of how RNG is going to position in this fight, and LP doesn't have the flash to get away from the Shy.
Lumao with Unbreakable on cooldown, that could be dangerous. Breathe has to step forward. He needs to be the initial engage. Crisp looking for a chance over the wall as Lumao has to back away. 3k on the Drake here. RNG want it, but is it worth your lives? They've decided that it's not. They back away. They realize this is not their fight.
It's only third dragon as they made the correct call. No flash available on their feelers meant instant death. Crisp had such an amazing angle on the wall as well, but at the end it's just vision setup. You see complete control towards his bottom side, and now they're just gonna look to pull that vision towards the top side as the Baron is spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Crisp has spotted all of the recalls
Crisp?
by himself, and ultimates come out. Crisp is gone. That's the second time in this series that Crisp solo face checks an Annie and just gets one shot.
That's not the only person face checking.
Answer comes out. Wei has been found as Breathe suddenly alone underneath this tower. LP trying to get over there to protect his top laner. It's usually the other way around. All out onto the Shy. Has to use his ult defensively, and the Moonlight Vigil won't land. RNG keep Breathe alive.
Is so scrappy. Unnecessary deaths coming out of both Wei and Crisp, but still, you see Weibo Gaming, they're going to use this reset time and then start planting down the vision towards that top side now. But Lumao, they want to stop this back. Oh, the Shy blocking that. Really nice. What?
Oh, no. Lumao, my guy. Oh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. It's just a shame that we caught it on camera. My eyes have gone through a lot today. Has to be said. I'll give them a break after this one. RNG, though, keeping themselves competitive, but still 4 and a bit thousand gold down. At least this tower will be able to close that gold gap ever so slightly. But Weibo, definite favorites at this point because so much of that gold is on the carries as well. Crisp keeps himself shielded. Second item online for both Light and Xiaohu. Both of them with an Asher's Tooth.
And once again, you see the ward placed on the blue buff allows for Weiwei to really look for those stragglers when they do rotate towards these major objectives. So RNG, they need to walk as a 5-man unit. Not going to be able to spot out that singular ward at the back, but I still feel like, I mean, LP, he has the Gale Force, he has the Flash, but he has to wait so long for all the abilities to come out before he can really walk up in confidence to start challenging Xiaohu in this 5v5.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to get into these fights. That's the thing. There's so much front-loaded damage on both of these compositions that if you do misstep, unless you're like Breathe or the Shy, basically, if you misstep, you're going to get one shot. So it's a really tough one when you start to lose ground, because look at the way that this vision line is being pushed forwards by Weibo, slowly but surely suffocating RNG out. There is no vision in the area except for that one ward just outside of the pit. You can see it on the minimap. They still have Baron vision for now.
Guys, Kai'Sa is so ridiculously OP. I don't know how to rate this champion anymore. It can go AD, it can go AP. It does just as much damage on either build, and it outranges everything in the AD pool right now. How do you counter this, Riot?
Now, it's a tough one to play against, but LP, I mean, Aphelios does plenty of damage in the right fight. If they can find the right fight, that's the tough thing. I will say, it's quite a slow skill shot. It's pretty dodgeable if you can see it coming. Breathe, face checks in, takes a bit of a chunk. The Leandri's now online for Xiaohu as well. He's TP back into the play, and remember, Azir so fast at dealing with the Baron. Should the situation arise. Spotted out by a ward from Lumao this time. Lumao takes a little tap, but Weibo nervous to commit to anything at the time, as it's a minute until Drake comes up onto the map as well.
6 zombie wards towards the top side. 4 control wards placed down by Weibo Gaming. The map is entirely dark for RNG to walk into, and how does Tangyuan even manage to find a flank if under these circumstances?
They found the players of RNG in the jungle here. Lumao with the Unbreakable keeps himself alive, and he got a ward down that's not spotted by a control ward. That's a huge play from Lumao to get vision of the Baron area and get out with his life. Paranoia on cooldown too, but Breathe might have stepped too far. They've overstepped it. They thought that the recalls were coming on through. Weibo still committing to the area. They're going nowhere just yet, and the Shy is ready. Fingers hovering over his R key. But mid-prio fought for by LP. Baron started now by Weibo, but there's ward in the pit. They know that this is happening. TP being channeled. Here we go. Breathe wants to get into the action. Chris pushes him against the wall, pulled back against the team, and now taken down. RNG might have found their moment. Flash from light to keep himself safe. The Shy still in the midst of everyone here. Weibo holding on to a lot of ultimates.
Cutthroat decision-making from the RNG squad, and they deny the Baron attempt from Weibo Gaming, instantly locking down Crisp as well. But that does mean Breathe no longer has the TP available, so Weibo Gaming can look for the attempt again. Tangyuan.
Tangyuan's been caught, but Weiwei has been the one caught after all. He flashes out safety, but flashed after by LP. The Gale Force comes on through. Moonlight Vigil onto 2. They'd love to get onto Xiaohu here. The Shy trying to protect his mid laner. Light enters the fray as well, as these fights will just never end. They're endless. Weibo wanting to battle on. Wei blocks it with a clone, but not giving up on the dragon just yet.
Oh, Tangyuan, he's gonna hold over!
Oh, he's been assassinated. Light finds the Annie. RNG, they've started the Baron off with a TP now from the Shy. He's moving in. He's finished his Jack show. The W's landing from Light. The Shy wants to get into the action here. No ultimate available for him. Way the target's Unbreakable's going to block a lot of the damage. Empress to corral them into the pit. Xiaohu saves the day for Weibo, and Wei is going nowhere. The Shy finishes the job as Weibo maintain control with an ace.
What a experience for this game 3. Xiaohu on this Azir is single-handedly bringing this game back into Weibo Gaming's control as they get both the Baron and the Dragon. It all started off with Weiwei committing the ultimate to single out this Annie, but they weren't aware that there was 3 more people behind Tangyuan, and they completely turn on this. Oh, that was the other ultimate as it kills Tangyuan off as that pick, but you see everyone grouped up into the Baron pit. Luma's shield on honestly blocked so much damage, but the amount of ultimates stacked up here was just absolutely insane. They had the smite, but they didn't even commit to the Baron because they just didn't have enough time to finish it off. And I feel like this fight, it was a desperation play coming out of RNG.
Absolutely insane ultimate from Xiaohu as well. All 4 hit. And it was as Wei was dashing towards them to try and get his Cyclone off. Forces the flash out away as well. Phenomenal stuff. I mean, Baron Pit, that is Azir's bread and butter. He loves to fight around Baron, and boy, did he get it. Light as well. 4, 0, and 6. 10 stacks on a Dark Seal on this Kai'Sa. He is firing on all cylinders. And at this point, oh no, Loom out. This is not the place you want to face check. Okay, Blast Cone gets himself out to safety. That felt a little dicey for a second there as Breathe trying to defend in the bottom side, but against this Baron, not sure he can stick around here. Tower should be going down any second now as the Shy could be caught by Wei, but again, like it's an 8,000 gold lead. I'm not sure that this is a fight RNG can really take.
And Weiwei's also working in the midway here. Xiaohu, he needs the Void Staff very soon, but I'm assuming the game's gonna end before there because Light is completely online on the Kai'Sa now. That's shield gone from Lumao.
Certainly is, but that's a knockback onto Xiaohu. Maybe a moment here. Empress Divide to knock them towards Light. The exhaust comes on through to deny the AD carry damage. Can they finish the job? Light is still alive here, and in the meantime, Weiwei is looking for an opportunity. Paranoia is available right here. Weibo, 4 players. They could still look for something.
Breathe is having a fantastic series on this Cassante. The flash Q3 instantly locks down Xiaohu, who didn't have his own flash available, and they managed to scrap back into the game. This was the game kind of saving play because they were going to slowly suffocate through the macro play that Weibo Gaming was going to go through in mid lane and bottom. But you also have Lumao living on 1 HP because Tang Yuan had his shield on the Braum as well. So they trade 1 for 0 and they deny so much time from this Baron.
Yeah, absolute heroics from Breathe there. And I will say, if RNG come back in this one, Breathe is the MVP no matter what, because taking out Xiaohu there has pretty much protected the inhibitor. As Baron now times out on the map. I thought there was going to be a follow-up from Weibo. I thought they were going to commit to a 4v5, but deciding in the end that they weren't feeling confident on the Paranoia, on Light using his ultimate to get back in, they decided against it. Didn't want to give away bounties, potentially throw away their lead. Still 8,000 in their favor, so the 1 pick onto Xiaohu, as heroic as it was from Breathe, it is still very much Weibo in control.
This game is still very much anyone's to take because if you look at the items that Light has decided to take, it's the Medjais for 4th. So if Weibo Gaming make 1 mistake, if this Kai'Sa dies once, RNG can just explode the game out of control. As LP, he also picks up a Maul and he has a bit of lifesteal now up against the Azir and Kai'Sa, but still, Dragon Soul point for either of these teams. The vision is completely under Crisp's control. Although this Rel has been getting caught here and there, I feel like the vision is just contributing so much for Weibo when it comes to macro.
Yeah, it really is. For Weibo, like you say, vision dominance, denying everything from RNG. It's impossible for them to walk in. And remember, this is the fight for 6th seed. If Weibo can win this one, they will deny RNG the opportunity to contest them. This is Weibo fighting for their spot, fighting for round 2 of playoffs instead of having to play that first best of 5. And with a roster like this, when you came into the year looking like a team that should be a top team, you want them to be making it to top 6. You want them to be living up to that expectation.
It's been a crazy year so far for Weibo Gaming. They want to prove themselves once again with the opportunity of starting in that 6th position for the summer playoffs. But honestly, Breathe is doing everything in his might to stop that from happening on this Cassante. As the game is now approaching 30 minutes, we have absolute no wards towards any objectives, but that's also Baron in 40 seconds.
Baron in 40 seconds, but Dragon's up in 10. And Weibo, they've denied all vision of the area from RNG, and RNG can't even threaten a trade onto the Baron instead. LP is up in the top side of the map. They are giving up this Drake, guaranteed. It's going to be soul point now for Weibo, and not to mention, it's an Infernal Soul. 3 Infernal Drakes. On this is it, and you thought the Kaiser was doing damage with the W's before. 10 stack, Medjai's finished off, and 1 dragon away from the Infernal Soul. Those W's are going to one-shot Squishies.
And I'm looking at Tang Yuan being a potential victim to that poke, but we'll have to wait and see because I feel like the final 5v5 is going to determine the outcome of this game. Still could go either ways, but Wei only being level 13, his smite isn't going to be as strong compared to Wei when it does come to a 50-50 flip. But honestly, this Azir has also been a huge highlight in why Weibo Gaming is in such a lead and come back into this game, honestly, before this whole mid-game happened.
Xiaohu has been an absolute beast in game number 3 today. He was not a beast in game number 2, that's for sure. Going back to comfort for him, and I'm glad that he has. I'm glad that he has, because the Yone was not it. Baron is back up onto the map though, and once again, Weibo with vision control. It does feel like they're nervous to pull the trigger on any plays though. Like, they have had a massive gold lead for the last 10 minutes. And now they have to test it. They have to see if they can win these fights. Breathe TP's in, the Shy the target here. Can they actually follow up onto this one? Stacking up the concussive blows, but the Shy's not even lost his shield just yet. Still has that ultimate available. And now Xiaohu's damage is starting to do wonders. Flashed on once again, but the Zhonya's comes in. The Shy sets it up, but Light, exhausted, has to use the Zhonya's, and Xiaohu is back on the action. Xiaohu, the Emperor in more ways than one. Wei chased down as the last remaining bastion of hope, but eradicated as Weibo will secure themselves top 6 in the LPL.
An intense final game to finish off the series up against RNG, but Light and Xiaohu have been playing out their minds, and even the Shy getting a 3-man ultimate on this Malphite. They are insane when given the circumstances, and they are going to be comfortably sitting in that 6th position now with RNG out of the conversation.
Phenomenal game here from Weibo. Game number 1 and game number 3, like, this is the team that we've all been wanting. Game number 2 we won't talk about. Game number 2, let's just not mention it for a little while, but wow, Weibo, fantastic team fighting. Xiaohu, like, every single fight, the Emperor's Divides were absolutely magnificent, but that is going to be a 9th win on the board, and I believe only WE would be able to tie them in terms of wins at this point, and they don't have the game difference. So Weibo, if I'm not mistaken, have secured themselves top 6. Phenomenal stuff here, and it's good to see them getting that final game to secure top 6 in a commanding fashion, right? Controlled, clean, calm gameplay.
And the observers are just showing us Breathe. He looked devastated after that game 3. It really didn't feel like Breathe deserved to lose. This Cassandra was playing outside of his mind, but unfortunately, when you do reach the 30-minute stage, the Azir is just a much more valuable champion compared to something like the Annie. And honestly, we complained about how Xiaohu wasn't able to hit a single Yone ultimate in game 2. He made up with the Azir, hitting 4 to 5-man Shurima shuffles every single team fight and completely took over this entire game. And I still feel like Weibo Gaming, you know, they had the highest of highs, but consistency is going to be what I'm looking out for in their playoffs run.
Yeah, it's like, yes, the good games look fantastic from Weibo, and if we could see that consistently, they're a top team. They're a team that's going to be fighting for the title. Can we see that consistently, though? Does game number 2 happen, and how often does it happen at playoffs? That's going to be the big question. I will say, best of 5s will suit Weibo, because the more games you have, the more you can, like, average it up, right? Like, if the bad games are only every 1 in 3 games, best of 5s are going to look good for you. So we'll have to see how that's all going to pan out. I'm excited to see this team in playoffs. I'm excited to see, like, the good stuff that we've seen, but I am nervous for them. I have to say, like, I don't have faith in Weibo when it comes to playoffs. I'm hoping to be proven wrong, but there's still a lot to prove for sure.
There is a lot, and you definitely see when teams target Xiaohu's champion pool in particular, that's the Weibo that is going to potentially be showing up to the playoffs. But honestly, huge credits to Light. I think he's had a pretty stable performance on the Kai'Sa. I mean, my biggest critique for Light coming into the series was that he didn't have a priority on this Kai'Sa, and he was looking a little bit uncomfortable with how the meta has shifted towards a strictly Xayah, Kai'Sa, and Tristana meta, but he delivered. He is more than happy to kind of show us this type of playstyle, and Weibo Gaming being as flexible as ever. But honestly, all the series that we've had today have been so entertaining, and I am extremely satisfied with how this final game ended.
Yeah, I mean, the first two series were, wow. I mean, I don't even know what words. Absolute fiesta, I think, is the best description. And then our third series, like a little bit more serious, a lot more on the line. And Xiaohu, I mean, if Xiaohu doesn't get MVP, and he had such an insane game. This year was immaculate. I'll be kind of upset, honestly, if Xiaohu doesn't get MVP after this performance.
And it's also kind of insane to think that Breathe out-damaged LP on the Aphelios. He out-damaged 2 members of RNG, excluding Luma, because he's a Braum, but still, that is insane to think. So, back to the drawing tables, do you really want to be trading the Aphelios over the Kai'Sa when it comes to these instances where you can't really reach any of these carries on the side of Weibo Gaming? And that goes back to draft and how they read the meta, because champions like the Varus are still up and available. Unfortunately, any AD carry is going to be under the demise of the Shy and Weiwei in these team fights, and you definitely saw that in the last huge 5v5, and it was just what we expected out of Weibo Gaming, having the Azir locked in.
Yeah, I don't know what LP is meant to do in these team fights. It feels absolutely impossible. With all that said, though, we're going to head over for a winner's interview. So I'll pass it over to Christina.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Crisp, the support for WBG. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory. Actually, I want to start with the game 1 because you won MVP on Recall. In terms of the body, they got Driven and Emilio, which may be very aggressive body. So when you got Recall, how did you guys manage to play around this part, and you made so many very decisive engagement to make sure that you can take the first game of today's best of 3? 欢迎 Scripps 选手来到我们的赛后采访，在这里我们要再次恭喜 WBG 今天2-1战胜了对手。其实从今天的第一局开始，我们就看到松松这边用洛拿到了 MVP 嘛，并且我们看到对面选出了，当你们看到对面选出德莱文、米利欧这样一个看起来会比较激进的下路组合的时候，当你拿到洛是怎么样决定，就是做了一些很关键的点，然后并且帮助队伍成功的稳扎稳打拿下第一局的呢？
因为就是看到对面选德莱文跟米流这样的一个组合的，就是他们会在线上的一个压制力会比较强嘛。然后我们下路其实需要做的就是，我们尽量在前期就是避免跟对面有一个换血，然后尽量就是保持自己的血线去吃好刀，只要不被越塔的话，就是到6级的话，就是一定是我们这边团战会更有优势的，就是我们只需要想办法去规避一下对面前面做的一些进攻就可以了。
Actually, because our opponent got Driven and Milius, this competition on body. Actually, this competition was very, very dominant in laning. And before in the early game, what we only to do is that we need to avoid just attacking with them. Because when we get level 6, we actually have some more strong abilities to play against them. As long as we farm to level 6, we do have the chance to fight back. That is what we need to do. Just avoid attacking with them in front, toe-to-toe in a very early game. And coming to today's game 3, actually, with you guys picked Malphite as the last pick in banter strategies, you just get a very engaging draft with all of 5 engaging champions. So why do you think this draft suits to your playstyle? Especially why did you guys pick this draft in the decisive game against RNG? 那么今天在决胜局第3局，伴随着队伍第5手选下石头人之后，这边的微博是拿出了一个5个其实很冲阵的一套阵容嘛，想问一下松松，会觉得在第3局决胜局队伍拿出这样一套阵容去应对 RNG 对面他们选择的那个传统的安妮呀、厄斐琉斯这样的体系的原因是什么呢？觉得好打的点比较在哪里呢？
因为我们知道就是对面比较擅长安妮加悟空嘛，但是从我们做的 BP 来看，就是我们拿到的这个阵容也是可以跟对面抗衡的。然后我们这个阵容也是我觉得我们也是比较擅长的嘛，所以就是我们并不是很 很害怕，就是对面选到这样的阵容，因为我觉得就是我们同样也打得很好，我们是有信心去战胜对面的。
So because that we saw our opponent got Wukong, Annie, this kind of mid-jungle duo, which they are very proficient at. So we just want to get our signature draft in Game 3 because I do not think we are afraid of their signature draft. As long as we manage this draft very well, we still have a chance and to take down them, to overwhelm them with this engaging draft. And speaking some specific questions about the Game 3, as you mentioned that you are very proficient on this draft because I want to touch on the 15 Rift Herald team fights. I remember Xiao Hu did a really great job on engaging Azir. So from that team fights, you just snowball the game and show your strengths in those mid to late game skirmishes and team fights. Could you please elaborate a bit more about that decisive team fight in 15 minutes. 那么正如刘青松选手所提到的，你们这套阵容也是很擅长的。其实具体来说，我们会发现是从15分钟那条峡谷先锋的团战的那个时间点之后，队伍在中后期的一些团战当中滚起了雪球。在那一波，小虎啦、沙皇也是成功的推起了很多人。那一波其实是对面先拿到了先锋嘛，但是后续你们拉扯和沟通是怎么样做的呢？
因为其实我们一直认为我们都是优势嘛，然后那个先锋团的话，其实是奎桑提，就是第一时间我觉得他算就是打得比较好吧，就是让我出现了一些位置上不是特别好，然后后面的话就是他们把太多技能都是交给我之后的话，然后小虎也很顺利的就完成了一个切入吧，就是我们每个人都在给大家队友就创造一些输出的环境跟一些空间，基本上就需要做的就是这样的一件事情。
配合的还是很默契的。So about that 15-minute Rift Herald team fight, maybe their top laner Casanti did a perfect job and he forced me to in a bad position. Maybe that I just got made damage by our opponent some skills. Because of that, we also created the environment for the other players to make damage like that. We just like Xiao Hu did so much high damage by Azir's ultimate, and that is what we need to do just to make sure that our ability to make sure that we are on the same page about this team synergy in this part. And I do think that we have always been in the advantages in that team fight and before, also in the early game. And final question for you, you have only one game to play in regular season. Actually, you are already qualified for the playoffs, but I know that for WBG, you do want to go far further. So coming to the playoffs, if you want to achieve better result, what kind of things you are going to improve or what are you going to fix and about this part. 那么最后一个问题，对于微博来说，常规赛仅剩一场就会迎来你们的收官之战，并且以及你们是确定进入到季后赛了。但是我们相信，对于 WBG 来说，你们的目标一定是更高更远。所以松松会觉得，如果队伍想要在接下来的几场比赛当中，以及接下来的比赛以及季后赛的几场比赛当中走得更远的话，队伍需要去着重提升。注重提高哪些方面呢？或者是哪些点是做得好的？你们要继续保持。
我觉得提高的方法就是我们就是在尽量选出一些更多的可能性的阵容，然后还有就是我们在前期就是我们得处理的更加好一点，然后就是我们有优势的时候得想办法就是去抓住优势的那个机会去继续扩大我们的优势，然后在劣势的时候就尽量去也是要去找一些对面的一些失误的机会，然后我们要去利用一些自身阵容的一个特点，然后去想办法把那个经济上的劣势去追回来。我觉得就是做这样的事情。
So actually, firstly, I do want to say that maybe we should try some different draft, with a lot of more possibilities to try some creative things. And coming to the in-game content, we do want to achieve that one we are in advantages. We need to snowball the game as soon as possible, try to seize those opportunities. But even one way fall behind, we will also try to fight back, try to punish our opponent, and to chase back to achieve the balanced golden difference and try to make sure that we still have the chance to fight. That is what we need to do in order to improve our performance, especially in the upcoming matchups. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢 Chris 来到我们的赛后采访，也期待微博之后更精彩的表现。Back to you guys. Bye.
Thanks very much, Christina. Great to hear from yourself and Chris once again, as always. I mean, it's always nice to hear from Chris, isn't it? As talking about improvement, talking about trying different compositions and figuring out ways to be good for playoffs. I do just want to quickly talk about standings and playoffs for a second, because we did say on cast that Weibo had locked in 6th seed, which is technically not true just yet. There is one scenario in which they don't lock in top 6 I'll get back to that because Xiaohu is MVP. I'll talk about the seeding after we talk about Xiaohu.
Yeah, man completely redeemed himself from that game too, right? With this banger of a performance on the Azir. And from start to finish, he just had complete control over all those team fights. And it kind of did look a little bit shaky in particular after the roam from Breathe towards that dragon side. But he just came back with these Shurima shuffles, hitting 4 or 5 people in multiple instances as well. And I feel like this, more of a mistake from RNG, but Xiaohu still doing so much damage through just auto attacks on this Azir. Look at Wei, he just gets smacked to death with auto attacks. But honestly, this is exactly what we expected from this person. RNG, Weibo Gaming rely on Xiaohu doing well, and he delivered.
Oh, he more than delivered. This fight especially, this ultimate coming out from Xiaohu was absolutely beautiful. Would have hit all 4 had Lumao not had a stopwatch available for himself. Just magnificent team fighting. This one was a bit of a tough one from RNG where, you know, you kind of overcommitting onto the Shy. It's never going to be a fight that ends well for you. And then Xiaohu just punts everyone over. The team groups up. And it's a fantastic little fight. Light, grabbing himself a triple kill off the back of it as well. Fantastic stuff from Weibo. So glad to see them looking good to finish this series out. Because after how game number 2 went, if they hadn't finished this series strong, we would have had a lot of worrying questions to be asking as we headed towards playoffs. I do want to quickly clarify on playoffs. So basically, Weibo have almost guaranteed top 6. The scenario in which they don't get top 6 is WE have to win their next 2 series in 2-0 fashion against FBX and BLG. And at the same time, Weibo has to lose 2-0 to Edward Gaming. That would mean that the game difference is tied between Weibo and WE has the head-to-head. So that is the only scenario now where Weibo don't make it into top 6. The odds of that happening, I think, are extremely low, especially WE 2-0ing BLG, but crazy things have happened in the LPL before. So I retract what I said before. Weibo have not guaranteed top 6 just yet.
You know that quote from Doctor Strange? He just does this to Tony Stark. I mean, anything could happen, Munchables, in the LPL. But you know, that's still going to be for the next few days, and our job is done with tonight's series. It's been banger after banger. Not sure if it's the one that the type of banger that you're expecting, obviously, but it's definitely been extremely entertaining for all 5 hours of tonight's cast. And Weibo Gaming, I mean, they talked about how they wanted to introduce more flexible team composition going into the playoffs, and that's exactly what top teams need if they want to go at a best of 5, because your mistakes will get even dug up even more when it comes to having a single one-dimensional play style. But we see Weibo Gaming, they know they have the Tristan in their pockets and they have the Azir, but we still need to work on the Yone just a little bit, huh?
Yeah, that's there's some work to be done there. Or actually, I'd rather we just never see it again. Forget working on it, just ditch it. Ultra Prime 2-1 over LGD to start our day today, and man, was that a series. If you missed it, you could go back and watch it. I wouldn't recommend it, to be honest. It was messy to say the very least. But if you want a fiesta, that's the series to watch. TES 2-0 over AL after a massive throw from AL in the first game of the series. And then Weibo 2-1 over RNG in the end in an absolute slog of a best of 3.
Yeah, and honestly, don't be deceived by the 2-0 from Top Esports up against AL, because I believe in both early games, they had a huge advantage through their players, but unfortunately, being teams that don't really have a reliable way of closing out games, that weakness got exposed by Top Esports and Rookie having a fantastic day alongside Jackie Love. But of course, Weibo Gaming, we've seen the highest of highs in their first game, 15-0 scoreline. That is absolutely insane, and I'm excited to see how they do up against our other teams in the LPL playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, playoffs is going to be mental this year. It's going to be so stacked from top to bottom. I can't wait to get it kicked off. I can't believe BLG are actually still in first place as well, and likely to finish in first place, managing to take the title away from JDG. All thanks to IG, who managed to get that upset over JDG. Let's look at what's happening tomorrow, though. in the LPL. 3 more series coming your way. And speaking of, IG will be playing tomorrow. It's going to be WE versus FPX to kick us off. LNG versus NIP, which will be an important series when it comes to seeding. And then we'll have Ultra Prime versus IG as well to round us out.
I mean, IG just looks so incredibly scary now. They took down LNG, they took down JDG, Weibo Gaming, a triple kill out of all the playoffs teams. They're already disqualified from the playoffs, but they're going out of the summer with an absolute bang. And I'm excited to see what they cook up for us for that last series, because the confidence in WiseCam in particular is really showing through that series. And I just feel like Wink and Arn has also been delivering every single bottom lane laning phase. So, you know, tomorrow it's anyone's game.
It certainly is. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see what's going to come our way. And also, if WE lose a game against FPX tomorrow morning, that will be Weibo qualified. So if you're a Weibo fan, you want to be watching that first series. That's going to be it from us. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We will see you in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.